Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 61 of the Status of the Artist Act, j'ai l'honneur de déposer.
I have the honour of tabling
17th Annual Report of the Canadian Artists and Producers Professional Relations Tribunal for the period of April 1st, 2010 to March 31st, 2011.
Mr. Van Loan for Mr. Kenny. Seconded by Mr. Taves. What's that? Taves and Raitt. Okay. Mr. Taves, seconded by Ms. Raitt, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, the Balanced Refugee Reform Act, the Marine Transportation and Security Act, and the Department of Citizenship and Immigration Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Taves, seconded by Ms. Raitt, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed.
Reading of this bill, candidature de ce projet de loi.
That motion was deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministre. Rapport de délégation.
reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Alan Welland, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Golfing Expenses. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Esquelmet Wanafuka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Golfing Expenses. Most golf courses are small businesses that are struggling in the current economy. This bill will help to protect the nearly 350,000 jobs across the country, with almost 1,000 of those in my riding. Half of those jobs belong to students who are trying to complete their post-secondary education. This bill will correct a long-standing discrimination against golf as a tax-deductible business expense. While taking a client for drinks or to a hockey game are both fully tax-deductible business expenses, taking them out to play a game of golf is not. Golf was once considered an elitist sport, with only the wealthiest able to play. But now golf is the sport with the largest participation in Canada, even more than hockey, with more than 6 million Canadians playing golf annually. The game of golf accounts for an estimated $11.3 billion in Canada's gross domestic product, with $1.2 billion in property taxes and another $1.9 billion in income taxes going into the government's budget and contributing to all of our other public services. Mr. Speaker, this bill will recognize the importance of boosting our small businesses and ensuring quality jobs in Canada are maintained in the golfing industry. Thank you.
Mr. Garrison, seconded by Mr. Alan Welland, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Laverdière, seconded by Ms. Sims, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Patent Act, Drugs for International Humanitarian Purpose. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to present my bill entitled An Act to Amend the Patent Act. Mr. Speaker, this bill would amend the provisions of the current regime of drug access, which allows generic versions of drugs to be exported to developing countries. These drugs include those against malaria, HIV/AIDS, and it would make the system easier to use. It would allow Canadian manufacturers to send drugs to those who desperately need them and thus enable them to save lives. Mr. Speaker, this bill is an enhanced version of Bill C-393 that the bill adopted with a comfortable majority in March, but unfortunately died on the order paper. To prepare this bill, I collaborated closely with the HIV/AIDS Canadian Legal Association. I would like to thank Pat Evans and Richard Elliott for their help.
The bill has already received significant support from all parties in this House. Over the coming months, I will be encouraging my fellow parliamentarians to take this opportunity to support life-saving legislation. Together, with hope, love, and optimism, we can make a difference.
Ms. Laverdiere, seconded by Ms. Sims, moves that the bill be now read first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Larose, appuyez.
Mr. Larose, seconded by Mr. Lemay, and moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act, Volunteers. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Repentigny.
La loi sur
An Act to Amend the Income Tax Act concerning volunteers is a very important bill. Volunteerism is in style now, and there are more and more people who participated in it annually. In my riding alone, I already have 225 volunteer organizations that organize over 500 events and create partnerships, not just to help the community, but also the private sector. There's a Christmas market, which supports small and medium-sized enterprises, or the International Junior Tennis match, which has a major impact in the city of Repentigny. If we look across Canada, the time spent by volunteers is accounted at 2 billion hours per year. It's absolutely unbelievable. 54% of these organizations work solely with volunteers. 12 million Canadians report doing volunteer work across the country. The economic value evaluated by Statistics Canada puts it this contribution at $14 million. So I think volunteer work is essential. But it's all about being touched and being cared for by people and family and friends. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Larose.
Mr. Larose, seconded by Mr. Mai, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Madame Morin.
Ms. Morin, seconded by Mr. Cash, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Secure, Adequate, Accessible and Affordable Housing for Canadians. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with great honour today that I present a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Secure, Adequate, Accessible and Affordable Housing for Canadians.
Housing is not a privilege. It's a fundamental right. Je tiens d'ailleurs à remercier ma collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague, Libby Davies, who introduced this bill during the last Parliament, but unfortunately it died on the order paper.
Au gouvernement, ainsi qu'à tous les partis.
I call for all the members of the House to join with me to implement this bill to provide for better living conditions for our fellow Canadians and not to turn our backs on anyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Morin, seconded by Mr. Cash, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions, motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been consultation amongst the parties, and I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that in relation to a study on the review of the delivery of frontline health and well-being services for Canadian veterans, 7 members of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs be authorized to travel to St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador, and Halifax, Nova Scotia in the winter-spring of 2012, and the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Discussions have taken place among all the parties, and I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member from Manicouagan, all questions necessary to dispose of this motion be deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Monday, February 27, 2012, at the end of government orders. Thank you.
Does the Honourable Opposition Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition signed by literally thousands of Canadians who call upon Parliament to take note that asbestos is the greatest industrial killer the world has ever known, and that more Canadians now die from asbestos than all other industrial or occupational causes combined, yet Canada remains one of the largest producers and exporters of asbestos in the world. They also point out that Canada spends millions of dollars subsidizing the asbestos industry and blocking international efforts to curb its use, and therefore these petitioners call upon Parliament to ban asbestos in all of its forms and institute a just transition program for asbestos workers in the communities they live in, end all government subsidies of asbestos both in Canada and abroad, and stop blocking international health and safety conventions designed to protect workers from asbestos, such as the Rotterdam Convention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by Canadians from all across this country who are concerned about the proposed mega quarry in Melancton Township in Dufferin County in Ontario, which would be the largest open-pit quarry in Canada at over 2,300 acres. They are concerned with a number of things, Mr. Speaker, one of which is that the proposed mega quarry would threaten the Grand and Nottawasaga River watersheds, including various freshwater fish species. They are asking the Government of Canada conduct an environmental assessment under the authority of the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act on the proposed Highland Company's mega quarry development.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Minister for Public Safety said this week that if you're against the government's online spying bill, you stand with pedophiles. Well, my constituents in the riding of Davenport and the great metropolis of Toronto beg to differ. They, along with 80,000 others who have signed OpenMedia.ca's online petition to stop the government's online spying bill, wish to add their voice of opposition to the measures contained in the lawful access legislation that would compel telecommunications companies to collect and store personal information and turn it over to law enforcement without a warrant. This petition speaks to that, and I'm honored to present it today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I table a petition today in regards to the Minister of Immigration's policy decision to freeze the ability of an individual to be able to sponsor their parents to be able to come to Canada. And, Mr. Speaker, it's to make a very strong statement that what is being done by the Minister of Immigration is in great opposition from many different communities throughout Canada. And what they're asking, what the petitioners are asking for, is that the government immediately lift the freeze so that they can start to sponsor parents and grandparents to be reunited with their families here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. The first is a call for Canada to host a conference on nuclear disarmament. The petitioners have a quote from the International Red Cross that I'd like to read. Nuclear weapons are unique in their destructive power, in the unspeakable human suffering they cause, in the impossibility of controlling their effects in space and time, in the risks of escalation they create, and in the threat they pose to the environment, to future generations, and indeed to the survival of humanity. These petitioners, for that reason, and many others, ask that the House of Commons issue an invitation for all states to gather in Canada to begin discussions needed for a global legal ban on nuclear weapons. These petitioners are from Nova Scotia, and I look forward to the Minister's answer. The second petition I have to present is on the Canadian Interfaith Call for Leadership and Action on Climate Change. The petitioners here point out that global warming is a reality and that while all governments have committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions, Canadian levels have been increasing, and they say that we can't wait for others to act, but we must lead by example. So the petitioners call on a number of measures like implementing a binding international agreement or committing to national carbon emission targets. I'm pleased to present this petition, and I look forward to the Minister's answer.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Questions on the order.
Madam Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, motion de l'opposition.
Opposition motion on education for First Nation children, standing in the name of Mr. Genet Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet.
Mr. Jourdain, seconded by Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona, moves that in the opinion of the House, the government should adopt Shannon's Dream by A, declaring that all First Nation children have an equal right to high-quality, culturally relevant education, committing to provide the necessary financial and policy supports for First Nations education systems, C, providing funding that will put reserve schools on par with non-reserve provincial schools, D, developing transparent methodologies for school construction, operation, maintenance, and replacement. E,
with First Nations leaders to establish equitable norms and formulas for determining class sizes and for the funding of educational resources, staff salaries, special education services, and Indigenous language instruction, and F, implementing policies to make the First Nation education system at a minimum of equal quality to provincial school systems. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. First of all, Madam Speaker, I want to say that I will be saving my time, splitting up with the member for Edmonton Strathcona. I want to indicate that I am aware of the media that has been attracted over the past few days to our work. My remarks today on this motion will follow along the same lines as other remarks I've made. I have spoken a number of times already since becoming a member of Parliament on May 2nd and on the living conditions. People can look at what I've said on Open Parliament. The analysis of issues affecting living conditions in Aboriginal communities should be based on empirical considerations. So, Madam Speaker, I want to be very simple and talk about the realities in communities, on the streets, in my own community in which I was raised. Last week, I had the opportunity to attend a press conference by the panel on primary and secondary education on First Nations. I was astonished to see that the people speaking on behalf of the organization talked about relevant cultural advances in identifying the aspects of schooling that were important for Indian reserves. Those are the aspects I'm going to highlight today because we need to make sure that young people identify with their education and have a sense of belonging. Therefore, education needs to take an approach that really is in line with their realities. We need to also look at the reasons that children drop out of school and don't attend. In the press conference, the representatives pointed out very strongly that young people develop resilience. We know that I have been attacked and criticized and put down, but I have always risen again and have developed this resilience that I'm going to be talking about here. One of the main barriers to learning in the day-to-day life of young people on First Nations has been gradually introduced on reserves. I'm reserving here to welfare, and social assistance. We know that life on First Nations reserves is built around this type of social assistance. There is a lot more absenteeism around the 1st and the 15th of the month when parents receive their social assistance check. And many people on reserves depend on these federal transfers. The children are impacted by this. They simply don't go to school, even with getting enough of food in the morning and at night, and very young children are affected by this and do not have what they need. We need to take this into account when we implement schooling programs for Aboriginal people, programs that must be adapted to their realities. We need to look at the needs of remote reserves that are very direly affected by these problems. We need to make sure that schools can meet the needs of those students with special needs. And when I'm talking here about these students, I'm really referring to very small children even who are exposed to difficult realities. I'm talking about my own background and the background of the children that are on these reserves who are very often exposed to behavior that would be considered unacceptable elsewhere, but it is so widespread that it becomes normalized on these reserves. It is quite different often from the reality faced by other young Canadians. The teachers often come from outside the communities, and they need to be aware of the realities. These behaviors are deeply entrenched in people's psyches on these reserves. The dysfunctional character of many Aboriginal communities in Canada is partly due to the dependence on tribal management organizations. For example, in my community, over half of the people depend on social assistance, and I'm talking here about these federal transfers that I mentioned earlier. In some cases, band managers use the funding for other priorities that have been identified by band council. So, for example, there is a community that is in my own riding. This community announced budget cuts, and young people would be able to go to secondary school only 4 days a week because of a lack of funding. So obviously these young people are going to be penalized by these funding problems. The efforts put into implementing policies on First Nations to improve education have to look at the types of educational programs and the funding being allotted for them. I won't just limit my remarks to the primary and secondary education levels, but also to the post-secondary level, because young people generally have to leave their communities to attend any type of post-secondary training. They need and have a right to high-quality education to take into account their needs and their right to get to post-secondary levels. I want to talk about my own example. I left in early 2000 to attend law studies at Laval University. My first contact was difficult. I found it very difficult to adapt to an urban life, and the problems that I faced when I was younger were with me during those years. So I realized that young people who leave their reserves and attend schooling have these difficulties. Imagine how hard it is to rent an apartment if you only have band funding. There were many doors that were closed to me. I was in a residence, and it was only one of the barriers that I faced at the post-secondary level. I had to leave my community and my way of life. I was very far from my remote community. And with that, I will conclude. And clearly, people who are on their BlackBerries are not necessarily asleep.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say that I appreciate my colleague's remarks. My question, this is time for questions and comments, is it not? Very well. I have a comment and then a quick question. The Minister and the Chief of the First Nations, Sean Athleo, have announced a joint plan between the federal and First Nations levels dealing specifically with education, because education has been identified as one of the most important priorities. On January 24th, 2012, we held a historic meeting with First Nations, and there again, education was identified as a clear priority for Aboriginal people and for the Government of Canada. So my question is a simple yes or no one. Is the first and most important step in this process is to ensure that we have a good relationship so that we can build a good education system in each province? Is it, therefore, important to take these two steps? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, this is critically important. I want to compliment you on your French, by the way. We do need to have that will, but we also need concrete actions, because we've heard so many pious wishes over the years. I have been able to move ahead, as we know, but we need to take an inclusive approach to First Nations.
York Southwest.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My friend from Manicouagan and my friend from Edmonton Strathcona accompanied on a visit to a reserve in Ontario, and education was their #1 priority. They have created a native language immersion school for grade school students. They have built their own polytechnic, but the government works hard to make it very difficult for them. They had space donated for the school, and the government withdrew the value of that space from the allotment for these children. The government refused for years to hire a superintendent for their school system, and we are told that there were 8,000 kids who are waiting spaces for post-secondary education, and there are so many on the waiting list that the waiting list is now full. They can't even put their name on a waiting list for post-secondary education. Would the member please comment?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. If I go by my own experience, I can't really speak on behalf of other communities. It's a good sign if there are so many young people trying to get into post-secondary education. That isn't the case in my community. The graduation rate from high school is only half that of other communities in Canada. I believe that it is notable that so many young people in certain Aboriginal communities want to get to post-secondary education. Obviously, here there are too many young people for the money that is available, and we need additional funding because young people need adequate access to education.
Question the honourable member for for Lethbridge.
Thank you. You said that people in First Nation communities depend on federal funding for their education, and I understand that they do. Do you have any ideas that can help them in the future become less dependent on federal funding, become more independent, for more self-reliant for education funding?
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. A very quick answer. I would like to thank my colleague for his question. I have one idea to solve this problem, and that deals with natural resources. Unfortunately, that isn't always a problem. A solution, we need adequate funding.
Debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I wish to thank, first of all, my colleague from Manicouagan for his heartfelt remarks. It's a pleasure working with him on this file. I think it appropriate, Madam Speaker, to commence my remarks in support of this motion with a quote from Sean Atleo, the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations. I intend to close my remarks by sharing messages from children. Sean Atleo said, "It's unacceptable in Canada that First Nations children cannot attend a safe and healthy school. It's unacceptable in Canada for First Nations education to languish with outdated laws, policies, and funding practices that do not support basic standards. It's time for fairness and equity. Shannon Kustashian stood up for justice so young people coming behind her might have an equal opportunity for a quality education in her community, just like other young people have in communities throughout Canada. Now is the time for fairness, justice, and equity. Now is the time to realize Shannon's dream." National Chief Atleo also shared with parliamentarians this sad statistic. More Aboriginal students are incarcerated in this country than graduate from high school. Less than 50% of Aboriginal youth graduate from high school. Why is this? Well, it's perhaps not surprising, given that on average First Nation students receive from $2,000 to $3,000 less support for their education per year than other Canadian students. And that is discounting the non-investment in computers, lab equipment, libraries, and other basic supports. The Parliamentary Budget Officer reported in 2009 that close to a tenth of First Nation schools are temporary structures. Only 49% were in good condition. Many had not even been inspected. 76% of Alberta and BC reserve schools were reported in poor condition. I have personally witnessed, Madam Speaker, the mold in the Lubicon Community School in Alberta. Increases in First Nations children's education funding has reportedly been capped at 2% increases per year since 1996. The cap on funding, remarkably, was imposed the year following the issuance of the report by the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples calling for substantial new investments. The funding shortfall for schools for 2009-2010 was $620 million. The cumulative shortfall in funding is estimated at $1.2 billion since 1996. The Parliamentary Budget Officer concurred with the finding of the Auditor General that the formula for band-operated schools has not been modified since the late 1980s and warrants review. Auditor Sheila Fraser, in her final report of June 2011, criticized the poor response by the government to the growing gap in education opportunities and rates of graduation for First Nation children. And she stated, "What's truly shocking, however, is the lack of improvement. Last year, Indian and Northern Affairs Canada reported that between 2001 and 2006, there was little or no progress in well-being of First Nation communities. In a wealthy country like Canada, this gap is simply unacceptable." She criticized the government for failing to implement the action plan both she and the House of Commons Standing Committee on Accounts, Public Accounts recommended in 2004 for post-secondary education. They called for a comprehensive strategy and action plan to address serious gaps. She said education is critical to raising the social and economic strength of First Nations comparable to other Canadians, and in her words, post-secondary education could improve employment opportunities for First Nations. Last November, I asked the government when it would finally commit to ending the discrimination in funding of education for Aboriginal children. The Parliamentary Secretary for Aboriginal Affairs responded that they had appointed another panel to recommend an action plan. Well, the action plan from the National Panel has been released. Their findings and recommendations mirror those of all the previous reports over the last decade. They issued a strong call for action now. The recommendations are reflected in this motion, Madam Speaker. When asked last week if his government would now finally end the discrimination and invest in education and economic opportunities for First Nations children, the minister astoundingly replied that he found the report aspirational. If decades of reports on inequities still fall on deaf ears, and if their international commitments are not inspiring action, perhaps this government will listen to the pleas of Canadian children. Yesterday, more than 400 elementary school children came to Parliament Hill to deliver their message to the government. Their message was clear. Aboriginal children have the right to an education of the same quality as other children. They can be counted among the many children across this country determined to carry on the legacy of Shannon Kustasian, to fulfill her dream of a school and quality education for her community of Attawapiskat and all First Nation communities. I was pleased to deliver the children's handmade schoolhouse filled with their letters to the office of the Prime Minister. They will be waiting patiently for his response. Last month, a delegation of Aboriginal students traveled to Geneva to present their concerns to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child on the failure of the government to comply with their international commitments to end discrimination to access to education. They shared concerns with Canada's failure to comply with commitments under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Convention on the Rights of the Child. They testified that Canada has yet to deliver on the rights of First Nation children to quality education in their own language, respecting their own culture, and delivered by their own peoples. Let me share just two of their heartfelt letters. This is from Krista. A long time ago, our ancestors made a treaty with the white people that included education. Now the government doesn't give the same amount of money as the others. They give us less. To me, I think that this is racism. It's not fair that we get less money, so it's up to someone to stand up and brought up the past about the treaty. We are going to fight for this. We need our education. A letter from Jeremy submitted to the UN Committee. I feel angry that the government is taking money from us. It's not fair that we don't have the same amount of money like other schools near our community. We want to learn as much as them. Why should it be different? We have dreams and we want to realize them. Without this funding, some of us won't make it to college or university. We need an education to succeed in life. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to share a plea sent to me just last week by Savannah Thomas, a Manitoba First Nation student, and she wrote to me, I'm a 19-year-old Aboriginal girl who spent the last 3 years trying to finish grade 12. I quit twice to go to work at Domino's Pizza. After I make a bit of money, I go back to school again. Presently, I have no income. I'm about to graduate from high school at the University of Winnipeg Collegiate. I hear a lot of conversations about how so many Aboriginal youth do not finish high school. For me, the point is lack of funding and no support from anybody except for my grandparents. My grandfather and grandmother have given me what they can over the past 2 years to stay in school. They're both old-age pensioners and can't spare much. I'm sure there are many other youth in my predicament. What do we do when no one listens? I read the other day about the government's response to the recent study in Aboriginal education. The word I hear is aspirational. However, this is not going to help me at all. I still need to eat and clothe myself in order to stay in school. Perhaps we need to look at individual cases across Canada. Where do we, as Aboriginal youth living in urban areas, go for help? My First Nation community does not have a high school, so a lot of us have no choice except to live in cities. But we are forgotten the minute we leave our communities. Our rights are portable and should extend beyond the borders of our First Nations. Savannah told me if she can just graduate from high school, she hopes to study earth sciences so she can help protect the environment. What can possibly more important, Madam Speaker, than investing in Savannah's and all First Nation children's futures? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal and Northern Affairs.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the passion with which the member speaks, and it's a pleasure working with her at committee, particularly around education and the relationship with the environment. and indeed, just as recently as this week, we had an opportunity to talk about that relationship so that First Nations communities can play an important role in environmental stewardship and processes that take place with development across the North. My question, Madam Speaker, is with respect to a recent agreement signed by Minister Duncan and British Columbia's Minister of Education, George Abbott, and Tyrone McNeil, the President of the First Nations Education Steering Committee. It was a tripartite education framework that aims to provide more flexibility for BC First Nation students with access to quality education programs to attend school on or off reserve. The question is, does she concur with the notion that provinces, as a constitutional matter, play a significant role in the administration and the delivery of education, have an important role to play across the country, and that developing these tripartite agreements across the country, as we have a number of already, are also an important way to improve the quality of education for First Nations on and off reserve. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments. Indeed, we are doing important work in our committee together. I do appreciate the opportunity to comment on the tripartite agreements. I have had the opportunity to look at the recent ones signed with the organization in British Columbia. I would have to offer that I think that the good part of the agreement is it is transferring responsibility for First Nation organizations to be organizing and overseeing education of their own children. But what I found lacking in this agreement was any commitment to dollars. And I am concerned that increasingly we're seeing this government downloading responsibilities that are solely its own, excuse me, including responsibility for First Nation peoples and their interests to the provinces. And that's a matter that I look forward to pursuing with the First Nation communities to make sure that their interests are being looked after.
Comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I share the emotion expressed by our colleague and the previous colleague who shared with us in a very dignified way his personal experience. I share that, and I say that because when I came to the House, I sat on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and we heard some very poignant, difficult testimony and evidence. And it went on. And in 2012, we still have to come forth with this kind of emotion. This is quite some time later. The government, over the years, could have set aside its ideology, its desire to implement its own ideas without thinking that today we need to resolve this issue. The Bloc Québécois put forth a private member's bill 549 on that subject. And here's my question for the member. How is it that today we seem to have reached a ceiling for services? The ceiling has been established at 2% to services, including education. That is unacceptable.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his dedicated work in the direction of providing quality education to First Nation children, and it's a very good question. As far back as, and probably earlier than 1995, recommendations have come forward to provide the proper funding to ensure the quality of education for First Nation children as are provided to other children. And it's reprehensible that report after report, as the Auditor General has said, in 30 reports over a decade, she had come forth and remonstrating against the government for lack of attention to this. We've heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer. We heard from other committees of Parliament recommending that the funding structure be revisited and be addressed. So yes, indeed, I would say today is the time. The budget that is coming soon to this House, that is the time to be addressing the shortfall in funding.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to address this motion. And let me start my remarks by thanking the constituents of the Great Kenora riding, particularly the 42 First Nations and the great people who work in towns and cities across my riding on First Nations education. And I appreciate their inputs over the past couple of years as we move forward together around strengthening the education on and off reserve for First Nations. And I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks from the outset here and extend my thanks for bringing this important matter to our attention. That said, of course, we have in my presentation this morning quite a bit to say about this because we've had even quite recently some major accomplishments in these regards. Non seulement je remercie l'honorable.
Not only do I thank the honourable member for the motion, but I also support it. Improving the education of students in First Nations communities and improving the conditions in which these children learn must be one of the highest priorities of all of us here in the House. First Nation children must be afforded the same opportunities as children who live off reserve.
Too high for us not to make First Nation education a priority. In fact, the stakes couldn't be any higher. First and foremost, quality education enables people, regardless of their backgrounds, Madam Speaker, to enjoy more fulfilling, more meaningful, and more rewarding lives. Nous savons également que
we also know that in today's knowledge-based economy, a quality education is an essential building block for career success and community enrichment. Continuing globalization and rapid technological advances are requiring new skills and knowledge to enter the labor market. In fact, study after study tells us that some 2/3 of all new jobs will require higher education or advanced training.
Less well known is that in this emerging working world, gaining a quality education is especially critical for people in First Nations communities. Why? It is especially critical for these Canadians because there are major developments occurring in regions where, particularly in the north and in the Great Kenora Riding, new industries and traditional industries, particularly in the mineral resource area, are fast developing. And as a group, First Nations people are much younger than the average Canadians. The median age of these Canadians is 15 years younger than all other Canadians, 25 versus 40. What's more, the growth of First Nation population has been 5 times greater than the growth of the country's non-Aboriginal population in the last decade. Simply put, Madam Speaker, young men and women of First Nation communities represent the fastest growing segment of our country's population and the most potentially dynamic contributors to our labour market moving forward. If our country is to address anticipated labour shortages in a variety of industries, if we are to boost levels of innovation and entrepreneurship, then First Nation kids must be equipped with a quality education. And if Canada is to reach its full potential in a world in which the highest paying jobs are filled by people who possess not only deep knowledge and keen skills, but also nimble minds who are eager to take on new challenges, then First Nations youth must be ready to take their place in this exciting labour market moving forward. Ces propos ont été réitérés à la rencontre.
This was echoed at the Crown First Nations gathering that took place in January. The Governor-General said that our future hinges on our ability to share and learn from each other and to create the conditions in which Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal people can thrive equally according to their hopes and dreams.
Conditions when it comes to education for First Nation children, Madam Speaker. The federal government spends some $1.5 billion each year to support education for approximately 117,500 elementary and secondary school students who live on reserves. C'est beaucoup d'argent.
That's a lot of money, Madam Speaker. Yet, it's not giving us the return we want. Educational outcomes by First Nation students aren't improving as quickly as they should be.
We are working with our First Nations partners to improve high school graduation rates for First Nations students. Currently, they are significantly lower amongst children who live on reserves than they are for other Canadians. We appreciate that. Without a high school diploma, labour market options are limited and diminished. Further, our government is currently spending more than $820 million annually on income assistance programs. We need to find ways to use these programs to better prepare First Nations for the workplace. Nous devons prendre des mesures pour inciter.
We must take steps to encourage more boys and girls in First Nation communities to stay in school. We must work to improve the educational outcomes of boys and girls in First Nation communities.
Nous devons aider ces jeunes à terminer.
We must help these young people graduate with the skills they need to enter a labor market that is projecting large labor shortages in the next 5 to 10 years. Including up to 190,000 jobs in Alberta and 80,000 jobs in Saskatchewan. With a good education and the right supports, these young people can be permanently attached to the labour force and fully share in Canada's economic opportunities.
First Nations children to experience better educational outcomes and set off on the path of personal and career success is not an easy task. First Nation education is a complex matter. Complex because the different levels of government involved, the different learning challenges that First Nation children face, and because of the very nature of education, First Nations or otherwise. And that's why our government is focused on practical partnership efforts with 2 new programs that are already working to set the foundation for long-term improvement for First Nation education. Indeed, Madam Speaker, these 2 programs are building blocks that are helping us establish some key school-based, commonly found in high-performing school systems around the country. Le premier est le programme de réussite.
The first is the First Nations Student Success Program. This program was created to support First Nation communities as they develop school success plans, implement learning assessments for students, and put in place performance measurements that will enable schools to assess and report on the progress of their schools and students. In particular, the program focuses on projects that these schools can use to improve literacy, numeracy, and student retention.
Individual First Nations to partner together to deliver projects and also to align with provinces, importantly, by implementing comparable assessments and improving the overall standard of education in First Nations communities. We've also advanced work on the Education Information System. It's a single data system, Madam Speaker, that tracks performance and in doing so responds directly to one of the key concerns that were raised by the Auditor General. Et je suis heureux de mentionner que
I'm pleased to report that 92% of First Nation students across the country are benefiting from the First Nation Student Success Program. That level of enthusiastic adoption of the program tells me that it's working, that administrators, teachers, and students at First Nation schools recognize the value of the program.
The program I want to discuss is the Education Partnership Program. This is a common sense initiative that establishes and advances formal and practical working relationships between officials and educators in regional First Nation organizations and schools, and officials and educators in provincial systems. I'm pleased to report that since 2008, our government has used this program to put in place 5 tripartite education memorandums of understanding with provincial governments and First Nation communities and organizations in New Brunswick, Manitoba, Alberta, Prince Edward Island, and also a sub-regional agreement with the Saskatoon Tribal Council, and as I mentioned in a question previous, Madam Speaker, more recently in British Columbia. These 5 partnerships, as a result of our efforts, have realized practical partnerships between the federal government, the provincial government, and First Nations communities, who now cover the education of some 58% of eligible First Nations communities represented in formal tripartite partnerships. On January 27, 2012, we signed a tripartite education framework with BC, as I've said, and the First Nations Education Steering Committee. I just want to give a few details about, Madam Speaker. This tripartite agreement seeks to ensure a comparable education so that First Nations students are able to transfer between First Nations schools and provincial schools at the same grade level and similar level of achievement. I might add, Madam Speaker, that this is an important indicator for success in college and university. Our ultimate goal, or one of our superordinate goals here, would clearly be to reduce, if not eliminate, the number of preparatory years at college or university that First Nation students would require before embarking on a substantive program in a specific faculty. But the momentum doesn't end there. Drafting of tripartite arrangements is currently underway in Quebec, Labrador, Ontario, and the Yukon. D'ailleurs, vendredi, je me joins.
On a similar note, on Friday, I will be in Chisasibi First Nation, Quebec. In fact, that's tomorrow, for the grand opening of this community's new elementary school. This new school is yet another demonstration of the commitment we all share to ensure First Nation students have the tools and facilities they need to succeed.
I'm pleased to announce, or to tell my colleagues in this place today, that over the past couple of years we've opened no less than 4 schools in the Great Kenora riding, or 3, one soon to be open. In some cases, these were schools that for more than a decade and a half needed to be replaced, and in previous administrations or governments had been passed over. In one instance, the Lac Seul First Nation had a school built for the first time, Madam Speaker, one of the richest historical First Nations communities, of course, Lac Seul in the Sioux Lookout region. So under the Education Partnerships programs, partners are working together, sharing expertise and services with the objectives of not just improving the learning environments, but importantly and objectively through the framework, Madam Speaker, to ensure that the appropriate facilities for First Nations communities are available to them so that children can go to school in a nice facility and celebrate learning. C'est toutefois le chef David Peter Paul de la première.
Yet it was Chief David Peter Paul of Pabineau First Nation in New Brunswick who voiced the best reason for this practical partnership approach. He stated that these forward-thinking agreements, like the one reached in his province, ensure that our First Nations children are better educated and prepared to meet the challenges of the 21st century.
And I couldn't agree more, Madam Speaker. In fact, these education partnerships are beginning to address some of the key structural impediments to progress raised by the Auditor General's report. But don't take my word for it. The success of these partnerships has been so apparent that First Nations leaders and provincial officials elsewhere in Canada have expressed a keen interest in forging similar tripartite arrangements. And I can assure you, Madam Speaker, that this government will continue to work with our partners in the months and years to come to develop these kinds of important agreements. Nous nous servons aussi de succès.
We're also using our success with these tripartite agreements as a springboard to carry out the next phase of partnership-based reform. Our government will continue to work with First Nations groups and other willing partners to overcome the challenges and impediments that they face.
In this government, no, we must work hand in hand with First Nations communities to address these impediments. There is simply no other way. And that's why we joined the Assembly of First Nations National Chief Sean Atleo, a champion in no uncertain terms for education for First Nations this summer to announce Canada's First Nation Joint Action, First Nations Joint Action Plan. And one of our key action plan steps or priorities was education. In the nonpartisan arm's-length national panel on First Nation K-12 education, we asked panel members to travel to First Nations communities across the country to gain perspectives and opinions from First Nations leaders, to gain the perspective and opinions from First Nations leaders, parents, students, elders, and teachers on further steps that we can take to improve First Nations education for children living on reserves. Many other Canadians have also had the chance to contribute to this important effort via the panel's website. Must be getting close to lunch. Permettez-moi de vous...
Let me provide you with one quote the panel received from Kenzie, a grade 7 student from Cross Lake First Nation, Manitoba. And I worked in that community for over 7 or 8 years as a nurse. So she said, no matter what kind it is, we will be better off with education. We become better people and better citizens, and we can also have better lives.
National panel members for their tremendous work, which will guide our actions in the months and years ahead. Their report, which was released just last week, provides valuable feedback and recommendations on the next steps that could be taken to improve education on reserves. They have done First Nations youth in our country a great service by offering a menu of pragmatic measures and recommendations to ensure that First Nations children succeed in school, develop their talents, and fulfill their hopes and dreams. Nous allons désormais travailler.
We will now work with the Assembly of First Nations and others to consider and act on the panel's recommendations to improve kindergarten to 12 First Nations education. Our overall goal, however, remains much the same: to provide First Nation students with quality education that enables them to realize their aspirations and receive the skills they need to enter the labor market and be full participants in a strong Canadian economy.
Madam Speaker, as I move to close my comments here with just a couple of minutes left, I want to emphasize that our government is determined that Aboriginal learners will enjoy the same opportunities as other Canadians. And this motion represents a relationship here in this place, as between all parties, that identifies and recognizes that while there remain some structural challenges ahead and that there continue to be questions of resources, it doesn't lie exclusively on any one of these. It demands our partnerships here in this place to have nonpartisan, substantive discussions about how we can work with First Nations communities, First Nations leadership, and organizations and the provinces to improve the fortunes of First Nations students and the education that they receive. And so, Madam Speaker, as I move to close now in just my final few seconds here, or half a minute, I want to thank the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development for his tremendous leadership in education, for his leadership in working with National Chief Sean Atleo and stakeholders and the provinces across this country, and for giving me the opportunity, not just at committee, but in so many instances, to work lockstep with him, my colleagues on the Standing Committee, and the tremendous support we've received from this caucus to make important strides towards improving education in First Nations communities across this great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments, encouraging comments going in the right direction. But I think what the concern is, how quickly are we going to be moving in that direction? It's encouraging that the government is now beginning to look at comparability. It's regrettable that past governments have stalled on that, and First Nations and organizations have been forced to go to the courts to try to seek direction that, in fact, there should be comparability between provincial and federal programs of social services, education, and so forth. And so the children deserve that they should have comparable, equitable programs. My question to the Parliamentary Secretary is this. The Auditor General, the Public Accounts Committee, the recent national panel between the First Nations and the government all came forward with the same recommendation, and that is that the government, we need to have in place federal measures that the First Nations can hold the government accountable to, and that includes federal legislation mirroring provincial and territorial legislation guaranteeing long-term funding for quality education, and secondly, clear binding criteria setting standards for the services that are going to be provided. So I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can advise us, in the coming budget, are we going to see the dollars and commitment to be immediately initiating this legislation, and the commitment to be making substantial action on ending the discrimination in funding and support to First Nation children?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and sorry for the grin, but I appreciate my colleague so much. She's one of the few people that is able to ask one question with about 15 in them, actually. We went from accountability to resources to legislation all in one fell swoop. I'm going to take this opportunity to focus on the accountability component of this, because I think this is key. When we look at the partnerships that we're establishing, I think it rests with all of us, both as a government, federally, as a provincial government, who has constitutional competencies in this, administratively and in terms of program delivery, and with respect to the First Nations education organizations, First Nations community leadership, and families, Madam Speaker, that we all understand moving forward that the accountability here is for us all to make important, substantive contributions to helping not just to improve education, but as has been highlighted even so far in this day, a commitment to find the best ways to keep kids in school. And I think we all have to make contributions in this way. This is about accountability in those regards. And on the question of resources, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, we have identified education as a key priority in the Joint Action Plan, and we're going to work with the Assembly of First Nations and our provincial partnerships to understand that we all get maximum value for our collective investments into education moving forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Palliser.
And thanks to the speech given by my honourable colleague. A couple of questions. What role does the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada play in First Nations elementary and secondary schools? And how many students does AANDC support when overseeing the delivery of elementary and secondary education?
Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm humbled by rising to answer the question from a gentleman who has invested his professional life in education in the great province of Saskatchewan, from where my mother and her father and so many of my family members hail. That's a great question. Aboriginal Affairs supports First Nations and their regional organizations by providing fundings for programs and services for elementary and secondary education for First Nation students who live on reserve. This includes funding for students who are attending band-operated schools or funding for the tuition for First Nations students who live on reserve and attend provincial schools. We are talking about 117,500 students very quickly, 61% in band-operated schools, 36% in provincial schools, and 3% in federal and private schools across this great country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Paul's, and I apologize. To be fair, I should have recognized.
No, that's okay.
Member for the Liberal.
Madam Speaker, I was just going to ask the parliamentary secretary: will they be voting for this motion or not?
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I think I mentioned in the outset of my speech that we'll be supporting this motion, but I get no greater pleasure, Madam Speaker, than rising in this place and answering any question, whether it's water and sewer, education, health services delivered by the federal government, and to hold the third party's record to account for this. Decades of whimsical and irresponsible spending is what gave rise to these foundational problems and structural challenges that we face. I know I was living there during those dark decades and experienced firsthand the shortcomings of that government as they were then with respect to education and any other major file with respect to on-reserve living conditions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, but the Parliamentary Secretary asked us to work together. I would suggest that perhaps we should step back a little bit. We have a situation of institutional discrimination that's gone on for many years and left our First Nations children particularly at risk. And we hear the extraction companies talking about how they need our First Nations, which is one of our largest growing demographics as well. We have to not only invest to correct the mistakes of the past, but to prepare for the future. And I would like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, this discrimination in the sense of the $2,000 per pupil difference from the rest of Canadian students, is the government prepared to address this directly?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the honourable member's question, and I think with the exception of my last answer, where I have perhaps a little bit more of a personal point of contention with the previous government's handling of this and other files, the tone has been respectable, to say the least, and I've said to my colleagues across the way that we look forward to working with them. That said, on the matter that the member raises, Madam Speaker, we're going to move forward in a manner that respects and understands the role of all of the partners on this important point. Obviously, to the extent that there is a need for reconciliation in these regards, we believe that improving the quality of education necessarily demands that we all understand how what resources we put into this support the administrative capacity of providing a good education, Madam Speaker, and a framework that is done through tripartite agreements, for example, that absolutely delivers on reconciling what, if any, disparities from a purely resources perspective there may be out there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, I'm interested in the member's comments, and I'm sure I'd be interested in knowing in terms of what he thought of the Kelowna Accord. When he talks about all parties and stakeholders coming together, that did occur. Paul Martin did a fabulous job in terms of bringing First Nations and Aboriginal peoples, many different stakeholders together in Kelowna. They came up to a multi-billion-dollar agreement that would have been able to resolve many of the issues that we have here today, Mr. Speaker. Yet one of the first actions this government had taken was to get rid of the Kelowna Accord. And my question to the member is, does he not recognize that the Kelowna Accord would have done far more for our First Nations people than this government has done in the last number of years in which it...
I would like to give the honourable member
Speaker,
to respond.
Typically, lob questions come from this side of the House. But in this particular answer, I'm given yet a second gift from the third party. The fact of the matter is, and I think if you asked Paul Martin at this very moment, whether his 13 years as the finance minister, and then subsequent to that, his brief period as the Prime Minister, with the greatest of respect that I can muster for him on this particular file, he would admit, I would think, that not enough was done. So to say that the Kelowna Accord, on the eve of the third party being put out of power by Canadians across the country, Madam Speaker. It was a strong signal that their policies in these regards hadn't worked and didn't work. And I have the unique experience of having lived in isolated First Nations communities during that time period. So somewhat credibly, Madam Speaker, I can tell you that the frameworks that we're moving together with now depend on good relationships with First Nations leadership and our provincial partners. Thank you, Madam.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Paul's.
Would have expected better, but that's okay.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today on behalf of the Liberal Party on today's Opposition Day motion on Shannon's Dream, moved by the member for Manawatugan. Although I have to say that I was disappointed by the gesture that member made at the inappropriate attempt at humour at the beginning of this very, very serious debate. But it also gives me a huge opportunity to thank the people that help me to do my job on a daily basis. The Right Honourable Paul Martin, our leader from Toronto Centre, former Minister Andy Scott, the Aboriginal Peoples Commission, the Aboriginal past candidates, especially Cynthia Wesley-Eskimo, and our Aboriginal colleagues in the Senate. And I also want to thank Daniel Rubenstein and in my office and Rick Tice. This is a huge file, and it is not one that is possible to do in any way on my own. Today's motion is inspired by the courageous words and the work of Ms. Shannon Kustashian of Attawapiskat First Nation, who raised national awareness of the education gap between the First Nations and non-First Nations education systems, but died tragically in a car accident before she could realize her goal of equal education for First Nations kids. We also, I think, at this time need to applaud the inspiration and tireless work of Cindy Blackstock and the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society, who thankfully is there all the time, pushing us, making sure we're better. And I have to say, across this country, when people sit and ask, what can I do, to be able to send people to the Caring Society's website, to be able to understand Shannon's Dream, Jordan's Principle, and the First Nations I Am a Witness campaign actually makes people feel that there's something that they can do to bear witness to this in this unfortunate situation where more and more causes across this country are really relegated to the refrain of "see you in court." On
behalf of my Liberal colleagues, I would like to pay tribute to Shannon Kustashian and reiterate our full support for Shannon's Dream and call for an end to the funding gap for First Nations education. We support the right of every Aboriginal student to a high-quality and culturally appropriate education. To reach that goal, the federal government needs to work in consultation and in partnership with First Nations to, first of all, admit that a funding gap exists, which the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs is refusing to do. Second, cooperate with the First Nations to set up an education funding framework that is based on the needs and real costs of this education. And third, create the structures needed to guarantee success and ensure mutual accountability for First Nations education results.
On the National Panel of First Nations Elementary and Secondary Education concluded there is actually no First Nations education system in Canada. Instead, a patchwork of uncoordinated, unaccountable, and underfunded policies and programs that have failed First Nations students. The panel heard from First Nations about many gaps, including no regular reporting on the educational attainment of the child, poor quality of reporting on learning needs, inadequate or non-existent early literacy and numeracy programs, absence of any meaningful or functioning special needs system, no funding or support for language and cultural curriculum and programs, poor school facilities, including at least 100 schools that are not up to standard in terms of physical facilities and are not safe places for learning. Very limited programs for quality distance learning, limited availability of technology or library support, and significant discrepancies in remuneration institutional supports, and benefits for school staff, including teachers and principals. Unlike in the provincial education systems, where there is a statutory guarantee for education and funding is based on real costs and real needs, there is no legislation governing First Nations education, and a cap currently exists of funding increases. With these significant gaps, it's no surprise that the educational outcome of First Nation learners on reserve are so unacceptably poor. According to Aboriginal Affairs' 2010 Departmental Performance Report, the high school graduation rate for First Nations students living on reserve was just 33.3% in 2009-2010. The graduation rate actually fell 7% from 2008 to 2009. Par comparaison,
by comparison, 77% of non-Aboriginal Canadians have graduated from high school. The Auditor General noted that at that pace, it would take 28 years for First Nations communities to catch up in terms of education.
Lack of educational attainment is directly related to the disproportionately high rate of incarceration of Aboriginal people in Canada. For example, according to the 2006 census, the incarceration rate among Aboriginal young adults in Alberta without a high school diploma and employment was 46.1 per thousand, compared to 2.4 per thousand for those with a high school diploma and a job. A major impediment to closing the gap has been the chronic underfunding of First Nations education, which the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs continues to shamefully deny. For the benefit of the Minister, here are the facts. Based on population growth and cost inflation, federal funding for First Nations K-12 education should have grown at 6.3% per year. However, the Conservatives have continued to cap funding at 2% per year.
At the same time, provincial funding for education from kindergarten to grade 12 has grown by over 4% since 1996. And this has created a funding deficit of approximately $2,000 to $3,000 per student per year.
First Nations has calculated that the accumulated funding shortfall for First Nations education was $620 million in 2009-2010 and $1 billion since 2006. The underfunding does not take into account what is needed for basic services like libraries, First Nations language training, support services like special education, and the development of culturally appropriate curriculum, which are not included in INAC's funding formula for First Nations education. Recent reports by the Senate Standing Committee on Aboriginal Peoples and the Auditor General as well as the National Panel have all called on the federal government to end its systemic underfunding of First Nations education and base funding on real cost drivers. Even the provinces are calling on the federal government to respect its moral, legal, and constitutional responsibilities and provide equal funding. Just yesterday, Don Drummond's report to the Ontario government recommended that the Ontario government should put strong pressure on the federal government to provide funding for First Nations on reserve education that at least reaches parity with per-student provincial funding for elementary and secondary education. This past December, the Senate committee likewise concluded in its report, Reforming First Nations Education, that we believe a new funding formula negotiated by the parties and based on real cost drivers must be developed to replace the current system of contribution agreements. And just last week, the National Panel recommended that the government ensure adequate funding to support a First Nations education system that meets the needs of First Nations learners, First Nations communities, and Canada as a whole, and remarked, it does not seem clear that most First Nations schools do not have sufficient it does seem clear that most First Nations schools do not have sufficient resources to properly support the success of their students. It is important to acknowledge that both the Senate Committee and the National Panel reiterated that funding alone will not solve the problem. It must be accompanied by steps to build a new First Nations education system centered around a jointly developed First Nations Education Act. For this reason, the National Panel recommended the following steps be taken immediately in the upcoming budget, with a new funding formula coupled with new standards of accountability for expenditures and results, is developed. Increase education funding for the 2012-2013 school year by an amount equal to the percentage increase for provincial schools. Increase teacher and administration compensation to a level equivalent to provincial schools in order to recruit and retain educators. Make an immediate investment in the early literacy programs. My Liberal colleagues and I agree completely with the need to immediately lift the 2% cap, and we will be looking to the upcoming budget to see if the Conservative government is upholding its stated commitment to improve First Nations educational outcomes. The minister's remarks that the National Panel's recommendations and timelines are merely aspirational have put this commitment into question. This reminds me of the government's position on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, which states clearly in Article 14 that Indigenous people have the right to establish and control their educational systems and institutions, providing education in their own languages and in a manner appropriate to their cultural methods of teaching and learning. That Indigenous individuals, particularly children, have the right to all levels and forms of education of the state without discrimination, and states shall, in conjunction with Indigenous peoples, take effective measures in order for Indigenous individuals, particularly children, including those living outside their communities, to have access, when possible, to an education in their own culture and provided in their own language. While the Conservatives endorsed the declaration in November 2010, after initially refusing to do so, the government has since made clear that it views the declaration as, I repeat, aspirational. In a reply to a recent order paper question I submitted, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs wrote that Canada endorsed the declaration without the intention of creating legally binding obligations, and that the declaration does not give rise to any requirement to undertake specific reforms. I surely hope that the minister's use of the term aspirational does not indicate that the government intends for First Nations education reform to befall the same fate as the declaration. Getting back to the need for funding reform, Liberals also strongly support the recommendation that any new funding formula must abandon the old model of grants and contributions in favour of multi-year statutory funding based on real costs that is predictable and sustainable. This would not only respect First Nations jurisdiction and the government-to-government relationship between the Crown and First Nations, but would undoubtedly create stability and improve outcomes. There's also need to be dedicated funding for First Nations on-reserve educational infrastructure. The impetus from Shannon's Dream was the struggle for Attawapiskat to secure funding for a new school to replace the existing portables located on the site, contaminated by a spill of over 50,000 litres of diesel fuel. While the federal government repeatedly issued tenders for the construction of a new school in Attawapiskat, after years of delay, there are 100 other communities with similar needs. Without appropriate infrastructure funding, the gap will surely remain. There have also been recommendations to create an accountability and reporting framework to assess improvements, a national commission to support education reform and improvements, and the creation of regional First Nations education organizations.
Today, while this House is discussing the right to education for First Nations citizens, we need to remember that investing in education is not just a question of self-reliance for Aboriginal communities, but also of performance for Canada's entire economy. Canada is facing a critical shortage of skilled labour, which will increase with time. First Nations can and must play a role to reduce this scarcity, but this will happen only if we work with the First Nations to close the gap. The Centre for Studies on the Standard of Living has pointed out that raising educational levels and outcomes for First Nations will contribute $401 billion to our GDP, increase government revenues by $5.8 billion, and reduce government spending by $8.4 billion over a 25-year period. Especially in northern and remote communities, access to high-quality education will mean that more Aboriginal people will be able to take part in developing our natural resources and other projects.
Liberals have recognized both the right to education and the economic imperative of education. We have strongly supported the need to work in consultation and partnership with First Nations to dramatically increase the level of education attainment. Our party collaborated with Aboriginal people to create the Kelowna Accord, which, among other things, provided $1.8 billion in new targeted funding for education over 5 years in order to raise First Nation outcomes to a level equal to the rest of Canada. While today's debate is largely about First Nations K-12 on reserve education, we also need to address First Nations post-secondary education, as well as the barriers facing Métis and Inuit in achieving better educational outcomes. In terms of post-secondary education, the 2% cap on post-secondary student support program is a significant barrier to increasing the number of status Indian and Inuit students receiving a post-secondary education. The need for more investment in post-secondary education is clear. In 2006, only 8% of Aboriginal people had a university diploma, as opposed to 23% of the general population. In addition to post-secondary education, I learned in a recent meeting with the Association of Canadian Community Colleges that there is a great demand for additional investment in academic upgrading programs so that Aboriginal Canadians who have not graduated from high school are able to do so later in life. Regarding Inuit education, the recently released National Strategy on Inuit Education report, First Canadians, Canadians First, identifies the factors behind the Inuit education gap and recommendations for the way forward. The federal government also needs to work collaboratively with its provincial and territorial counterparts to ensure that there are Métis-specific educational programs. Before I conclude my remarks, I would like to share with members a letter written by a young First Nations boy named Wesley, who contributed to Our Dreams Matter Too, an alternative report from the Shannon's Dream campaign to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child on the occasion of Canada's 3rd and 4th periodic reviews. Wesley wrote, "I'm writing this letter to you as a young Native man with something to say about my education. I have attended kindergarten, elementary, and high school on reserve, and I'm aware of the differences between the education that I have received and the education that non-Aboriginal off-reserve students have received. That lack of funding is a concern. The lack of resources is a concern. But the lack of cultural content in our school is the biggest concern for me. If we had more funding, there would be more possibilities to include cultural activities. If we had a better sense of culture, we would be more confident, which would lead to success in life. I would like to see Native Aboriginal students treated and funded the same as any other non-Aboriginal students, because we are all students. We are all human. We are all equal and should be treated as such. I would urge all members to support today's motion. We have lost 6 very long years in improving the educational outcomes for Aboriginal students in Canada, but it is never too late. We know what must be done. All that's left is political will to do not only what's right in terms of fairness and equity, but what's right in terms of securing Canada's economic, social, and cultural future. Ending the underfunding of Aboriginal education is where we must begin.
Comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Madam Speaker, if education for First Nations was something that could come from speeches, then they would have the best education system in the world. But the problem is that it is not through rhetoric, it is not through talk, but rather through funding. We have not achieved the outcomes we need, and this has been going on for many years. Over the past 25 years, there has been underfunding of this system. Everyone is responsible. We are all responsible. We have not managed to convince people that when budget cuts were imposed, they should not affect teaching and education. I am not pointing the finger at any particular party or person, but I want to know today whether people are willing to walk the talk. whether the Liberals, for example, are willing to deliver the goods.
Member for St. Paul's.
Oui, merci pour,
Miss, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his comments. It is very important to stop blaming people and to start providing these children with what they need. That is what is important. In the budget coming up in March, we can look to genuine investment to help Aboriginal children and students.
Already. It's been 6 years, and things have just gotten worse. It's time to push reset now, look to the future, and make sure that the discrimination stops.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, we appreciate the ex post facto wisdom of the member here. But the reality is that 6 years ago, in addition to water and sewer matters on reserve, the state of health program delivery and its infrastructure, and as we are speaking thematically today, education, were a mess, frankly, Madam Speaker. And hundreds of schools either needed to be severely rehabilitated or replaced, or in some cases, some communities needed a school for the first time. When I became the MP, there were schools that had, at least in one instance, that had burned and had not been replaced by the previous government. So, Madam Speaker, my question is clear for the member here in these regards. Is she willing to concede today that over the 13 years that the Liberals were in power, that hundreds of schools had been neglected, that there was not an objective framework to prioritize the replacement and rehabilitation of these schools? That's it, Madam Speaker. Yes, sir.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Thank you very much. What I will acknowledge is that our government worked in realized that the present system wasn't working and that there needed to be a partnership between First Nations, Inuit, Métis communities with the provinces and the territories and the federal government. We worked for 18 months on a plan that then was named the Kelowna Accord. We booked $5 billion into that accord that was actually in that fall economic statement. I know that this government tore up that accord, pretended it never exists, has taken it down off their website, even though you can go and look at it on the Saskatchewan website, and we have had 6 lost years. I am prepared to say to the member that we will look forward now, but we want to know that there will be money in this budget to be able to do the kind of infrastructure and education rebalance that was in the Kelowna Accord.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very pleased to hear my honourable colleague speak on this issue. I am concerned about the issue of the 6 long years. Never be it said in the House that I've given the Conservatives a break on anything, but we're talking about 100 lost years. And anybody who's in my age or older who was a First Nation was taken from their family and put in residential schools. Now, we apologized for that 2 years ago. But anybody younger than me was put in those federal schools that were treated as they were basically dumps with substandard education. And then they turned them over to band schools without funding. So what we've seen is an accumulation of decades of systemic negligent abuse that has gone all the way through Indian Affairs, where the reports have sat on the desks. This was never a priority until children made it a priority. That's what makes this motion different. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, rather than go back and forth as to how we got here, Shannon's dream talks about the necessary steps of going forward. Can we, as a parliament in this day and age, rectify the 100 years of abuse towards our First Nation children and say, this is the beginning that we start to march forward?
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Madam Speaker, I meant to and should have acknowledged that member in my remarks, and I will take this time to say that his tireless work on this file in actually working with Shannon and towards the dream is really admirable, and the work that parliamentarians need to be doing. This is absolutely this day to debate Shannon's dream is an opportunity for all parties to come together to rectify, as you've said, 100 years of doing it badly. And I hope that the member understands that the reference that we had such hope in the fall of 2005 when frankly his party took us down, that we could have actually been able to move on the investments that took place in the accord after that 18 months of work. We have to go forward together.
Order, please. Order, please. There are many people who are rising for question. I'd like to give the opportunity. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it's such a timely debate. You know, it's unfortunate this debate didn't happen many years ago. You know, I look back and look through the history, and I think what we need to refocus our talk about here is on the kids. This is important for the kids. We want to make sure these kids get the proper education they deserve in a fashion that's accountable and bankable. But, you know, Madam Speaker, we've had a situation in the past where government just threw money at it. Closed their eyes at it, closed their eyes, throw money at it. Our conscience is clean. Oh, there's a problem again? Close their eyes, throw money at it, conscience is clean. This has been the Liberals' attitude towards this whole file throughout the decades. Close your eyes, throw money at it. Don't worry about accountability. Don't worry about where the money's going to go. Don't worry if it actually gets to the kids and the education. We'll just throw money at it. That doesn't work, Madam Speaker. And I think the member would recognize that those type of policies are days gone by. We need policies that work with the First Nations people directly, that actually achieves the goal in a partnership with First Nations. Will she not recognize that the policies of throwing money at everything do not work, and that accountability, but having, more importantly, partnerships with First Nations to achieve the results that we require for our kids so that they participate in the economy in the future, have to be one that's done in cooperation with First Nations and one with accountability and a process that makes sure it achieves results. Will she not recognize that, please?
Member for St. Paul's.
I will be the first one, Madam Speaker, to admit that the paternalism of the past has not worked at all. That doesn't work. And the reason that the process that was involved in the Kelowna Accord was to build bottom-up with First Nations, Inuit and Métis, was to build a system of accountability that actually would work and was implementable and of their own design. In that accord, there was a First Nations Auditor General. There were real targets, but there was also the necessary money. And I think that the member from Timmins James Bay would admit that there hadn't been money put in place for a school. There hadn't been money put in for the infrastructure. And that you cannot pretend that with Tinkerbell dust that we can just wish and this will all be better. It requires serious investments and then serious strategies. What, by when, and how will all First Nations children...
Order, please. Order, please. The honourable member for Saanich and Gulf Islands for the last question, but it must be very brief. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to make it clear that I plan to vote for this motion today, and that the scandal of the treatment of children in First Nations communities, our failure to give them the education they need and deserve. They have a right to a decent education. My question to the honourable member for St. Paul's is very direct and very brief. What does she believe it will take to see this legacy of shame end once and for all?
The honourable member for St. Paul's, 30 seconds response.
Thank you very much to the member, and I think that the exciting thing of having Cindy Blackstock and the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society, the brilliantly articulated Shannon's dream, people have been thinking about these things for a long time. It's up to us to listen and then to put the appropriate resources there and then to work with the First Nations people on the ground to actually make sure that we are reevaluating all the time in terms of the investments and in terms of the results. And if more money is required to get this kickstart out of the darkness, then we need to be able to see that and have a commitment that will happen in stable, predictable funding that they can count on and that they can plan like any other community in this country.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to advise you that I'll be sharing my time with the Member of Parliament for Timmins, James Bay, who's been a true advocate on First Nation issues. I'm happy and proud to be able to speak to this motion today on a subject that is of vital importance to the people of my riding, for First Nations and for Canada as well. I think the motion, if I were to sum it up in a word or two, speaks to opportunity. The motion addresses the nuts and bolts of leveling the playing field for First Nation students who are being denied what most of our kids take for granted. It sets a course that would see the benefits of education improve the lives of more First Nations people and, by extension, their communities, which can only be described as a very good thing. What we are debating today comes largely from Shannon's dream. Many of you will know that Shannon Christashin never got to attend what we would call a normal school. Her school was closed because it was built on contaminated soil. She received her education in portable trailers that were charitably called temporary schools. Shannon dreamt that she would be able to go to school like all the other Canadian kids. It is a simple dream if you think about it. Most kids aren't dealing with that issue and get to enjoy other dreams. Sadly, Shannon passed away, but not before she brought her dream to prominence and created a great awareness of the challenges she and other First Nation students face. She was extraordinary, and all she wanted is what we would call an ordinary school. This was in Attawapiskat, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and it is the same community that Parliament was seized with as winter set upon Northern Ontario a few months back. 9 years ago, the children there created an Attawapiskat School campaign and have heard promises from 3 different ministers of Indian Affairs since, none of which ever amounted to a new school. Sadly, we know that Attawapiskat is not alone, and there are many First Nations that share similar circumstances. In fact, former Auditor General Sheila Fraser told us it would take 28 years to bridge the gap if we didn't increase our efforts, which is why New Democrats are making this issue a priority. For many Canadians, it is difficult to understand, Madam Speaker. It is difficult to understand how we can have a thoroughly modern country yet are unable to deliver the kind of education that makes all the difference in the child's development for a significant portion of our population who live on First Nations. This chronic problem has moved well past pressing and immediate and can more accurately be described as critical and urgent. There is a cost associated with chronic conditions, and over time, the costs can start to outweigh those of the preventative measures that would put an end to the condition. In this case, the cost is that Canada is being robbed of the benefits that flow from a better educated population, and it is short-sighted if we decide that we cannot make the proper investment now. The Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development is studying land use and sustainable economic development right now. We are hearing a lot about training. This motion today addresses the conditions that are needed to ensure that any training received on reserves has roots set in solid ground. That ground is good education, one that allows a person to be a lifelong learner, able to develop more skills and become a net benefit to themselves, their community, our country, and its economy. If you think about it, this motion dovetails nicely with the agenda set out by the government on its own committee. I hope that other members will come to see it in that way as well. I certainly wouldn't want to stand before you and tell you there aren't any success stories among our First Nations schools. The shame is there aren't more. The same can be said of any school, it is true. But the challenges faced by educators and students in far too many First Nation schools are of a different scale and seem to persist no matter how much good this chamber can muster. I want to share some of the findings from the report of the National Panel on First Nation Elementary and Secondary Education for Students on Reserves with this House. I think it will help focus some of the broader issues New Democrats are trying to address in our motion. The report stated that in 2006, approximately 50% of the on-reserve population aged 25 to 34 did not have a high school certificate, compared with 10% for other Canadians of the same age. Can you believe that, Madam Speaker? That there is an absence of a system for quick assessment and diagnosis of special needs to provide individual learning plans and resources for children with those needs. That at least 100 schools are not up to standard in physical facilities and are not safe places for learning. These are not findings we should be particularly proud of as parliamentarians. They speak to challenges that must be addressed and work we have to undertake. This motion goes a long way in doing some of that. I have to ask, Madam Speaker, who could actually say they are against ensuring good schools are in place for First Nations kids? Who could be against the broader benefits of education or deny basic health and safety to school kids? You'd have to be one Scrooge McDuck to say Canada shouldn't make this investment and make it a priority. I read something as I prepared for this debate. It was written by Lorna Williams on the subject of Indian control of Indian education, and it captured the benefits of education in a nutshell. She wrote, "Education teaches more than the required curriculum. It teaches hard work, persistence, self-discipline, consistent effort, responsibility, cooperation, commitment, mutual respect, and tolerance." Certainly, these are qualities we would like to see our children have. How could it be any different for parents on reserves across Canada? I'd like to take a moment to tell you about a constituent that I met shortly after I was first elected. Her name is Eden Bowden, and she lives in Michigan First Nation on Manitoulin Island. When she was 9, Eden created the Pegasus Literacy Writing Award to encourage First Nation students, and other students at that, to write stories of their own and to pursue an education. I have been invited to my friend's award ceremony every year since, and think she is a great example of a young girl who is getting a good education on reserve. I want there to be more Edens all across Canada, and I think this motion goes a long way to doing just that. I'm hopeful, Madam Speaker, that some of the government's newfound willingness to work with the opposition on reasonable proposals makes its way into the vote on this motion. I am glad that the government has indicated, the Parliamentary Secretary today for Indian Affairs has indicated that he will help us pass this motion and use the upcoming budget to provide the funding needed. I believe that is the kind of Parliament Canadians want, and this is the kind of motion they would like to see come from this place once in a while. The challenges are obvious. We have had steady inflationary growth coupled with population growth on First Nations that erodes current education budgets and allows no headway to be made on well-documented problems. We know that people with a grade 12 education are twice as likely to be unemployed, receive social assistance, engage in antisocial or self-destructive behavior, and be involved in the criminal justice system. We know that improving education for First Nations will give them opportunities to contribute to the economy and workforce. We have an idea of the money needed to do all of this work, and we should not be afraid to make this good investment in ourselves. We should be proud to be parliamentarians who can say we did something to really move the chains on the education crisis plaguing our First Nations. Former National Chief Phil Fontaine posed this question in the 2008 editorial article. If 88% of First Nations children do not have access to early childhood programs, no money for language education, no funding for libraries, and no money for computers, what does this say about how our country cares about our children's future? I believe we can pass this motion include the money needed in the upcoming budget, and move on to the next challenge. And there are so many challenges to address. We are asking a lot of our First Nations, Madam Speaker. Just ask the bands that are seized with questions about development on their land. I understand I'm out of time, and I'll be glad to maybe finish some of my points in a couple of minutes.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for contributions. Similarly, it's great to work with her on the Standing Committee, and great to have a partner from Northern Ontario in those regards. And I agree with her assessment that important preconditions for training and skills beyond secondary education means getting a good education on reserve. And I appreciate organizations like SLAM out in Sioux Lookout, WASA, who do upgrading with First Nations communities, overcome some of the geographical barriers that we pose for adult learners. And my question to the member is whether she agrees with me or agrees as a standard in terms of moving forward with education that is on par, and I'm not asking about the resource component here, is that does she agree that the province plays an important role in bringing the standard up? We've seen some principals in some of the communities do their best to introduce testing so that grade 12 students can go out and have a good chance to start a college education or university education. But is the province, in fact, an important part of that process with respect to achieving standards after high school?
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. And of course, the provinces play an important role in education. On this matter in particular, what we need to ensure is that there is proper consultation with First Nations with respect to their needs for education. And if that is working in conjunction, if they believe that this is working in conjunction with provinces, then I think they will take those necessary steps. The issue at hand here is that, you know, education funding from not only this government, but successive governments, both Liberal and Conservatives, have continued to fail First Nations. You know, Chief Shining Turtle from the Whitefish River First Nation has indicated that, you know, that since 1988 the government has not provided an increase in funding, and he goes on to state that all stages of First Nation education require attention and support. As the fastest growing population in Canada, and as confirmed by countless studies, enhancing investments in First Nation post-secondary education is a critical requirement that will return significant dividends to both First Nations and Canadian societies and economies, as stated in the report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development 2007. And you know, he quoted this in the letter that he wrote to the Prime Minister on February 19, 2010.
Comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her remarks. I can speak personally to the fact that she is a stalwart Member of Parliament speaking on behalf of First Nations rights and interests, and it is an honour to work with her. And I promise to finally get to her communities. The question I'd like to put to the Honourable Member, we've been reviewing in our Aboriginal Affairs Committee discussions about economic opportunities for First Nation peoples. And we just heard this week from Regional Chief Toulouse for Ontario expressing concern about the failure to deliver on treaty rights and entitlements, and the inability to actually benefit from resource development, which of course would help them to have resources to educate their children. Would the member like to speak to that?
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, and she has 1 minute to respond.
Oh, well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And 1 minute isn't a heck of a lot when we look at this broad issue. And of course, Regional Chief Toulouse has certainly been working very hard with our First Nations communities in addressing the treaty rights. And until that is dealt with, I think we're going to continue having these challenges. Let me just quickly make a statement on that, or reiterate a statement that Chief Angus Toulouse had said when he appeared before the Standing Committee, and it's actually included in the Reforming First Nations Education from Crisis to Hope report that was tabled. It says he says the impacts of this cap and he talks about the funding gap can be felt everywhere from antiquated education facilities to day-to-day classroom operations to the lack of resources available to fully develop and sustain First Nation structures that provide second and third level supports. They've been saying over and over again, this is the issue that needs to be dealt with, and over again, Liberals and Conservative governments have failed to deliver.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, it is a great honour today to rise and speak to Shannon's Dream motion, representing the great people of Timmins and the James Bay region where Shannon Kustashian was born. Today in Fort Albany is the great moon gathering where all the Cree communities are coming together, and tonight in Fort Albany I'd like to point out that the great band Tragically Hip is coming to perform in Fort Albany because of their recognition, because they've been inspired by the young people of the James Bay coast. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic moment in this Parliament, and I would say a historic moment for Canada. This is the first motion that I've known that has been driven by children. The reason we're debating this issue is because children across this country have recognized that their brothers and sisters are being denied basic education rights, that this is an issue about putting children first. And I cannot think of another instant where you could have school children in New Brunswick, school children in Nova Scotia, school children in Ontario, school children across Western Canada, who could tell every member of this Parliament about what Shannon's Dream means, because they know this, they've been living this, because they've been inspired by the story of Shannon Kustashian. So this is a historic opportunity. I would say it's also extremely important for us as parliamentarians, for all the rock throwing that goes on in this House and all the blame that has happened, and this is our job, we fight with each other. But there are occasional moments when, as a nation, we are called to rise to something greater. That moment for me came when we all came, the ones who were members in the last Parliament, for the apology for what happened to the residential schools. And I remember standing in this House on that historic day and thinking, who is going to apologize to this generation of children? That question had remained unanswered. But today, perhaps, with the adoption of Shannon's Dream, not just the idea of Shannon's Dream, but the actual principles that have been articulated about the need to close funding gaps, the need to ensure that we get ring fencing around capital projects so we can start to build schools, the need to ensure that we have adequate teacher-student ratios, class size ratios, just like every other child in this country has. If we agree to that as parliamentarians, we are taking a historic step forward. And I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, the children are watching. I'd like to tell you a bit about Shannon Kustashian because George Strombolopoulos picked the 5 teenage girls in history who kicked butt. I know that's probably not a parliamentary expression, but George Strombo's words were a little even tougher. He picked Joan of Arc. He picked Anne Frank. He picked Mary Shelley. He picked Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which I'm not sure why, but my kids say that's got a lot of street cred. And he picked #1 Shannon Kustashian. That's an extraordinary effort for a child who came from the impoverished community of Attawapiskat. But I'd like to tell you, Mr. Speaker, Shannon did not want to make history. Well, she might have liked to make history, but she didn't set out to be a hero. She wanted to be on a volleyball team. She wanted to have a locker. She wanted to write notes in classroom. That's what Shannon wanted. She had a dream that she could have what she called a comfy school. You know, Mr. Speaker, one time I was walking with Shannon. We were in Cobalt, Ontario at Little St. Pat's Public Catholic School, tiny little school. It wouldn't even be on the radar of what you'd think would be a proper school today, but it has a nice, comfy little feel. And I was walking with Shannon, and she kept disappearing on me. And I went to look for her, and she was looking in a class window, and I said to her, "Is something wrong, Shannon?" She said, "I wish I had my entire life over so I could go to a school like this." That at the age 13, she had realized that opportunity was slipping away from her that might never come back. And, Mr. Speaker, when you see the sense of urgency through a child's eyes, the sense that if they don't get that education, they're never going to get out. They're never going to be better off. That is a deeply disturbing thing. And, Mr. Speaker, we've known about the underfunding. We've known about the study after study that sat at Indian Affairs for years. We've known all about it. It just wasn't a priority. Nobody in this House actually thought that it was a priority, that children were suffering substandard education, that children were being treated in systemic discrimination based on their race and the fact that they lived on reserves. It was never a priority until one child said enough. And when Shannon Kustashian stood up and started to fight, other children came with her. She has been called by so many young people across Canada as the Rosa Parks of this generation, the one who said, enough's enough. We don't want to spend another day sitting at the back of the school bus. So, Mr. Speaker, this can be about the blame game. This can be about the horror stories, the communities, the hundreds, some that have been mentioned, but I can tell you individual communities that I've gone to where children, how they can even get up and go to school in the morning and sit in those cold substandard classrooms, to me is a sign of real heroes. We could talk about all that. Or we could talk about how we're going to actually fulfill the obligation of this great nation. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, every now and then I'll hear people say, oh, well, when's enough enough? When's enough that we've done our bit with First Nations? It's like, Mr. Speaker, we are on a path together. We are on a relationship together. It has been an abusive, dysfunctional relationship, but we will continue on this relationship together. And it's incumbent upon this House of Commons to stand today and say that we believe as Canadians a fundamental principle that every child has a right to an education. Every child has the right to guaranteed access to education. Mr. Speaker, a right to an education isn't just a school. A right to an education is a more fundamental principle. Children shouldn't even have to know what the right is. When they walk in that school, just like any child in Timmins or Red Deer or any other community in this country, their rights are encoded in law so that the class size ratios are guaranteed, so that if they have dyslexia or autism, that there's a plan for that child if they have special needs, because the child has only one childhood, Mr. Speaker. It is too precious a thing to waste. And under the bureaucratic indifference of successive governments, we have squandered the lives and potential of tens of thousands of wonderful young Aboriginal children who were never given what they could get. So, Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about today was Shannon's Dream motion. This is a motion that was born the moment, the day after Shannon's horrible death on May 31st, 2010 on Highway 11 just south of Temagami. I would say that was the worst day of my life, Mr. Speaker, when I found out that we had lost a youth leader. But people started to call me. National education leaders, national labor leaders, Cindy Blackstock, people who said we've got to carry this on. Young Chelsea Edwards from Attawapiskat called me. Her community was devastated. The whole James Bay was devastated that we had lost this young leader. And we said, we have to fulfill what Shannon started. And so the language of Shannon's dream was crafted out of that tragedy, out of the sense of grief, that we sat down with the Assembly of First Nations, we sat down with the Canadian Public School Boards Association, the trustees, the teachers, and we said, what are the steps that are necessary to guarantee that this generation of children will not be squandered? And so here we are, Mr. Speaker. 2 days later, Shannon would be 17 now. Shannon had a dream. I think she wanted to be a lawyer on some given days. I'm not sure what she wanted on other given days. But she wanted to get an education more than life itself. That was her passion and her belief. And she used to say to me, it wasn't about her anymore. It was about the younger brothers and sisters. And I think of those younger brothers and sisters in my communities, in Kashechewan, where we don't have a proper school, and Attawapiskat, where the kids are still waiting for a school. They're looking to this House of Commons. And this is a moment of unity, not just for the First Nation students, but for the non-Native children from across Canada who've reached out and said, if we work together, we can bring change. So here we are in this House of Commons. This is our moment. I'm calling upon all parliamentarians to say, this is our time. This is the way we apologize to what has been going on, and this is the way we move forward as a country. I'd like to see the support of every member in this House when we stand for Shannon's dream. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his intervention today. Certainly, as a neighbouring riding in Northern Ontario and sharing communities along the James Bay and Hudson's Bay coast, I appreciate his experience and perspective in these regards, and I can assure him with all due respect to Shannon, that there are a number of children and great First Nations leaders in Northern Ontario who have certainly been a motivation for me and other parliamentarians to ensure that new schools are being built, new training facilities, for example, in Pikangikum Confederation College, working there on the, in cooperation with the community for the exciting White Feather Forest Management Program. One of the rare relationships, Mr. Speaker, that's going to provide important training. And I'm hopeful as a signatory to the Indian Residential School Agreement that there won't be a need for an apology, Mr. Speaker. But my question to the honourable member is this. Outside of a pure education, does this member agree with me that there are other things that are important, particularly given the vastness of Northern Ontario, that add to a child's education, like communications, access to radio and newspapers through Wawate? And does he support the commitment that our government has made to ensure that these kinds of communications reach out to those communities and provide important forums for a life learning forum that's also important to getting a good education?
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for mentioning Wawate Radio, which is the connecting points for all of our northern communities that otherwise are not able to, in some ways, communicate. We need to see the digital infrastructure built. But the fundamental issue comes down to meeting the provincial standards that exist. That what Indian Affairs has gotten away with for years is telling children to go out and you have to meet the provincial standards if you're going to pass. But we're going to fund you at the federal rate. We're going to build smaller schools than the provincial standard. We're not going to meet those standards. Education is the beginning. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, when you go into Fort Albany, where we have a good school, it's just underfunded, but we have a good school, the sense of hope in those children's faces is remarkable. You can see it because of that school as the centre of that community. Every one of our First Nation communities, we need to ensure that that school is the centre point. And it's culturally based, like in Fort Albany, where the elders come in and they sit there in a central circle, and the young people come in and the students, they feed them, and there's a sense of community. That's how we start to heal. That's how we build the opportunities. And that's how we will see the immense resources that these communities have to offer the rest of our country and to themselves.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Speaker, and I must say that the member from Timmins James Bay, there's no one in this place that has worked harder for the First Nations of our country. I'm very proud to be in the House with him. Sometimes, and the Parliamentary Secretary, the remarks I've heard from him today were very positive. But aside from this, and aside from the talk about education, until we reach the point where there's a clear understanding that institutional discrimination for years has affected the First Nations people, until a First Nation person has a toilet instead of a pail, until there's no mold or leaky roof in their house, until the foundations are there to support the child at the home level. Building all the schools in the world won't work if we don't address these needs as well. And I'd ask the member from Timmins James Bay to please comment.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The one thing I want to say is I am so inspired by the incredible resilience of people and communities in my area, people in Attawapiskat who have hope, who have an incredible belief, and they put their belief through their children first. So what we have to do here today is honor that obligation to the children. We need that as our first step right now. We have many, many other issues, the issues of mold, the issues of housing crises. We can start to deal with those as well. But we need to make that firm commitment to the children and to say that as a child, your future is sacred and that this House of Commons will protect the rights of the child. We sign that at international agreements. We should never, ever have to send Aboriginal youth, like went to Geneva last week, to challenge Canada to live up to that. That's our first job. All the rest, we will begin, if we show goodwill, to make a difference.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to express my full support for the motion tabled by the honourable member from Manicouagan. The education of First Nations students is of the utmost importance, and this government will continue to do its best to improve educational outcomes of students attending First Nations schools. Education plays a crucial role in preparing individuals for the labour market. A quality education equips a young person with the skills and sensibilities needed to thrive as an adult. There is no question that First Nations students should have access to educational opportunities that will help them thrive. For all young Canadians, education should encourage and inspire them to stay in school. Ultimately, education should enable students to acquire the skills they need to enter and succeed in the labour market and to share fully in Canada's economic opportunities. The truth is that for many years, high school graduation rates among First Nations youth have lagged well behind graduation rates among other Canadians. This means that this young and growing segment of the Canadian population is limited in its ability to contribute to and benefit from Canada's economic prosperity. Achieving this goal absolutely depends on improving educational outcomes among First Nations students. Unfortunately, there is no easy solution. Many factors contribute to the problem. Solving such a complex problem requires a multifaceted strategy developed in partnership with First Nations, one that addresses specific factors in a complementary way to inspire overall progress. This is an apt description of this government's strategy for First Nations education. And while much work remains to be done, I am convinced that this strategy has us on the right track. Mr. Speaker, my remarks today will focus on a single aspect of the strategy: infrastructure. First Nations own and operate communities' infrastructure on reserve, and as such, they are responsible for the operation and maintenance of their schools. They are also responsible for minor renovations. The Government of Canada also has responsibilities for First Nations education infrastructure. Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development plays the lead role in exercising these responsibilities. The Department provides financial and advisory assistance to First Nations for the development of school infrastructure on reserve. This assistance takes a number of forms, from investing in projects, to building new schools and facilities, to renovating and repairing existing ones, and providing funding for project design and planning. In fiscal 2010-2011, our government's total investment in the building and renovation of schools was $304 million. Since our government came into office in 2006 up to 2010, we have invested approximately $924 million on school infrastructure projects. For the 2011-2012 fiscal year, Aboriginal Affairs Northern Development plans investments of approximately $198 million. These amounts reflect the fact that this government appreciates the benefits of safe and productive learning environments for First Nations students. To get a better sense of how investment decisions are made, one must have a grasp of a few key programs and processes. The primary funding vehicle within Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development is the Capital Facilities and Maintenance Program. The program invests in four main areas: housing, education, water, and wastewater systems, and other community infrastructure, such as roads, bridges, and fire protection. The total annual budget for the program is approximately $1 billion. Investment decisions under the program are guided by four criteria. The first involves addressing immediate concerns related to personal health and safety. The second criteria relates to proactive measures to address potential risks to health and safety. The third criteria involves recapitalization and major maintenance, such as whether a project would extend the useful operating life of a facility or asset, or maintain its original service level. The last criterion pertains to actual and anticipated growth, the adequacy of existing infrastructure vis-à-vis a community's current and emerging needs. School projects, whether for new construction or renovations, are further prioritized at the national level based on health and safety, overcrowding, and curriculum requirements. To manage funding decisions, the program relies on regional 5-year capital plans. Each investment plan lists specific projects First Nations in the region intended to complete as funds become available. Regional investment management boards make the final investment decisions based on program criteria and relative priorities. Mr. Speaker, last year, Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development completed a progress report on educational facilities in First Nations communities. The report examined the period of April 2006 to December 2010, and it provided a valuable summary of recent accomplishments. During the period, a total of 248 school projects were completed with a total value of approximately $415 million. Projects completed during this period included 22 new schools, major renovations to another 22 schools, and the construction or major renovation of 20 teacher residences. The list also includes another 184 projects involving minor renovations, the purchase and installation of portable classrooms, and feasibility and design work. Another 100 school projects were still underway, including new schools, major renovations, teacherages, upgrades to mechanical and heating systems, roof repairs, and other renovations. Since the review wrapped up, I am pleased to report that the implementation of the final year of Canada's Economic Action Plan has been successful in the completion of 12 new school construction and renovation projects, an investment of $173 million. As a part of the Building Canada plan, $102 million has been allocated from the Gas Tax Fund to build 5 new and renovate 2 existing on-reserve schools. Of these, 4 school projects have been substantially completed, and the remaining 3 projects are progressing well. Mr. Speaker, although investment statistics and details about programs and funding processes are essential parts of this government's strategy, they tell only a small part of the story. To get a true sense of the considerable benefits of improvements on-reserve school infrastructure, one must look closely at individual projects and their impacts on communities. Consider, for example, a new school that opened last year in British Columbia's Okanagan Valley. The Penticton Indian Band's Utmaskelu School is a modern facility built to highlight ancient cultural traditions. The school has already become an important gathering place for the community. Jonathan Kruger, the chief of Penticton Indian Band, says the school means a great deal to the community. During an interview, he described it this way: it builds a strong foundation for the future if our children grow up in a stronger environment. They're going to grow up to be healthy, and they're going to make great decisions, and they're going to do great things. Schools such as this can help lead to better educational outcomes for First Nations children. Better outcomes lead to employment success, personal fulfillment, and create the foundations for strong, sustainable communities. This is part of the reason that Canada's Economic Action Plan invested $7 million into this project. Another new school in British Columbia also promised to improve educational outcomes. In 2011, a HoC First Nation opened the Moktusin School with 11 classrooms. The school will provide a safe, comfortable, and stimulating environment for students in grades 8 through 12. This government contributed $9 million through Canada's Economic Action Plan and another $3.8 million from the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Capital Facilities and Maintenance Program. Last November marked the grand opening of Kistapishkow Elementary School at Peter Ballantyne Cree Nation in Saskatchewan. A fire destroyed the old school in 2005. The new school will accommodate 250 students, 170 grade 1 through grade 5 students, and another 80 in kindergarten. Canada's Economic Action Plan contributed $20 million to this project. Our contribution supported the design and construction of the school, roadways, parking lots, and playfields. Investments such as this one provide lasting, sustainable benefits for First Nations and help create jobs. Birch Narrows First Nation built a new $25 million comprehensive school last year, thanks to investments from our government, the province of Saskatchewan, and the First Nation. Before the school was completed, students attended schools outside the community. Chief Robert Sylvester described the impact this way. Not only will we have input into the instruction of our students receiving education, as parents, we'll have peace of mind knowing that our children will not have to travel outside the community to get it. This school will also help to enhance our rate of student graduations, which should translate into an increase in the number of students who continue their education beyond grade 12. Further east, a major school renovation project in the Innu community of Netkun, Quebec, has already begun to have positive impact. Thanks to an investment of $9.4 million from the Canada Economic Action Plan, the project replaces several portables at the Wewitstun School with permanent classrooms. The First Nation managed the project. In an interview, Chief Francois Bellefleur talked about the impact of the project. This work is excellent news for the community, but especially for the students. Natashquan youth deserve to study in a safe, healthy, and modern school. In the long run, modernizing the school, especially by building new classrooms, will certainly contribute to the success of our youth. School infrastructure projects have had similar positive impacts in several communities in northwestern Ontario. Last November, Wabasimun First Nation opened a 16-classroom facility for students of kindergarten through grade 12. The Misha Kiwe Witun Memorial School can accommodate up to 460 students. This project was made possible thanks to a $25 million investment under Canada's Economic Action Plan. In the words of Chief Nelson Fisher, I look forward to witnessing generations of learners passing through the school and reaching their full potential. In September last year, Spirit Lake First Nations in Ontario also opened a new school. Construction was made possible by investing $14.4 million from Canada's Economic Action Plan and $1.5 million from the Aboriginal Affairs Northern Development Capital Facilities and Maintenance Program. Chief Rita Thompson had this to say about the project. The children of North Spirit Lake have a beautiful new school to learn and grow in. This facility will be an asset to our community for current and future generations to come. Mr. Speaker, we have been speaking about Shannon's dream. Attawapiskat First Nation, also in Ontario, has begun to plan construction of a new elementary school. This government has set aside funding over the next 3 years to support that project. The First Nation, in partnership with the department, is responsible for managing all aspects of this project, including tendering and selecting contractors. The first 2 phases of the work plan to build the new school have been completed. The school capital planning study and the detailed design phase was approved on January 25th, 2012. The construction phase is ready to move forward, and the school is anticipated to open in 2013-14 school year. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to report that the local member of Parliament from Timmins James Bay is supportive of this time frame, having stated in a May 20th Canada Press article that the 2013 is a good timeline. You couldn't build a school up there any quicker. The Government of Canada is encouraged and hopeful that Shannon's dream will continue to have a positive impact on Attawapiskat First Nation and potentially on other First Nations across Canada. Mr. Speaker, all of these stories emphasize that an important link exists between schools and a First Nation, between the bricks and the mortar of the school and the hearts and the minds of the community members. With more than 400,000 Aboriginal youth projected to enter the labour market by 2020, the Aboriginal population is poised to help meet Canada's future labour market requirements. In order for young men and women of First Nation communities to take full advantage of the opportunities available, they must be equipped with a quality education. Mr. Speaker, that challenge begins with the buildings themselves. This government will continue to invest in school infrastructure projects in First Nations communities as part of our larger strategy to improve educational outcomes. We are committed to working with First Nations and interested parties to ensure that First Nation children receive a quality education. I encourage my honourable colleagues to endorse the motion before us and to support this government's efforts to improve educational outcomes in partnership with First Nations. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Algoma, Kapuskasing, Manitoulin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to, I really appreciate my colleague's comments and speech, and you know, it certainly has given us some hope that as opposed to dusting off reports and going study after study, that hopefully we will see, and maybe he can answer this as part of the question, is he, you know, can he maybe elaborate on the fact that whether or not we will see an increase in funding for First Nations education in the budget. And I also want to paraphrase a quote from Sean Atleo, who appeared before the Senate committee when they did a report. The report was tabled on education for First Nations. And he said, "The current approach for funding First Nations schools through an outdated formula combined with time-limited proposal-based programs is just not an acceptable approach. The 2% cap on annual expenditure increases that has been there since 1996 has meant that classroom funding in First Nation education has not kept up with inflation nor with population growth. We estimate that at least 6.3% increase was required over this time period simply to keep up." So I'm wondering if the member can advise us whether or not we'll see the funding cap reduced, if he's in agreement about the 6.3% increase that the Chief has indicated was required as well. Thanks.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoy working with the colleague on the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee. I can say that we have committed $198 million this year for capital towards infrastructure with regards to the 2011-2012 budget, as was mentioned in my speech. I am very, very encouraged by our government moving forward to ensure that First Nations do have the right education equal to that of everyone else in Canada, and I believe that we will be able to do that working collectively together.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. I'm very privileged to be on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee and working with my colleagues on both sides of the House here, Mr. Speaker. And in particular, I was honored to be able to attend the First Nations meeting here in Ottawa on January 24th and see where, in fact, that First Nations and the Government of Canada are agreement in working together in partnership, Mr. Speaker. And I know that education is a high priority, in fact, for our government, and we have done a number of things. And my question to my honourable colleague, who also sits on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, Mr. Speaker, is how much money has Canada put into First Nations schools?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you for the questions from the member from Medicine Hat, Brooks, I believe. Medicine Hat, thank you. So far, since 2006, $924 million has gone into schools. I believe, as I believe everyone in this House believes, that the cornerstone for First Nations education is the building to which they can enter into, to which they can learn in, and to which they can come out of a better person and attain the type of education and workforce that they want. And I believe that by continuing to put money into First Nations schools, we will be able to attribute to that.
Questions and comments, the honourable member. I especially appreciated the comments about Natashquan, which is in my riding. I was there just a few days ago. I have a question and a comment. Part of the infrastructure is already unusable because the roof has come off part of the building. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't speak to with regards to how that building is in this structure right now, but I do believe that if there are problems with the infrastructure of that building, that the Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Committee would look at it and ensure that it comes up to standards to which the students can go in and enter and have an education.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague for his question or his statement. What I hear today, myself being First Nations, we're comparing First Nations schools, and I think with Canadians, we see it all across Canada, First Nations schools, the provincial education system. And what I get really frustrated about is that all education systems are using portables. I went to school in a portable, and I lived in a city of 25,000 people. And I see the system of how the education has developed, where I see the NDP and the Liberals giving a paternalistic mentality. I look at First Nations, I look at the schools when I travel. As a First Nation, we should take care of our property, take care of our schools, and have pride in ourselves. But hearing the opposition, the member from Timmins, James Bay, it took him 7 years to get off his butt to get in the House of Commons to bring up that issue of education. Then I hear the member from First Nation from St. Paul's stand up where she wants to do fundraising for school, where First Nations, where we try to fundraise to take kids out of the communities. The question I have here today for the member, just in regards to the allocation of how many schools have been built over the past, since 2008, or basically during Canada's Economic Action Plan. I've had 2-3 new schools built and many modernizations into my riding of Desnathay, Mississippi Churchill River.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you for the question from my colleague across the way. We've had 22 new schools built since 2006, with 22 others with major renovations. We have others on the way as well. And we believe that the cornerstone to any educational system is that to have a vibrant school that can accept students, provide them with the best education, and let them flourish after they have their education.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll make a comment on the question that was just posed and talked about the member for Timmins, James Bay, and I tell you that both the Liberals and the Conservatives have continuously failed to address the issues in Attawapiskat, and the only one that has been really bringing those issues forward has been the member from Timmins, James Bay. And even though they actually had someone in the community who refused to bring the issues forward. So I think that it's really atrocious for the comments that he's made, and I really commend my member from Timmins James Bay on this issue. But again, I would just like to ask the member, you know, the issue is about schools. We have schools, but the issue is also about underfunding for teachers. And in this budget, in the upcoming budget, will there be funds to ensure that First Nations teachers will be paid the same as, will have equal funding, equal wages as those in non-First Nation schools?
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you very much for the question. The impact of teachers being in schools we have to ensure that those teachers that are in school are paid at a very good rate to ensure that students get the maximum benefit from those that are teaching them. The provincial system that oversees the school systems will ensure or have to ensure that is equal to both Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal teachers.
Questions and comments? A short question. The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague's intervention. I think he would recognize that one of the best tools on the path to self-reliance is in education. And one of the best ways to improve the economic situation of any community is by improving their education. It's in fact why National Chief Sean Atleo is focused so heavily on improving education for First Nations across this country. And I'm just wondering if the member will comment about removing the 2% cap on funding. There was a question earlier. I'm wondering if he will commit now to removing that 2% cap.
The honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia, short answer, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The issue with regards to the 2% cap will be looked at by the ministry, and I can't at this point in time by me personally speak to that, but I encourage all members to speak with the minister to ensure that something is rectified.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be splitting my time. And I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues, to those colleagues that have worked so hard on this issue. You've heard from many of them in the House already. Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in support of today's opposition motion. This motion calls on the government to adopt Shannon's dream by the following: declaring that all First Nation children have an equal right to high-quality, culturally relevant education, committing to provide the necessary financial and policy supports for First Nation education systems, providing funding that will put reserve schools on par with non-reserve provincial schools, by developing transparent methodologies for school construction, operation, maintenance, and replacement, working collaboratively with First Nation leaders to establish equitable norms and formulas for determining class sizes and for funding of educational resources, staff salaries, special education services, and Indigenous language instruction, and finally, for implementing policies to make the First Nation education system at a minimum of equal quality to provincial school systems. Shannon Kustashian of Attawapiskat First Nation had a dream: provide First Nations children and youth with culturally based education in safe, comfortable schools, or comfy schools, as she called them. In her short lifetime, Shannon became the voice for First Nation Reserve children who had been deprived of their right to an education. For 10 years, the community of Attawapiskat fought for a school to be built on their reserve. They refused to accept that the best the federal government could do was portables set up on grounds that were so toxic and so contaminated that children were actually passing out from the benzene fumes. For a time, it seemed that the community's efforts would pay off and that a school would finally be built for the children of Attawapiskat. But in 2007, the federal government reneged on their commitment, choosing instead to continue the chronic mismanagement and underfunding of the education of First Nations children. Mr. Speaker, the lack of adequate First Nations education is inextricably linked to the issue of widespread and persistent poverty. In Canada, being Aboriginal often means being poor. 1 in 4 First Nations children grows up in poverty. That's 25%, Mr. Speaker. Why is this the case? There are a number of factors that contribute to these unacceptably high rates of poverty. The unemployment rate of Aboriginals is almost 10 percentage points above that of non-Aboriginal population. Aboriginal youth are less likely to complete secondary education, as my colleague from Manicouagan pointed out earlier today in his speech. Living and health conditions are also well below Canadian averages. Mr. Speaker, it has been documented that Aboriginal people have shorter life expectancies, in part due to higher risks of disease, such as obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. Mr. Speaker, we know that we can break the cycle of poverty through education. I believe we must also understand the importance of culturally based education. During the era of residential schools, Aboriginal children were forced to assimilate into European Canadian society. Their cultural traditions and languages were taken away from them in what some would describe as a cultural genocide. Today, educators of First Nation children face the task of recovering the cultural heritage of First Nations so that the children can once again take pride in their heritage. In my riding, there are 2 First Nation communities, the Coquitlam First Nation and the Kakite First Nation. The Coquitlam First Nation takes its name from the salmon that had historically traveled up the Coquitlam River. Coquitlam literally means red fish up the river. Their culture is similar to other Stalo and Northwest Coast Salish groups. Their traditions are closely tied to watersheds and the life cycle of the salmon. After contact with Europeans, their spiritual, linguistic, and cultural traditions were challenged. They lost their right to sell and trade salmon. Their children were placed in residential schools, and a system of regulations and protocols handed down by Ottawa was imposed on their lands. This process of regaining these rights and traditions is a lengthy and complex one. I would also like to speak about the Kakite First Nation, which is historically located in New Westminster. At the end of the 19th century, there were some 400 members of that nation. But by 1913, only 1 orphan band member remained. The federal government seized most of the band's reserved lands, and the orphan child, Marie Lee Bandura, was sent to a residential school where she would be punished for speaking her native language. The burden of shame stayed with her throughout her lifetime. Her daughter, Chief Rhonda Larrabee, eventually uncovered her family's heritage, and after a lengthy process, she was able to reclaim her status as a member of the Kakite Nation. Mr. Speaker, the stories of the Coquitlam and the Kakite First Nations demonstrate that today, more than ever, the federal government must work in partnership with First Nations across Canada to ensure that First Nations children have access to culturally relevant education so that students can re-engage with and take pride in their traditions, languages, and cultures. We know what the challenges are, and we know what the solutions are. And these solutions have been reiterated time and time again over the past 2 decades. Over the course of former Auditor General Sheila Fraser's 10-year mandate, her office produced 31 audit reports on Aboriginal issues. In these reports, Ms. Fraser highlighted the gaps between First Nations and non-First Nation education, stating that, quote, conditions are getting worse instead of getting better, unquote. She also noted that between 1991 and 1999, at least 22 studies recommended the following measures to improve the quality of First Nations education. Address retention of Aboriginal languages. Enhance curriculum to meet First Nations needs. Increase funding for special education, counseling, and library services. And address inadequacies in special services, technology, and guidance clinics, and improve teacher training. In her final report in 2011, Ms. Fraser criticized the government for failing to take action on her previous reports, noting that despite over 30 reports in the past decade, little action had been taken by successive governments to address the inequality. This February, the National Panel on First Nations Elementary and Secondary Education released its final report, following through on its mandate to consult with First Nation communities to develop recommendations on how to improve education for First Nations children. The report called for the co-creation of a First Nation Education Act, which would outline responsibilities for each partner in the system and recognize and protect the First Nations child's right to their culture and identity, a quality education, funding for the system, and First Nation control of First Nation education. Another of the report's recommendations called for statutory funding that is needs-based, predictable, sustainable, and specifically designated for education. Mr. Speaker, report after report has called on the federal government to take action to protect the rights of the First Nation child. How many more dozens of reports are required before this government will take substantive action? I believe that the national attention paid to the housing crisis in Attawapiskat this past winter has served as a wake-up call to this government. And I'd certainly like to acknowledge my honourable colleague from Timmins, James Bay, for his tireless work and for drawing attention to this important issue. Mr. Speaker, the First Nations Summit held in Ottawa just this past January was a step in the right direction. Now it's time for the government to keep its word and take immediate, concrete action. This begins by rebuilding trust between First Nations and the government and working in partnership to break through the status quo. Mr. Speaker, I hope today all members of this House will come together in agreement that it's time for change. And I just want to finish by reading into Hansard the words of Shannon Kustashian. Quote, I would like to talk to you about what it is like to be a child who grows up never seeing a real school. I want to tell you what it is like to never have the chance to feel excited about being educated. That's why some of our students begin to give up at grade 4 and grade 5. They just stop going to school. Imagine that. Imagine a child who feels they have no future even at that young age. We want our younger brothers and sisters to go to school thinking that school is a time for hopes and dreams of the future. Every kid deserves this, unquote. Mr. Speaker, this is Shannon's dream. We need to make that a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend, the member who has raised and supports, as I do, this motion, again recognizing that I also want to acknowledge that my riding is in Saanich territory, where there are 4 First Nations that uniquely have something called the Douglas Treaty, which we should be called upon to observe. In this instance, I want to ask my honourable friend what he believes will be the kind of commitment that will make the difference to ensure that all First Nations children receive the high-quality education that they deserve.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for that question. And I want to just reiterate what or comment on what Canada's New Democrats or an NDP government would do. We would commit to removing the punitive 2% funding cap, the cap that exists today, which really focuses on the current inequities, which is what I think is holding back putting in the kind of the funding into a quality education system for every Aboriginal First Nation child across this country. That's what we would commit to. That's what we've been asking the government to commit to. That's what I think needs to happen. There is some money being placed and addressing, and you've heard the parliamentary secretary and others commenting on this funding that has been placed into First Nations education. What is recognized is this is inadequate. We need to have that 2% cap removed so that we can address this, the fundamentals that go along with education, and address even the poverty issues that exist on reserves for bands across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way for his intervention. Coming from British Columbia, I think I'll just take this opportunity to ask him how he feels about the Tripartite Education Framework Agreement. I take the points around the issues of spending on a per-student basis, but we know moving forward, based on our consultations and our relationships with First Nations and the provinces, that part of the success in reconciling this, improving the quality education and the outcome, is based on a flexibility within the provinces with First Nations and the federal government to get into certain agreements which guarantee comparable standards of education, whether they're on or off reserve, and the flexibility to deal with the reality of students who may transfer to a provincial or to and from a provincial or First Nation school. Does he see this tripartite agreement, as by way of examples, and others that we formed with the provinces, as an important step moving forward with respect to improving the quality and the outcome for First Nations children? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's question, and I absolutely agree that a tripartite partnership and agreement is fundamental in developing a sound relationship with First Nations. This is, and as he referenced, I'm from British Columbia, from New West Coquitlam. I've worked a long time with First Nations, and one of the most fundamental elements of working with First Nations is developing a relationship. Developing a relationship takes time. It means establishing trust, and that's something that you have to do over a long period of time. But once you have that trust, once you have that relationship, once you've built those agreements, you have to take action. And it's not like we don't know. As I pointed out in my speech, the Auditor General has pointed out time and time again over the past 10 years, what are the specifics that we need to do to address the systemic, fundamental problems of not only education, but poverty that exists on First Nation reserves. We know this. We need to build on the agreements, the partnerships that exist, and we need immediate, concrete action today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is actually with a great deal of sadness today that I rise to speak on this motion. From 1984 to 1992, I taught in an inner-city school in Nanaimo. And at that inner-city school, we had a very high percentage of Aboriginal students. And I saw the struggles at first hand that those students were going through. After having taught for a while, I became a counsellor at the school. And I soon began to see overall how many of our students left school, our Aboriginal students, disappeared out of school, I would say, at a very, very early age. And when you're involved with young people, you have to ask yourself why. Why was that happening? Why was it that so many of our secondary school students from our Aboriginal community were leaving school and we had no way of knowing what was happening to them? And as I got to know many of the students, I began to realize the struggles they were having. And I also began to realize that in order to address those issues, we had to talk not about equality, we had to talk about equity. And that there were services that we needed to provide that were not needed by all students at the school, but were absolutely needed by the First Nations students. I also saw in our school the lack of role models and mentors, and the kind of alienation the young people felt in the public schools when they walked into those hallowed ground, so to speak. And I left in 1992 and I returned to that school in 2007. And during that period, both provincial governments and federal governments made all kinds of pronouncements of how they had made things better. And I would have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it was with a great deal of sadness that I realized when I went back into the school that things were actually worse for our First Nation students. Actually worse 15 years after I left an inner city school. Yes, what I did see in the school were more First Nations workers. What I did see was more liaison or more closer ties with the community. What I did see was more social interaction. But what I also saw was a greater number of students who were disillusioned and not engaged in their learning. And one of the fundamental reasons that these students were not engaged in their learning is, one, we were trying to educate them in an environment that was not culturally sensitive. Not culturally sensitive. We were trying, through our own education system, and without meaning to colonize, because that's what you do end up doing. And there was very little in the curriculum or in their day-to-day teaching about the Aboriginal community itself or about the language. And as we know, that maintenance of a language is a very, very important link with the culture, and therefore absolute imperative to try to preserve many of our First Nations languages. But the point I wanted to make here is when you look at Shannon's dream, what she's asking for is not just a nice school. What she's also asking for is a culturally sensitive education, so that the curriculum actually speaks to who the First Nations children are, who their parents are, speaks to their history, and speaks to their dreams and aspirations. This reminded me a little bit about my early years in teaching, when there was a wonderful reading program in England called the Ladybird Reading Program, and in that there was This Is Peter, This Is Jane. Both Caucasian, beautiful language. Jane and Peter had a dog called Pat. They had beautiful picnics. They would put out a tablecloth. Then they would go to the park, and everything would be glorious. And at one time, that reading program was sent to the Caribbean. And it was amazing when the results were that this amazing reading program that was so successful in England, why it failed in the Caribbean. Because the children in the Caribbean could not relate either physically or with the kind of activities that Jane and Peter were engaged in. They did not have the kind of a family structure that Jane and Peter had. They did not go every Sunday in the summer to the cricket field or to have a picnic. So one of the things I've learned about teaching over the years is that if you really want to connect and engage children in their learning, you have to connect with the child. And because those of us who stay in teaching, we may come into teaching to teach a subject, but I can assure you, those of us who have the passion for teaching and stay in teaching, is because we fall in love with working with children. And the only way, and I've argued this most of my life, the only way you can be an effective teacher is if you build that relationship and know where the students are coming from. Because your role is not to make them like everybody else. And today, in our multicultural society, we're sensitive to that. But I would say where we lack that sensitivity, even today, as a nation, is towards our First Nations communities. And this is where, we have at Wappiscat in the news a lot recently, and I really want to thank my colleague Charlie Angus for having the courage, but also for the passion for social justice and for equity, that he has not given up on that story or on that community. He has gone there and he has painted us a picture, and suddenly the world's eyes are on Wappiscat. The United Nations is looking at that, the Red Cross is looking at that, and every Canadian is looking at what I would say are some of the worst third world type living conditions right here on Canadian soil for Canadian citizens. And Canadians are upset. They want action. And I would argue they don't want to have long-term promises anymore. And I would say that the children cannot wait. I have a very difficult time when people say, well, this is going to be a 20-year plan. But that 20-year plan has to start today and has to be meaningful and actually has to provide services. For 12 years, imagine from the birth of a child to the time they reach 12. 12 years is a long time. That Wappiscat has been dreaming of a school. And in the meantime, Shannon has passed on without having her dream realized. And I would urge all my colleagues in all sides of the House to go to www.shannonsdream.ca and watch this very moving video. And then every one of us make a commitment in this Parliament that we're going to work together to make Shannon's dream come true. Every child, every Canadian child, no matter where they're born, north, south, centre, east, west, to Aboriginal or to other ethnic groups or whoever they're born to, deserves what I would argue a quality education, and it makes economic sense to provide that because the savings to the healthcare system and in productivity, in taxes back to the public, all show that this is not just a humanitarian issue, this is also economic argument that the Conservatives should be able to understand. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear my colleagues speaking on this issue. It's an extremely important issue in terms of First Nations peoples, the Government of Canada, and the other parties, all interested parties, including the students and the elders and the parents. And I just wanted to point out to the Honourable Member that we've invested approximately $1.5 billion in First Nations education and 118,000 students. We have just reached an agreement, a tripartite agreement in BC on January 27th, and there are now 7 of those tripartite agreements. And of course, we also had the joint First Nations Government of Canada conference and the national panel on secondary education and from K to 12. Sorry, elementary and secondary education from K to 12. And certainly that's extremely important, and that report has just been returned. And so my question to the honourable member is, in fact, would she agree that we need to work in partnership with all of the First Nations people, with our provincial governments, with the parents, the elders, and the children to ensure that the education moves forward? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. Absolutely, we need to work in partnership. No one level of government has a solution to this, but I would also argue that the time for talking without action is over. Shannon passed away at the age of 15 with a beautiful dream, a dream that we would want for any one of our own children, a decent school that is culturally sensitive. Surely it is time for Canada, one of the wealthiest nations in the world, to be able to ensure that all our children, including our First Nations children, have a school that is culturally sensitive. And I would say, Mr. Speaker, sometimes we use working in partnerships to prolong taking action. It's time to take action now, and let's not confuse the issue by throwing out huge numbers of what has been done over a number of years. The problem that we can see on television, we're seeing the images, is that we still have dire, dire circumstances, and children in Canada, Canadian-born children, don't have a decent building, never mind a decent education.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate my colleague's speech. You know, being a teacher, I'm sure she fully understands the intent of lifelong learning. And, you know, a little bit earlier we had a comment by the member from Desnith, Mississippi, Churchill River, and he talked about portables, and that portables aren't only in First Nations, but let's just say that, you know, if you've ever been on a First Nation and you've seen those portables, you would know why they're such an issue. But regardless of, I think that portables should not be allowed as part of the education learning environment, and maybe she'd like to speak on that. The other thing is I would just like to comment. This was a comment by Chief Angus Deluse, and I'd like her opinion on it. It says, "Let me begin by expressing that the federal government continues to have an obligation to ensure that First Nations can implement their inherent right to exercise jurisdiction over lifelong learning. This entitlement is affirmed by the spirit of and intent of treaties signed in exchange for the sharing of the territories and lands, and is guaranteed also by Section 35 of the 1982 Constitution of Canada." So I'm just wondering if she could comment with respect to lifelong learning and the jurisdiction that the First Nation.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta, a shorter answer, please.
Absolutely, lifelong learning is the only way to go. That's what we want for ourselves. That's what we want for everyone. And jurisdictional issues, absolutely the First Nations community should be the driver and should have a critical say in it. I want to talk about portables very briefly. In my community in Surrey, we have thousands of children sitting in portables. That is just not acceptable. But I've visited portables in First Nations communities off the west coast of BC, and I can tell you that some of those portables you would not be able to survive in for an hour, and it is absolutely a shame and it's unacceptable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm thankful to have this opportunity to stand in this House to address this important issue and talk about our government's commitment to First Nations education. And certainly there's been proof of our government's commitment in this House that's been demonstrated by the speeches of my colleagues, of our government's commitment to ensure that we are producing results for First Nations children, for their families and the communities that are represented by, in many of our constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I represent 32 First Nations, and I'm proud to do it. Members on this House, on this side of the House, recognize that education is a key personal empowerment tool that leads to prosperity. We fully understand that the way for individuals to succeed, for communities to escape poverty, and for First Nation economies to prosper is to have an educated and a skilled and employed population. A strong economy and a good education really go hand in hand, Mr. Speaker. There is no question that our government is committed to ensuring that First Nations students enjoy the same opportunities as other Canadians do. First Nations students deserve an education that ensures that they graduate with the skills that they need to succeed in the jobs of today, and that they can truly enjoy the same opportunities and fully enjoy those opportunities that everybody else in Canada can. And that is precisely why, Mr. Speaker, in partnership with the Assembly of First Nations, we have created the National Panel on First Nations Education just last year. The panel crisscrossed the country during the fall of 2011, consulting with First Nations leaders, parents, elders, students, teachers, provincial officials, and the private sector about how to improve the elementary school experience and the outcomes for First Nations students across this country. And we're grateful for the panel. They did tremendous work. Their final report offers ideas to improve educational outcomes for First Nations children and youth. And we are currently reviewing this report and its recommendations carefully before determining the next steps. Mr. Speaker, successive federal governments and federal budgets further reinforce that this government places a high priority on First Nations education. We invest roughly about $1.5 billion on an annual basis to elementary and secondary programs for 117,500 First Nation students across our great nation. This investment supports instructional service, special education, cultural educational centers, and targeted initiatives for First Nation students. Band councils and First Nations educational organizations manage and deliver these programs and services in some 520 on-reserve schools. We are also investing $200 million on an annual basis to school infrastructure, so First Nation children have a safe and healthy environment in which they can learn. And construction projects are underway in communities across this country, and I know many even in the province that I represent and even in my own constituency. And these include new comprehensive schools, such as the one that's been recently opened in Birch Narrows, First Nation in Saskatchewan, the new community school of North Spirit Lake First Nation in Ontario, and the recently inaugurated Naso School in Tobique First Nation in New Brunswick. Our government has completed 248 school projects since April 1st, 2006. And more importantly, though, Mr. Speaker, more important than issuing checks, we are working in close partnership with First Nations communities and the provinces to ensure that every First Nations school gets off to a good start, because we know that dollars alone will not address the challenges confronting First Nation students. Budget 2008 was an example of this. There was an investment in First Nation education, not simply by adding money to existing funding arrangements, but by focusing on practical initiatives that will lead to real results in the classroom. The budget launched the Reforming First Nation Education Initiative, which set out the foundation for a long-term improvement to First Nation education. For instance, our First Nation Student Success Program took the tools to strengthen on-reserve education and put it into the hands of local decision makers. The program helps First Nation educators to plan and make improvements in the 3 priority areas of literacy, numeracy, and student retention. Over 90% of First Nation students are now benefiting from these initiatives. Participating schools develop school success plans tailored to increase efforts in these priority areas. They are supported in developing success plans, conducting student assessments, and measuring performance to assess and report on school and student progress. To monitor progress, students are looked at and ensured that they are in fact making progress. And schools implement a student learning assessment process based on provincial jurisdictions and establish performance measurement systems. These processes informed instruction methods, helping teachers in setting priorities and assessing the planning to increase student success over the long term. Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes that language and culture also play an important role in helping First Nation students build confidence and self-esteem. These are essential, important skills and important elements to ensure academic success. Pride in one's heritage and culture is important in encouraging First Nation students to stay in school. Understanding this, Aboriginal Affairs in Northern Development Canada provides $9.5 million for cultural and educational programs, which help to preserve and strengthen Aboriginal culture, tradition, and language. Support is also available to First Nations through initiatives such as the New Paths program to allow First Nations and their organizations to develop curriculum for First Nation schools which are culturally relevant to the student population. There is an additional $5 million that the Government of Canada provides each year under the Aboriginal Language Initiative. It underwrites community-based projects to preserve and revitalize First Nations, Inuit, and Métis language. Beyond these important activities, our government recognizes that deeper structural reforms are needed to provide education that is comparable to that which is provided in the public school systems. But this is not something that we can tackle alone. Improving educational outcomes is a shared responsibility in which governments, communities, educators, families, and students all play an important role. Mr. Speaker, another of our key reform initiatives is the Education Partnerships Program to increase collaboration amongst First Nations, provinces, and Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development Canada so we can collectively increase student success. Many First Nation schools have operated largely independently with little connection to one another or any connection to the provincial systems. As a consequence, these schools are left without some of the essential tools that are needed to improve student outcomes, attain provincial educational standards, and ensure students can transition between the First Nation and provincial schools with no academic penalty. The Government of Canada believes that cooperation and collaboration amongst First Nations and other governments is essential to provide First Nation students with the same advantages that other Canadian children enjoy. These three-way partnerships marry First Nation control over local education with new models of accountability for results and stronger links to provincial standards for students and teachers. The Educational Partnership Program supports the use of joint action plans where First Nations and provincial officials share expertise and services. This approach helps to make sure that the First Nation students receive comparable instruction and obtain comparable results, whether the classroom is located on reserve or off. To date, we've reached 7 tripartite educational partnerships across Canada, 5 new tripartite educational memorandums of understanding that have been entered into by our government since introducing the Reforming First Nation Education Initiative. Since 2008, these include agreements with First Nations and the governments of New Brunswick, Manitoba, Alberta, Prince Edward Island, and a sub-regional agreement with the Saskatoon Tribal Council. They are in additional pre-existing tripartite partnerships in Nova Scotia and British Columbia. These tripartite agreements enable First Nations communities to provide educational programs with high standards and strategies that reflect their unique First Nations cultures and aspirations. I am happy to report that negotiations are underway to complete many more such agreements. We are close to finalizing a tripartite educational memorandum of understanding with the First Nations Education Council in Quebec, as well as another with the Labrador Innu in Newfoundland and Labrador. Equally encouraging, there's a province-wide effort to reach an MOU in Ontario with the Chiefs of Ontario office, and several sub-regional agreements are proceeding well, Mr. Speaker. So too are negotiations with the Yukon First Nations. Mr. Speaker, we are especially excited about the work that's taking place in British Columbia, which perfectly illustrates the benefits of the tripartite approach. In Budget 2010, the Government of Canada invested $30 million for comparable education for First Nations. We started in BC, where there is an advanced data partnership between the province and the First Nations Educational Steering Committee. The committee is an independent society that represents 88 First Nations across the province and provides administrative services for First Nations school administration. BC First Nations and FNESC have been working together to establish an educational system that provides support for First Nations students, demonstrating their capacity to administer educational programs and services. On January 27th, a new second-generation tripartite educational framework agreement was signed by our government and the province of British Columbia and the First Nation Education Steering Committee. Under this agreement, the Steering Committee will support the delivery of quality education programs and services. This means meeting standards that will allow First Nation students to transfer without academic penalty at a similar level of achievement between First Nation schools and the provincial public schools. And most promising, this partnership agreement is accompanied by a new funding model. First Nation education funding will be comparable to a similar size and situated school, which would be funded in the public system within British Columbia. Progressive steps like these will close the gap in educational outcomes and graduation rates between First Nations and other Canadian students. The tripartite educational framework is an option available to all First Nations in the province and operates to help operate their schools. Communities in British Columbia currently are negotiating educational self-government agreements that will be able to be signed onto, and the framework that will establish the conclusion of the self-government agreements. I should point out that approximately 20 First Nations and Inuit communities have opted to negotiate and assume jurisdiction over education outside the Indian Act as part of a broader agreement or modern treaties covering self-government arrangements and comprehensive land claims. Our government is determined that First Nations students will enjoy the same opportunities as other Canadians. And we are providing funding necessary to make education accessible to individuals and communities. And most important, we are partnering with First Nations communities and the provinces to bring about meaningful educational reforms that leads to a lasting student success. Because we know education holds the key to creating a future in which First Nations are self-sufficient and prosperous, making their own decisions and managing their own affairs and making strong contributions to their communities and the national economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not suggesting that the initiatives that I've outlined today are the entire solution, but there is no question that they are vital steps in the right direction. And there should be no doubt about our government's determination to keep moving forward. We've made it clear with our investments and our commitments to productive partnerships that we believe in the value and the necessity of education for First Nation children and youth. We are ready to do our part and anxious to work with willing partners to achieve better and greater results, because I know we all agree in this House, First Nation children deserve nothing less. With the fastest growing youth population in the country, we want to make sure First Nation young people acquire the knowledge and the skills that are necessary to be part of the growing Canadian economy and society. I can assure the opposition our government will continue to work with First Nation partners across Canada, as we have been doing, to deliver tangible and lasting results and ensure that First Nations are well positioned to be full participants in a strong Canadian economy. I just hope that First Nation children and youth can count on the support of all parties in this House to work together as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his accelerated learning of the realities facing First Nations. We heard that in his speech. But there is something I keep hearing from the conservative interventions that I've heard this morning, and that is this list of figures and information that tries to show us that the government is actually trying to help and take charge of this issue. But what about the real willingness to help people in their communities and deal with the adversity?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can assure the member opposite that I have been long engaged on the issues of First Nation education throughout this country, but most specifically, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that the 32 First Nations that I represent have been engaging with me as their Member of Parliament over the last 6 years to ensure that we build a stronger and more vibrant education system within our community and throughout this country. I take no lessons from the member opposite. Of course, he's new to this House, and so he may be unaware of the work that has been undertaken by this government and this member. And that's why I think it's important that he listens to the speeches today, so that he might be able to learn some of the advanced work that's been undertaken by this government in partnership with First Nations communities across this country. I'm proud of the work that we've been doing. We will continue to do it. And I could speak all day, Mr. Speaker, on the accomplishments even in my local communities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleague for his great speech there. As he's probably aware, in 2008, our government brought in the Student Success Program that helped educators make plans and improvement on literacy, numeracy, and student retention. I wonder if the honourable member could speak to that and other programs that have been beneficial for First Nations over the past several years.
The honourable member for Peace River.
I talked a little bit, Mr. Speaker, about some of these partnerships that have been undertaken and new initiatives that our government has launched over successive years, successive budgets, as well as successive initiatives from our government. Our government strongly believes that there is not a one-size-fits-all solution to education in First Nations communities across this country. I think this is a new development and a new relationship that's being charted by our government with First Nations communities. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that the realities in one of my communities, in my constituency, is far different than some of the other ones. And so to see the different partnerships that are now being established, the different avenues that our government has undertaken, and tripartite agreements that our government has undertaken, really begins to speak to the reality that there is not a one-size solution that will fit all communities. It is going to be working with the First Nations, dialoguing with the First Nations, consulting with the First Nations on these. I hope that honourable members across the way understand the essential role that consultation has when dealing with the issues and ensuring that educational outcomes improve for communities across this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Peace River. Pleasure working with him on our Aboriginal Affairs Committee. I've heard the members across the way speak about the partnering, but it's my understanding that, in fact, it is the First Nation communities themselves that have been reaching out and asking for the government to partner with them. So it is encouraging to hear that the government is now keen in moving in that direction. But a concern that I have starting to look at some of these partnership agreements is I'm not seeing a lot of direct transfer of dollars to, in fact, deliver the quality of services. The one, for example, in British Columbia appears to establish a non-government NGO to be somewhat of a school board and give assistance to the First Nations who have long been wanting to deliver, and in fact, in some cases, have been doing a good job of delivering their own school systems. I and some of my colleagues visited Six Nations community a while back and visited their school where they are delivering in their traditional ways and their traditional languages, but struggling because they don't even have a facility or any support from the federal government to deliver that kind of education. So I wonder if the member could speak to their commitment on that.
The honourable member for Peace River.
Yeah, there's two different things that the honourable member had questions generally about, and the first was, well, I'll jump to maybe the second because she talked about infrastructure and the necessity to have good teaching facilities and opportunities for students to come together in an adequate facility. I guess I'll inform the member. I know this isn't the first time she's heard it today, but our government since 2006 has undertaken nearly 250 building projects to ensure that schools are upgraded. There's over 34 brand new schools that have been constructed, many in the province of Alberta that I know that she would be fully aware of. She lives in the province of Alberta, and I know that she would be mindful of many of those significant investments over the last number of years. I can also assure the honourable member is that there's been over 26 massive undertakings in terms of major renovations of schools. So what we have seen is that the infrastructure is there. It's being reestablished. There is a major challenge in many communities because there has been this system to ignore the structures and let them become dilapidated, and our government is coming in and now having to invest significant amounts of money to ensure that those are retrofitted and in some cases replaced to ensure that students have an adequate place to go to school. But she also talked about the funding in terms of ensuring that on-reserve schools are funded at the same rate as other schools. And of course the joint panel, of which has just recommended, made its recommendations known to the government, does talk about the necessity to move towards a number of things, and our government is reviewing that. We'll continue to ensure, working with First Nations, that students on First Nations communities have the same outcomes as those in the general population.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad I just heard the member talk about the fact of the funding increases that are needed, but he also indicated that they will continue to review the recommendations, and I think that we need action and not reviewing all the time. I mean, we've had studies, we've had national panels, we've had reports, and no action. So I think that it's about time, and I'd like my colleague to comment on the fact that when we look at the Joint Panel's First Nations education, and here's a fact, is that AFN estimates that the average annual increase required since 1996 is 6.3%. They estimate the cumulative funding shortfall of almost $1.2 billion since 1996. And when we look at the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, it says Indigenous individuals, particularly children, have the right to all levels and forms of education of the state without discrimination. And Principle 10, the child shall be protected from practices which may foster racial, religious, and any other form of discrimination. And it goes on as well. So my question to my colleague is, does he not think that the funding shortfall that's currently in place is discriminatory for our First Nations children?
The member for Peace River.
Well, I don't. Clearly, the honourable member didn't listen to the speech in which I just gave, where I outlined efforts that have been undertaken by this government and the success of budgets to address the challenges for First Nation schools. We had a budget 2008, budget 2010, and the budgets in between actually allocated significant amounts of funds to address the concerns that she just outlined. We have tripartite agreements that are seeing major changes within the way in which education is assured for First Nations in the same way that's guaranteed for all other students. So, I'm thankful that the member was able to ask the question. Unfortunately, I'm not certain that she heard the speech, and therefore I will make every effort to ensure that the speech is delivered to her office.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to rise in this House to speak to this very important motion, and I want to let the Speaker know that I will be splitting my time. I want to acknowledge the good work that has been done by the member from Manicouagan and the member from Edmonton Strathcona, and I want to particularly thank Shannon Kustachin's family for allowing their daughter's name to stand in this place and honor the work that Shannon did in her very short life. I also, there are a couple of other people I want to specifically recognize because I'm going to speak about Jordan's principle. And I want to also acknowledge the family of Jordan River Anderson and the Norway House Cree Nation. Back in 2007, I had the honor to stand in this House and move motion 296 that in the opinion of the House, the government should immediately adopt a child-first principle based on Jordan's principle to resolve jurisdictional disputes involving the care of First Nations children. And, Mr. Speaker, I must point out to this House, because many of the members here were not in the House in 2007, that motion passed unanimously in this House of Commons. All parties supported that motion. And what they said in that motion essentially is that we will put children first. And yet here we are today debating a motion that, again, I acknowledge the member from Manicouagan for bringing this forward. We're debating a motion that is still talking about the fact that First Nations children have a substandard education in this country. I want to refer to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Article 14.2, and it says, Indigenous individuals, particularly children, have the right to all levels and forms of education of the state without discrimination. And yet, of course, I know many other speakers have very ably spoken about the fact that First Nations children in this country are often in facilities that are so substandard we can't even begin to list all of the deficiencies in those, whether they're doors that don't close or they're having to wear jackets and mitts and coats in the middle of the wintertime because there's insufficient heat, or they don't have textbooks. The list is appalling. And in some communities, in fact, what happens is it's residential schools all over again, because those children, in order to get an adequate education, must leave their communities and go somewhere else to get education. And so the elders are saying this feels like residential schools, because once again our children are being removed from our communities, even with our own say, to get their education. Now surely in 2012, with all of the technology we've got available, all of the resources in this country that we've got available, that we should be able to provide those children with an equitable education that is culturally relevant, that respects their languages, respects their traditions. But here we are in 2012, once again having to talk about this. And the member from Manitoulin, Algoma Kapuskasing, rightly pointed out the studies that we've done. We could probably paper this chamber with the amount of studies that have been done. And still we have children with substandard education in this country. First Nations children, Inuit children. When is it going to change? This government talks about productivity. They talk about skill shortages. And I can tell you from meeting with First Nations leaders from coast to coast to coast that what they're saying to us is, we have the children. Educate them. They could be part of that workforce. We want to take our place in the economy in this country. Give us the tools to do that. You know, it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. Because we can't get justice in this country, organizations are forced to go to UN bodies to talk about the state of education in this country. And I want to refer to a briefing called Our Dreams Matter Too. First Nations Children's Rights, Lives and Education, an alternate report from Shannon's Dream Campaign to the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child on the occasion of Canada's third and fourth periodic review. And of course, I don't have time to read the whole brief, but I want to touch on two recommendations. In the preamble, it says that, inspired by our friend Shannon Kustachin, we respectfully ask the committee to hear our voices and stand with us as we demand that the Government of Canada respect our rights and honours its obligations to First Nations children, youth and communities. We are growing up right now, and we cannot wait for the government to decide to do the right thing. And one of the recommendations, there are several, refers to Jordan's principle. Make sure that Canada implements Jordan's principle across all government services provided to First Nations children and youth. This would prevent us from receiving inequitable levels of service, experiencing excessive wait times, and being denied urgent medical and other needed care simply because the provincial and federal governments can't figure out who should pay for the services. And this is in the voices of the children in this country. I want to just, it's not just First Nations that are talking about Jordan's principle. The Auditor General herself, in her May 2008 report, where she's talking about First Nations Child and Family Services, and the report reflected
the inequities in this country in terms of adequate child welfare services on reserve. She also pointed out Jordan's principle. And she talks about the fact that this was a motion, a principle that said put First Nations children first. But she went on to say, however, in our view, a dispute resolution mechanism will not work in the presence of irreconcilable differences and without a change in funding authorities. Such difficulties need to be resolved if this proposal is to result in better and timelier services for First Nations children. I want to refer to Fighting the Good Fight, Jordan's principle. And this outlines a little bit of the background and talks about what has happened so far. It says many First Nations children are caught in payment disputes within or between the federal and provincial governments, and this can have a significant impact on their essential medical and health services. And as a little aside, Mr. Speaker, not only is it between federal and provincial governments, but what we also understand is it's within federal government departments. Health Canada will say, no, it's not our responsibility. Aboriginal Affairs will say, no, it's not our responsibility. And those two levels of government point the fingers at each other while children once again wait for care. And it's not just complex medical needs as well, Mr. Speaker. That's why I'm invoking Jordan's principle in the context of education. Though First Nations children should not be treated differently in terms of access to quality education. So back to fighting the good fight, Mr. Speaker. It says that several organizations and individuals have fought the good fight to change this. In December 2007, Jordan's principle was adopted in the House of Commons. This Child First principle says that when a dispute arises between the two government parties regarding payment for services for a status Indian child, the government at first contact must pay for services without delay or disruption. This principle was named in honour of Jordan River Anderson of the Norway House Cree Nation in Manitoba, who was born with complex medical needs and spent over 2 years unnecessarily in hospital because the federal and provincial governments could not agree on who should pay for his care in a specialized foster home in his community. Jordan passed away having spent his whole life in hospital. And, Mr. Speaker, that is a crime in this country. It's even worse. Jordan River Anderson's family had to surrender him to provincial care because the federal government would not pay for his care in his community. So first of all, Jordan spent 2 years in hospital being stabilized, getting to the level where he could go into a specialized foster care home. And at that age, when he could have gone into a family home and received the love and support of a family environment, the federal and provincial governments said, not my job to pay for this, it's somebody else's responsibility. And so Jordan spent the next 2 years in hospital, and then he passed away. And all it would take is one level of government to step up to the plate and say, we will pay for this child's care and we'll fight about the money later. That didn't happen. And Canadians across this country should be outraged that we allow children, First Nations, Métis, Inuit children, to be subject to that kind of care in this country in this day and age. So, Mr. Speaker, sadly, since 2007, there has not been the kind of action that one would presume would happen when a unanimous motion is passed in this House of Commons, with members from all parties saying, we agree, children, First Nations children should be put first in this country, and we will pony up the money and fight about who pays later. That hasn't happened. 5 years later, that hasn't happened. So I urge all members in this House to stand up and support Shannon's dream as a statement that we believe in equality for First Nations children, Métis children, Inuit children across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Here, here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech, very passionate speech, and certainly she has displayed to this House. She has a lot of experience in meeting with the individual groups. She certainly has more experience than I do. So I want to ask her a question, and she points out, seemingly quite rightly, about how many of the people like Shannon in this particular case get lost in a myriad of jurisdictional a conundrum is probably a light word, but you know, well, in this case, it was a jurisdictional disaster. because somebody had perished, and in this situation, that situation just keeps proliferating. So what do you bring to the table in this particular situation and say the money needs to go to the right people, but how do you get in there and you say to these jurisdictions, get your act together? In all the meetings that she's been to and the people that she's spoken to, what is the common thread about how to fix a problem like this?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
I want to thank the member from Bonavista, Grand Falls, Gander for that question. Mr. Speaker, Jordan's principle actually outlines exactly what needs to happen, and it is very simple. Whoever comes in contact with that child first, be it provincial, be it federal, be it Health Canada, be it Aboriginal Affairs, whoever has first contact with the child and its family pays. And they can take that payment off the table while the child gets the service that it needs, whether it's education, whether it's adequate housing, whether it's health care. They can take the arguments about that payment off the table and fight behind the scenes in their boardrooms about who's going to pay. Children have to come first. Fight about the money later. It's simple.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her presentation, and so heartfelt. I admire the work that she did formerly in the portfolio in Aboriginal Affairs, and I know she's an incredible representative of her communities. As the member is well aware, the trials and tribulations of children just trying to get access to decent education has actually led to suicides. And calls for greater action by the federal government to invest in education are now coming from coroners. In the community of Pekanjikun, the coroner's report actually recommended specifically that there be greater attention to provide basic services, including quality education and facilities to the children. And we're seeing that in reports out of Nunavut and the delays in the delivery of obligations under their land claim and treaties. Could the member speak to this issue of the implications of not investing in Aboriginal children?
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
I want to thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for her question, and of course also for the very good work that she is doing as the Aboriginal Affairs critic for the NDP. As she and I have spoken, it's a very complex file, and part of our challenge as a country is to recognize that nation-to-nation status with First Nations and the Government of Canada. The member asked the question about the profound implications about not providing education. I've told this story many times, but my very first official duty as a member of Parliament in 2004 on July 1st was to attend a funeral for a First Nations youth who took his own life. That was my very first official duty as a member of Parliament. I am blessed to live on the Cowichan people's traditional territories. And many of the elders and the community members work hard to provide education to their young people so that they can take their rightful place in society. But what we see time after time after time is that the First Nations school that's on reserve, a very good school where they're teaching the HoC language, where they have the elders participating in the classroom, where they're instilling the cultural values and values of family in the young children, they simply do not have the same level of funding that the other schools right next door to them have. How can that happen? How can we say that First Nations children, this is not in a rural area, this is on Vancouver, southern Vancouver Island. We have children that simply half a kilometre away do not have the same access to funding. How does that happen in this country? I think that's a question we have to ask ourselves.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The value of a high-quality education cannot be overestimated, and an inadequate education can have serious repercussions for a person throughout his or her life and for future generations. Unfortunately, we found that First Nations are facing quite a gap with respect to quality education. Many of us realize that in our society, education is more than simply about acquiring knowledge and skills, and education is a huge factor in socialization. A teacher is a model for the students from whom they draw inspiration and support. Receiving these kinds of tools for socialization in the early years makes it possible to participate in economic prosperity and also ensures good physical health, psychological health, and social health. Education for First Nations, however, remains inconsistent and inadequate. There's a lack of coordination among the various federal partners, including the federal government, the provincial government, and territorial governments. Education, or the direct effect of this lack of education, is damaging for young Aboriginal people, their parents, and for future generations. Despite the willingness of the government to take action, we aren't seeing any. Mr. Speaker, recommendations like the one on Shannon Stream require an immediate response from the government. Aboriginal people have had enough of this lack of action, and the Status of Women Committee witnessed this complete frustration because the government isn't doing anything and people are completely fed up. There are too many promises that have been broken, too many delays. The government knows that these education problems exist, and the government knows full well that 59% of Aboriginals who are 15 and older are living on a reserve and haven't finished their secondary school. As stated in the report by the National Panel on First Nations for children on reserves, First Nations children aren't the ones who are failing, but we are contributing to this failure by imposing upon them legislative provisions that date back 100 years and date back to a period that causes prejudice and is destructive. And I'm referring to the residential schools. Now I see that my time is almost up, and I will continue after question period.
Time for government orders has expired. When the House returns to this matter, the honourable member will have 7 minutes remaining. Statements by members. The honourable member for Brampton-Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, inspiring our communities to make healthy lifestyle choices is something we should all strive for. This is why we launched the Healthy Community Challenge in Brampton-Springdale last month. My personal goal was to lose 15 pounds. As you may be able to see, Mr. Speaker, it was a huge success. The support the sport and involvement for the community was incredibly motivating. As part of CBC's Live Right Now campaign, we joined the Champions for Change group in Brampton, led by 4 very inspirational individuals, Margaret Wallace-Duffy, Jennifer Thomas, Pamela Moore, and Dr. Ed Cambridge, who are the forces behind our city's continued success in this national challenge. I want to congratulate all Bramptonians for being awarded 500 Spirits Points by CBC's Live Right Now program for its passion and determination to be crowned the Live Right Now capital of Canada, which will be announced on April 13 of this year. JTN facilitate.
I would like to congratulate all the residents of Brampton for their participation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member from Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to underline the exceptional contribution to our community by the DB Polyvalente School in Bécomo, which was awarded the SL Grand Prix for its project called Inu Rassemble Saturday night in Rimouski during the National Gala. This project, which fosters contact between youth from both cultures through the arts, is a partnership with the Les Estuaires School Board, the Ouashkaikan High School in Pessamit, and the Bécomo Art Centre. The only one of its kind in Quebec. This project began in 2010 with a theatre performance that enabled the Bécomo Art Centre to receive a Rideau Award. This project was based on song and allowed 600 young people from Bécomo and Pessamit, which are 50 kilometers apart, to share workshops and performances with Chloe Ste. Marie and the singer Samia. They even created a song called Parle-moi, which was sung by young people from both communities. This type of initiative bears witness to the links forged between the Innu and Quebec communities, as we can see in my riding of Manicouagan. Thank you.
Skilled workers are recalled at the Port Weller dry docks and will create 117 new jobs. This contract shows Ontario has the skills and expertise to build on our proud history of providing equipment to support the men and women of the Royal Canadian Navy. Finally, this contract is proof that the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Seaway will always be part of our country's shipping industry. Mr. Speaker, St. Catharines and Niagara are ready to compete, we're ready to participate, and we're ready to make sure that the Canadian economy grows, one new worker at a time. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, 40 years ago today, Liberal Prime Minister Lester Pearson officially established the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, based on the notion of equal opportunity. Florence Bird served as the chair of the Commission and Monique Végin as Executive Secretary. Over the next 10 months, the Royal Commission heard from Canadians from across the country and stimulated public consciousness of the real barriers to equality. It also gave a platform for women's voices to be heard, and its groundbreaking recommendations on childcare, pay equity, and prohibiting gender and marital status as grounds for discrimination continue to be relevant today.
As we reflect on this historical anniversary, we should remember that much remains to be done in order to truly achieve equal opportunity. Under the Conservative government, the right to equal pay for equal work was flouted. Affordable childcare services remains difficult. Discrepancies between men and women have been exacerbated, and the Long Gun Registry, which reduced acts of violence against women, has been attacked.
The advancement of women's rights has been challenged by the shameful efforts of Conservative members to force the Status of Women Committee to work in secret. Since June, 38% of the committee's meetings have been behind closed doors. The late Doris Anderson would have been
The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today with the pleasure of congratulating Team Jacobs from the Sioux Curlers Club in Sault Ste. Marie. Sioux Curlers hosted the Dominion 2012 Northern Ontario Men's Curling Championship from February 4th to the 11th. On February 10th in my riding, Team Jacobs scored a very rare 8-ender in the 6th end of the semifinal against Team Phillips. Jacobs had been leading 6-3 at the time and had the hammer, with the 8 rocks in the ring forcing an early handshake. The final game against Team Jacobo ended in a 9-2 score and gave Team Jacobs the Northern Ontario Championship title for the 3rd year in a row. Brad Jacobs and his teammates E.J. Harnden, Ryan Harnden, and Scott Seabrook now prepare for the Brier that is set to take place in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan from March 3rd to the 11th. I boldly predict Team Jacobs will win this year's Brier. Hurry hard, Team Jacobs.
The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, the debate on the Long Gun Registry was very emotional for me. To this end, and in order to remind you of this, I am going to repeat the list of victims of the Polytechnique massacre. Geneviève Bergeron, Nathalie Croteau, Anne-Marie Edouard, Maryse Lagarnière, Anne-Marie Lemay, Michel Richard, Annie Turcotte, Hélène Colgan, Barbara Daigneault, Maude Avernick, Maryse Leclerc, Sonia Pelletier, Annie Saint-Arnaud, Barbara Kluchnik, Vidajvik. It is unfortunate, Mr. Speaker, that I wasn't able to convince my colleagues to not abolish the gun registry. But I challenge all of them to find a hunter, to find a farmer, who has been more harmed than these young women were by guns. Thank you.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government is squarely focused on what matters to Canadians, supporting jobs and economic growth. Absolutely. We're working hard to implement Canada's Economic Action Plan and its job-creating measures as we also prepare for the Economic Plan for 2012. In my riding, people are happy to see our Conservative government working on the priorities for GTA families and all Canadians. Recently, the International Monetary Fund forecasted Canada's economy will be the strongest economic growth in the G7 in years ahead. And Canada has created 610,000 net new jobs since July 2009, the best job growth in the G7. However, the global recovery is fragile and Canada is not immune. There are still far too many Canadians out of work. Mr. Speaker, we are staying focused on the economy and supporting long-term economic growth, job creation and prosperity for Canadian families.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, on February 22nd, 2007, this House unanimously condemned modern-day forms of slavery and called for a national strategy to combat human trafficking. Today, our government is developing a national action plan to combat human trafficking and providing much-needed support for victims. However, eliminating this horrific abuse of human rights will require every Canadian to take action. That is why I am pleased to introduce motion M317, which calls for February 22nd to be declared National Human Trafficking Awareness Day. This will encourage Canadians to raise awareness of the magnitude of modern-day slavery in Canada and abroad, and to take steps to combat human trafficking in their communities. This year, on February 22nd, I urge all honourable members and all Canadians to take a moment to learn about how you can help eradicate modern-day slavery. By working together, we can abolish slavery.
Yes. The honourable member for Scarborough, Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of this year, there have been 4 shootings in Scarborough. 3 of these shootings occurred in my riding in the community of Malvern, the neighbourhood that I call home. These 4 shootings resulted in the deaths of 2 young men. That's 2 families and our entire communities mourning the loss of their loved ones. One of these victims was Chris Thompson, Chrissy, as we all lovingly refer to him, and those, of course, who know him as the beloved local barber. He was the father of 2 and was an active community guy. He will be greatly missed. Mr. Speaker, this government says that they are tough on crime, but they're doing nothing to prevent crimes from being committed. They're doing nothing to engage and empower our youth. They're doing nothing to help those who think that they have no other option. Shamefully, as we saw last night, the members opposite celebrated the loss of one of our most effective gun violence prevention tools, and their only crime prevention strategy, building mega prisons to house our youth. Mr. Speaker, you can build all the prisons in the world, but the victims of violence and their families would prefer the violence didn't happen in the first place.
The honourable member for Yukon. The honourable member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured today to pay tribute to a couple of remarkable gentlemen who passed away in Nunavut last weekend. Bob Williamson and John Sperry were both men who lived in their unique way and played critical roles in the development of the North and Nunavut. They both lived in Nunavut for many years and were considered true friends of the Inuit. Their commitment and dedication was truly inspiring. Their passing will leave a large void not only in the hearts of their families and friends, but in the hearts of the Inuit as well. On behalf of the member for Nunavut and myself, I would like to extend my sincere condolences to the Williamson and Sperry families who shared these remarkable men with the larger Inuit and Northern families they loved so much.
The honourable member for Shefford.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, the Valcourt Grand Prix is a professional skidooing on ice event that is a Canadian ambassador in terms of these events. One of the objectives of our event is to ensure economic spin-offs for the Eastern Townships, Quebec, and Canada. In 2008, over 28,000 spectators came to Valcourt, and the event generated economic spin-offs of over $2.5 million. Economic Development Canada recommends financial assistance of $50,000 for this event, but unfortunately, the government refused to fund it. Given this refusal, the sustainability of the event is uncertain. We are living in a difficult economic context, but the Grand Prix de Valcourt needs the vital financial support of the Canadian government to continue its mission. Mr. Speaker, I called, and they told me that that has nothing to do with the Member of Parliament.
Portage, Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to congratulate Swan Lake First Nation, located in my riding of Portage-Lisgar. Earlier this week, Swan Lake won the Gold Award in the Municipal Services category, beating municipalities from across Canada. These awards are distributed by the Institute of Public Administration of Canada and Deloitte. This award recognizes the community's initiative and success in overcoming significant levels of debt to become one of Manitoba's most successful First Nations and one of Canada's most economically dynamic Aboriginal communities. In addition to getting out of their debt, they have renovated nearly every house, and the band has helped to build a new health centre, band office, and school. The band is currently working on building a wind farm on the reserve. The success of Swan Lake demonstrates what can happen when First Nations engage in strong leadership, accountable governance, and responsible financial management. My sincere congratulations to Swan Lake First Nation.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on February 12th, 100 years ago, the Vancouver Sun rolled out its first edition. It's been delivering the news to British Columbians ever since. Founders Black Jack McConnell and Robert Ford, both Liberals, ran their paper to never adversely criticize, condemn, or oppose in spirit the Liberal Party, and to counter the Vancouver Province, a Tory newspaper in those days. The Vancouver Sun evolved, providing British Columbians with intelligent, informative, often controversial, but never bland reporting from iconic journalists like Jack Wasserman, Al Fotheringham, and Marjorie Nichols. The Sun was one of the first newspapers in Canada to give women hard news to cover, and their tales of female reporters packing guns in their purses as they covered organized crime in the docks in the old days. I don't think Kim Boland, Barbara Yaffe, or Daphne Bramman do that anymore, though they still don't shy away from the tough stories. As Stephen Hughes, some columnist, wrote, "A newspaper is a community having a collective conversation with and about itself, sometimes an argument, sometimes a commiseration, but always the discourse that is community life." Congratulations.
L'Honourable Deputy de Lotbinière.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, today I am proudly sporting the green and white ribbon, the symbol of Student Retention Week being held in Quebec from February 13th to 17th. My thoughts go out to all young people, young and old, who show great courage and resolve by going back to school or to enhance their academic performance. I would like to congratulate Ms. Catherine Jasmin, a young woman who left school at age 14 and who now is the mother of 2 young children and has decided to go back to school in order to go to university. It is not always easy for our young people to stay in school, given the challenges they have there and at home. But I encourage all of you to get involved in this week of student retention and to congratulate our children, our friends, and even our parents, because being proud of one's achievements and aiming ever higher helps our society become better and more active. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, yesterday evening I had the opportunity to discuss with over 12,000 citizens in the Saint-Maurice-Champlain riding during an interactive town hall. I was accompanied by my colleague, the Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé, as well as the Leader of the Official Opposition. The citizens of Saint-Maurice-Champlain had a very clear message for the Prime Minister, and I will tell it to you. The government is on the wrong track. It is on the wrong track with its attacks on old age security that Quebec families depend on, and it is wrong to insist on buying fighter planes that we don't need, and their list of wrong choices is so long I could go on, but I won't for now. Mr. Speaker, the citizens of Saint-Maurice-Champlain are more determined than ever to get rid of this government, which is ignoring Quebec families. They are more determined than ever to elect a government led by the NDP, which cares about the interests of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, the NDP will continue to fight day in, day out for families who have been abandoned by this government in Saint-Maurice-Champlain, as well as all ridings in this great country. Together, we will beat this government.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Arundel.
Mr. Speaker, I am very saddened to report that tragically today in the West Bank, a school bus carrying up to 50 children as young as 4 years old overturned and burst into flames. More than 40 children have been injured, and there are fears that at least 8 children may have been killed. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of those children. And on behalf of all members of this House, we offer our hope for a fulsome and speedy recovery to the families of those injured in this tragic incident. In the face of tragedies such as this, people rise beyond their differences for the common cause of humanity. We commend the sincere gestures made by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and President of the Palestinian Authority Mahmoud Abbas. We stand united with those affected during this most difficult time, and we wish them solace in the face of grief. Thank you.
Oral questions, questions orales. Honourable Chapelain.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, people are concerned about their retirement. They are planning for it now. Will there be any changes to the old age security in this budget?
Retirement, they need to know now. Will the age eligibility to OAS be increased to 67? Is it happening or not? Oui or no?
Yes or no? Yeah, Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is not contemplating any changes for those who are retired or those who are nearing retirement. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we've also been clear that we're concerned about the long-term sustainability of old age security, and we'll take action to ensure that for future generations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Talking of broken promise, it is disappointing to see the Conservatives break their word on refugees as well. During the minority, government and opposition worked together and came up with a balanced bill on refugee reform. That's what Canadians wanted us to do. Work together, do the right thing. Why destroy all the good non-partisan work that was done on refugee reform?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree at all with what the Leader of the NDP has said. Canadians expect us to maintain a just and generous refugee determination system that we have, but one also that is not subject to abuse, where we don't see and continue to see thousands of people coming from safe democratic countries making refugee claims in this country. That's not acceptable to Canadians. Some changes were made in the last Parliament that have been helpful, but are clearly not sufficient to deal with this issue, and the government is prepared to make sure we act on Canadians' wishes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. Speaker, at the time, the Minister of Immigration had a different view, saying that there was a remarkable spirit of cooperation and that it was extraordinary that consensus on such a delicate issue could be found among all the parties in the House with their different views. That's what the government was saying at that time. The minister was right. The refugee system was improved. Why undo this good work? Why change something that is working? Why be so crassly partisan and go back on the consensus on refugees? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, in Canada, we have the fairest and most generous refugee system in the world. We need to have the measures required to reach our goals when it comes to refugees. We want to amend the legislation, but there are thousands of claimants from democratic countries and safe countries. And this is unacceptable to Canadians and Quebecers, and we will change it.
James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To accuse someone of supporting child pornography is just vile. And I think the minister needs to take responsibility for his comments. Because here's one quote. I think this bill is too intrusive. There's a lot of concern right across the country. Who said that? The member of New Brunswick Southwest. So now are Conservative MPs on the side of child pornographers? Because if not, will this minister stand up, apologize to the child victims for using them as political cover to push a bill that even the Conservative backbench wouldn't support, for crying out loud?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, I won't apologize for ensuring that victims of crime, especially children, are protected, and that's what we're going to do. Canada's laws do not adequately protect Canadians from online exploitation. We want to update our laws while striking the right balance between combating crime and protecting privacy. Let me be very clear. The police will not be able to read emails or view web activity unless they obtain a warrant by a judge.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Well, Mr. Speaker, here's a good quote to help him. This is going to be a gold mine for the hackers and the real bad guys. Who said that? The Ontario Privacy Commissioner, because she's opposed to his bill that will force every telephone, internet, wireless provider to create these elaborate spy backdoors so that they can snoop on law-abiding citizens. So what is it? Will he strike these provisions that are going to treat ordinary citizens as criminals, or is he going to continue to side with the hackers and the snoopers? Will he change that provision? Yes or no?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
As I've indicated, the police will not be able to read emails or view web activity unless they obtain a warrant issued by a judge. And I will continue to stand by the Ontario Attorney General, the NDP Nova Scotia Attorney General, the NDP Manitoba Attorney General. In fact, every single Attorney General in this country supports this bill.
The member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government confessed it was wrong to try to track without warrant every use of email, cell phones and the internet. But Canadians will be forgiven if they don't trust this government. Will the Prime Minister guarantee today that he will refer the subject matter of Bill C-30 to a parliamentary committee for full reconsideration without the limitations of Standing Order 73-1, without time allocation or closure, and without secret proceedings behind closed doors? Will the Prime Minister commit to that transparency?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was very pleased to hear the Prime Minister state yesterday that he wanted this legislation sent directly to committee for full examination on the best way to protect all Canadians from online crime and online predators. I think it's very important to remember in the context of that referral that amendments can be considered and will be considered by the committee if whether they are within the scope of the legislation or outside of the scope of the legislation. It's a very broad referral.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Well, Mr. Speaker, they're reneging already. On another matter of transparency, or the lack of it, the government's position on F-35 fighter jets is imploding. There are now only two possibilities. Either the government will completely blow through its budget for fighter jets, or it will fail to get the minimum number the Air Force needs. So simple questions to the Prime Minister. How many planes will he buy? At what price per plane? And when will Canada take delivery? How many? How much? And when?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's imploding, of course, is the credibility of the member opposite his party, because it was, in fact, the Liberal Party
that entered Canada into the program. And it's a good program, Mr. Speaker, that has gone on for a number of years. And what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is obviously working to give the Canadian Air Force, the Royal Canadian Air Force, the best possible aircraft on the market. In fact, a fifth generation only fifth-generation aircraft available to the Royal Canadian Air Force, Mr. Speaker. And I do know that, unlike the NDP, the Liberal Party do believe in a well-equipped Canadian Air Force.
The Honourable Member for Beausejour. Mr. Speaker, we already know the many reasons for delays in developing the F-35s. But now we learn that cyber spies from China have accessed classified documents, putting at risk the secret aspects of this aircraft. So it seems that a Chinese person with a laptop can know more about the F-35 than the Conservatives. Is the Conservative government aware of this breach of security?
Well,
The Honourable Minister
would know more about the aircraft than member countries like Canada when it comes to this fighter aircraft.
What we do know is that the current fleet of F-18s will need to be replaced, Mr. Speaker, around 2020 or in that range. And so for that reason, it makes perfect sense. It's prudent planning to prepare to replace that aircraft. We have set a budget aside, as the Prime Minister has mentioned a number of times. The Royal Canadian Air Force will live within that budget, Mr. Speaker. And unlike other parties, we intend to ensure the long-term viability of the Canadian Air Force when it comes to the fighter aircraft we need to protect our country and the continent and international mission.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. The government gives this kind of answer and doesn't even smile. I can't get over it. I see it day after day. It is clear that the government is putting out this new legislation that will give access to private information at any time that the police want to. There are amendments needed. Will the government withdraw the provisions that are troublesome? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult for me to understand which provisions they consider troublesome, given that they have never once identified accurately any provisions in terms of what is actually in the bill. Their member went to the technical briefing, stayed 3 minutes, and then went out and read a prepared statement without even listening at all to the technical briefing. So what we are prepared to do with the opposition when this matter is referred after first reading, before second reading, is to consider the bill, hear from the experts as to why the law is needed, and consider matters accordingly.
Honourable Member for Gatineau. I can't believe that we have a government will not accept amendments, and I find it even harder to believe that we have such an irresponsible government that has dismantled the firearms registry and the same day introduced legislation enabling police officers to spy on law-abiding Canadians as if they were criminals. It is clear that this government is refusing to defend the rights of victims of crimes that are committed with firearms. It is ignoring the warnings from chiefs of police and families of victims and the provinces. Will the government keep the data until a final decision? Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, after 17 long years, this government is getting rid of the wasteful and ineffective long-gun registry. And what we are doing is, in fact, focusing on legislation that actually targets criminals, people who are actually breaking the law and who should be behind bars so that ordinary Canadians are safeguarded. Mr. Speaker, I don't understand why she continues to want to prosecute farmers, hunters, and sport shooters in my riding.
Well, I do not. Let's be clear on the record. I do not want to prosecute, and that's the amendments that we presented in committee. Contrairement à ce gouvernement.
In contrast to this government, Mr. Speaker, I remember that a certain Prime Minister gave a speech in the 2006 campaign about open federalism. That seems like a long time ago now. Instead of drinking champagne, the government should be accountable for the contempt it is showing Quebec. Even Alberta can't justify depriving the province of the data. Will the government finally listen to the provinces? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the provinces have to decide what their own policies are.
Put it this way, I thought yesterday was a great day for law-abiding Canadians. The NDP really believes, and Liberal Party really believe in the long gun registry, then I challenge them to come here in the House every day from now to the next election and tell Canadians they'll bring it back. We'd be happy to take them on.
Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
The Conservatives have decisions to make for the next budget, and they should finally give families some respite. As Fitch and Moody have said, the government's plan to cut services will stunt economic growth. The cost of a single F-35 will be $450 million over its life cycle. The government could pay the old age security for 70,000 seniors in Canada for a year. Why not give families a respite and put them first? Honourable Minister of Human Resources. This government has already done good things for families to protect them and to put them first. This is why we increased the child tax benefit and took other measures. We've introduced a number of changes to the tax regime to help people look after their family. But the opposition voted against it. We're acting for families.
Well, we voted against it because they didn't get the job done, Mr. Speaker. And the proof of that is the IMF economic growth figures for 2012 ranking Canada 152nd worldwide. They're not getting the job done. Making a budget is about choices. Cost of the Senate last year, $88 million. That could pay OAS benefits for a year for 14,000 Canadian seniors. Conservatives' priority is more senators and more money for the PMO. New Democrats would put seniors and families first. Why won't they put families as a priority in this year's budget? Why won't they put Canadian families first?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, why is it that each time this government does something to help Canadian families, the NDP votes against it? For example, the child care benefit, the changes to the tax regime that leaves more money in families' pockets to look after their families. Why does the NDP vote no every time? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the F-35s, the government is acting arrogantly and blindly. When we look at the facts, clearly everybody knows that the costs will increase and that there will be delays in delivery. Everyone knows that the F-35 has not shown what it can do. The Defense Department has now admitted it has no plan B. Will the government say what it is going to do?
Another railing against the interests of the Canadian forces. We've come to expect this. Now, that member in particular, Mr. Speaker, would know that senior officers, of course, have chosen the F-35. In fact, I refer to a quote from Lieutenant General Deschamps, who's the Chief of the Air Staff, the Canadian Forces. She'd know who he is. Analysis of our mandatory requirement for Canada's next fighter aircraft made it clear that only the fifth-generation fighter could satisfy those requirements for the increasingly complex future security environment. The Lightning II F-35 is the only fifth-generation aircraft available to Canada. Not only that, but the F-35 offers the best cost value to any fighters available to us.
Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether the Minister really wants an F-35 to have a personal taxi that is faster than search and rescue helicopters. Yesterday, the Associate Minister said that we should wait to hear about his Plan B, and the department has said there is no Plan B. Now we hear there's an emergency meeting to discuss a possible Plan B. This seems improvised. The NDP has been asking for clear answers. How many aircraft, how much are they going to cost, and when are they going to come?
Mr. Speaker, to show just how uninformed this member is about the aircraft, there's only one seat in an F-35, so I couldn't take it as a taxi if I wanted to. So, Mr. Speaker, what we do know about the new Democratic Party, and they're not really new anymore, they've been around for a while, this new Democratic Party, is that every opportunity we've made to improve life for the Canadian Forces through programs, through equipment, through infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, they voted against. NDP really means no defense party.
The honourable member for Beaches, East York. Order. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Well, of course, on this side of the House, we support our troops, Mr. Speaker. In fact,
let's have a little order. The honourable member for Beaches, East York.
Sorry. In fact, our commitment to our pilots, Mr. Speaker, would be to procure planes that actually work. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about budget for a moment. The Chief Financial Officer of the U.S. Department of Defense released new numbers on the cost of the F-35. These planes will be rolling off the line at a cool $200 million, Mr. Speaker, more than double what the Conservatives have been claiming. So, Mr. Speaker, with production delayed by several years, taxpayers have the right to know how many planes will the government buy and how much will each one cost.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, who's sounding defensive now, Mr. Speaker? What we do know is that the Canadian Forces need new aircraft. There's been plans in place now for over a decade to ensure that we face no operational gap. We put a budget aside, Mr. Speaker, that is specifically dedicated to the replacement of the F-18s. All of the misinformation and the misfired questions coming from the members opposite tell the truth about how they feel about the Canadian Forces. They want them to be smaller, less equipped, and they want them to stay home.
Beaches, East York.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're happy to talk about operational gaps, and let's talk about what the Chiefs of Staff have told this government. They have said the CF-18s need to be replaced by 2020, and they've said we need at least 65 new planes. However, basic math tells us we're getting far fewer and much later. So yesterday, the minister says he has a Plan B. Just stay tuned. Then we learned from DND that, in fact, there is no Plan B. So with respect to the F-35, we know that the minister has serious problems with managing his department, but does he also have a problem with basic math?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
No, Mr. Speaker, what I have a problem with is the blind partisan criticism that comes from the uninformed member opposite on this program. This program is designed to ensure that Canada will have a fifth-generation aircraft available to face the very complex security environment that we know will exist. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why this government has been committed across the board from the time we were elected to equipping, supporting, and funding members of the Canadian Forces so that they can do the important work that we demand of them. We're very proud of them, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to support them, and I encourage the member opposite to do the same.
The member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Immigration has made a clear statement. He says that he's the one that's going to decide what is a safe country for refugees. Mr. Speaker, he says he doesn't need any help from a professional advisory committee, that he is the minister that has the ability and the power to determine that a refugee from some country around the world doesn't need to have an appeal, that they're going to have to go through a federal court. Mr. Speaker, this is the new power that this Minister of Immigration believes that he has an entitlement to. Mr. Speaker, my question is, why does this Minister of Immigration take...
Order. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the thoughtful question. Let me say that, but unfortunately, the premise is entirely wrong because the criteria for the designation of safe countries is laid out in Bill C-31. In part, it will include countries where we have a rejection rate at the IRB of 85% or more. It's not me who makes those decisions. It's the independent decision makers at the quasi-judicial independent IRB. But it's very interesting to see his indignation. All we're saying is that those claimants will not have access to the Refugee Appeal Division. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals refused to bring in the Refugee Appeal Division. It's this government that's finally creating the Refugee Appeal Division.
The honourable member for Random, Huron St. George's.
Mr. Speaker, Moody's has warned that deep cuts by the Conservatives will do more harm than good. Yet the Prime Minister is vowing to cut baby boomers. When the Prime Minister slams the door in the face of seniors with his pension reform robbery, the provinces will be left to pick up the pieces. Whether it's pensions, health care, or big jails, this government is willing to download costs to the provinces that the provinces can't afford. Will this government cancel its plan to pass the buck and its responsibility?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, speaking of responsibility, Mr. Speaker, that is what this government is all about, because we will not do what the Liberals did in the 1990s, and that is slash transfers to the provinces. We have promised the provinces that we will not do that to them again. And it's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we do not do that. They are our partners. We work with them. But, Mr. Speaker, when I listen to the opposition howl over there, it's interesting because every time we put forward an initiative that actually helps the provinces, continues to increase transfers, the opposition votes against it anyway.
Deputy St. Laurent Cartierville.
The Honourable Member for St. Laurent Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, when the Conservatives took power, all of the provinces had surpluses. Now today, 8 provinces and territories are facing a deficit, and it's getting worse. With the prison provinces, that will cost the provinces. They're going to be cutting health transfers. That will cost billions. They are offloading onto the provinces and increasing retirement age to 67 for our most vulnerable seniors. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
From the party that slashed transfers to the provinces. Another question. But, Mr. Speaker, we have fixed equalization. There was a real problem when we came to power, and we fixed that, Mr. Speaker. We made the commitment to the provinces that we would increase transfers to those provinces so they wouldn't suffer like they suffered in the 1990s under the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. And the provinces do appreciate that. They're able to deliver the health care services, the social services that they're entitled to deliver to their constituents, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, today Canadians witnessed a government betray its word and table a bill to undo an all-party consensus on refugee reform. Exactly. 20 months ago, working together, we created, quote, a reform package that is both faster and fairer than the bill as originally tabled, a monumental achievement, end quote. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Minister of Immigration said that. Why is the Minister betraying his word? Why is he turning his back on balanced legislation and injecting politics into a process that should be independent and fair?
Of citizenship and immigration.
There was no such thing, Mr. Speaker. The bill adopted in 2010 was a significant improvement over the status quo. It now takes us several years to be able to remove a manifestly bogus asylum claimant from Canada, which is unacceptable. And that's one of the reasons we're now getting thousands and thousands of fake claims coming from democratic, rights-respecting countries like the European Union. Does the member defend the fact that we get more asylum claims from the European Union than Africa or Asia, and that over 90% of those claimants go on to withdraw and abandon their own claims? Canadians expect us to act to defend the fairness and integrity of our immigration system, and that's what we're going to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, we have many ideas to improve the refugee system. They were contained in the bill established by all parties 2 years ago. It was a historic compromise, and the government destroyed it today. In its place, refugees from several countries will find themselves in an unfair, discriminatory system. Everything will be based on the whims of the minister. Will the minister withdraw this bill, which goes against his word, and agree to work with the opposition? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opposition helped us with the amendments. If they're prepared to work on C-31 with us, we're open to those ideas. We need to be aware, Mr. Speaker, that the reforms that we are proposing will keep the system the fairest in the world. We will be protecting the system. We will be helping refugees within 2 months and not as it is under the current system. We're going to be dealing with the false asylum seekers coming from democratic countries. If the opposition has ideas to strengthen those aspects, we're open to them. But we need to focus on strengthening the integrity of the system.
No time for refugees, but they have all the time in the world for oil executives. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have attacked people who are concerned about jobs and the planet as being environmental radicals, and now they placed environmentalists and Aboriginals on a terrorist watch list. To Conservatives, a maple syrup boycott and a cardboard cutout of Ontario's Environment Minister are now on the same threat level as Al-Qaeda. When will this minister stop using counter-terrorism as an excuse to silence Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the member opposite knows, our country has an excellent environmental regulatory system in which the public can participate in a lawful and abiding way. However, any groups or individuals that resort to criminality or violence will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But I'd like to ask my colleague opposite something. You know, she knows that we have a very robust environmental regulatory system here. We know we have policies where we invest in climate change, adaptation research, yet she goes and lobbies against our jobs in the U.S.
No, she didn't.
So that begs the question, Mr. Speaker. Does she believe in climate? Does she believe in job creation?
Wow.
Or is she a job creation denier?
Denier. The Honourable Member for Halifax.
It's not robust environmental regulation for long, Mr. Speaker. Enbridge wanted approval before they told Canadians where they would build their pipeline, but this government wants to go even further and shut Canadians out of the process altogether. Instead of actually submitting a route, soon companies will only have to submit a name for their pipeline, and the Conservatives will approve. Maybe it'll be the Protecting Bitumen from Internet Predators pipeline. I'm sure the Conservatives will enjoy rubber stamping that one. Mr. Speaker, why are they changing the review process? Why are they weakening protection for our communities?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government, of course, the priority remains the jobs and the economic growth in this country. The Northern Gateway Pipeline is currently going through a careful and comprehensive review process. The member opposite knows that. We want projects, Mr. Speaker, that are safe. We want thousands of new jobs in this country. We want to open up new export markets. We do not want unnecessary delays, and perhaps the NDP should be better known as the No Development Party.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill. Order.
Speaker, there's no secret that our immigration system, which is the most fair and generous in the world, is open to abuse. Whether it is by bogus refugee claimants coming to receive taxpayer-funded benefits, human smugglers, or foreign criminals, Canadians, including my constituents of Richmond Hill, have no tolerance for those who abuse our generosity and take unfair advantage of our country. Can the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration please inform this House how the Protecting Canada's Immigration System Act will help stop the abuse of our immigration system?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question and the good work done by that member on the immigration committee. Mr. Speaker, the reforms we propose today, in addition to the bill of 2010, will allow bona fide victims of persecution who are now forced to wait 2 years for protection to get a hearing before the IRB and to get the certainty of protection in 2 months' time. So someone who comes off a plane from Iran with the signs of torture on his back will get certainty and protection in Canada, but instead of taking several years to deport fake asylum claimants, they'll be gone in a few weeks.
Mr. Speaker, workers who lose their jobs should be waiting a maximum of 28 days for their EI to be processed. But because of this government's cuts, families are sometimes waiting 5 times longer. The number of workers waiting for their EI benefits has doubled because the minister eliminated positions at the processing centres. Mr. Speaker, what does the minister have to say to families who can't pay their bills because of these irresponsible cuts? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. We have sympathy with people who've lost their jobs for reasons not of their own. That is why we are attempting to provide benefits as quickly as possible, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, in January we added additional staff when there was a rise in applications. We added hundreds of people to process applications more quickly.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is that Canadian families and their children continue to struggle under this minister's watch. New Democrats are touring the country to hear how waiting months for employment insurance is hurting families. Families who can't make their rent because their EI checks are delayed. Families who are wondering when help will come. Mr. Speaker, why can't this minister address the real problem? Why can't she see how her cuts are hurting the families that desperately need their employment insurance?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Families do get their EI checks as quickly as possible. That's why, after we saw in December and January an unexpected rise in EI claims, we added several hundred people to EI processing. And it's working, Mr. Speaker. The backlog is being whittled down. People are getting their checks faster. We're going to continue to improve our performance for Canadians when they need us.
The Honourable Member for Akati Bathurst. Mr. Speaker, we've learned that the Minister of Heritage wants to use evidence received by the Standing Committee on Official Languages as a mechanism for formal consultation in preparation for the next roadmap for linguistic duality. And that runs counter to the Official Languages Act, and it's a misleading use of the evidence that was transmitted to us in good faith. The department needs to conduct its own official consultation. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister of Canadian Heritage commit to holding a formal consultation on the next steps after the roadmap as required under the Act? The Honourable Minister. The roadmap was prepared a few years ago, and in the future we will continue to hold consultations. Mr. Speaker, I would be in New Brunswick, in fact, near the Honourable Member's riding, in order to have some consultations and a roundtable. We will be consulting across the country. We'll continue with our counterparts on the provincial level in the summer. We'll continue our commitment, not simply to protect, but to celebrate both official languages. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, last November, the government hastily announced the setting up of a committee to study the problems surrounding the use of French in Quebec businesses which are under a federal jurisdiction. It's now February 16th. No shadow of a committee, no chair, no budget, no mandate, no interest in this Francophone issue. Mr. Speaker, the NDP tabled a balanced bill that meets the requirements of workers. Will the government stop wavering and support our bill? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, French is an integral part of our history, our identity, our daily life, and is one of the founding languages of Canada, and our government is committed to promoting and protecting the French language in Canada. We will launch a consultative committee and assess whether a problem exists with the language of work in federally regulated private sector businesses, and the committee will seek views of stakeholders to examine whether employees of federally regulated private sector businesses in Quebec are fully able to work in French. Our government is proud of Canadian bilingualism and of our cultural diversity, and we remain fully committed to promoting the French language in Canada and abroad.
Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, Canada deserves a Minister of Aboriginal Affairs that will deliver results for Aboriginal people. Instead, we have a minister who delivers aspirations. Shamefully, the minister has called the UN Declaration for the Rights of Indigenous People an aspirational document. Last week, when the National Panel on First Nations Education released its report, the minister called the recommendations aspirational. It's time the minister replaces aspirational with results. Will he admit today that the funding for Aboriginal children on reserve is woefully inaccurate and
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government will keep building on our progress to improve First Nations education. We are engaged with First Nations. Our government has signed 5 education partnership agreements with provinces and First Nations. The Minister was proud to sign the First Nations education agreement with BC First Nations in the province 3 weeks ago. We will review the National Panel's recommendations and continue to work for quality outcomes for First Nations children in education.
Bravo, for Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, the government can't admit the truth, that Conservatives are against free speech for scientists. Yesterday, Francesca Griffo, Director of the Union of Concerned Scientists Scientific Integrity Program, spoke about the muzzling of Canadian scientists, calling it a, quote, scary thing, something that's happening quite frequently. This completely contradicts what the minister told us on Monday, but maybe he as well cannot speak freely without permission from his political masters.
The Honourable Minister of State for Science and Technology.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you we are very, very proud to promote the important work of our scientists and our researchers. More work, by the way, since this government has funded science and technology to historic levels that the opposition voted against. Now, Mr. Speaker, at the very conference, I want to point out to the member that our scientists are presenting their work. They do so by publishing their work. They lecture at universities around the world on their work, and we are thrilled to tell Canadians about the great work being done by our scientists.
The member for Davenport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, cities like Toronto are facing a housing crisis. The FCM says housing is the #1 problem facing cities. Even the CIBC says most Canadian families are having a hard time finding affordable housing. In fact, 1.5 million Canadian households are in core housing need, and this government doesn't have a plan, but luckily, Mr. Speaker, we do. Will the government commit today to finally taking action and support the New Democrat National Housing Strategy?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Let's face it, anybody who's been following this, the NDP have been talking about this for years, but while they've been talking, we've been doing it. Mr. Speaker, we signed 5-year agreements with the provinces and territories regarding affordable housing so that they would have stable, predictable funding to deliver the housing that's within their mandate. But during the Economic Action Plan, we also added quite a large amount of money for more affordable housing for seniors, for the disabled, for Aboriginals. Mr. Speaker, over 14,000 projects for affordable housing were undertaken through that program. It's a real shame that the NDP didn't support it.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Minister just about every day, and it's clear she doesn't understand that the plan she's got is not working. And I'm going to map it out. I'll map it out for Toronto, just Toronto. 70,000 households, that's 200,000 people are on waiting lists for affordable housing. The backlog for repairs at Toronto Community Housing are $1 billion in 2015. This government is doing nothing. They're saying a lot, they're doing nothing. Will they today commit to supporting the New Democrats' national housing?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
I know there are several projects and initiatives that we've undertaken to provide more affordable housing to those Canadians who need it. Apart from the Economic Action Plan and the 14,000 projects across the country that were completed through that, which, of course, the NDP opposed, Mr. Speaker, since June 30th of last year, over 50,000 housing units, affordable housing units in Canada have been funded through this government's funding. Mr. Speaker, while they talk and oppose everything, we do it anyway.
The honourable member for West Sauk St. Paul.
Canadians gave our Conservative government a strong mandate to end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry once and for all. And this is exactly what we are doing. Last night, I am proud to report this House passed in a vote of 159 to 130 the ending of the Long Gun Registry Act. Could the Minister of Public Safety please update the House as to the status of this legislation and how close we are to finally scrapping this ineffective registry?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank that member in particular for all of his hard work on this file. Last night's vote marks a leap forward towards fulfilling our promise to scrap the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. I would also like to thank the members from Thunder Bay, Rainy River and Thunder Bay Superior North who stood up to the NDP union bosses and voted with Conservatives to scrap the registry. It's too bad that the member from Western Arctic didn't show the same courage and turned his back on the good people of the Northwest Territories. While the NDP continue to target law-abiding citizens, our government will continue to put criminals behind bars.
Honourable member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has returned from China, but not a word as to whether the Canadian sealing industry has obtained access to the Chinese market. On February the 2nd, the Prime Minister indicated that he would make this a priority on his trip to China. I asked the Prime Minister, was this a priority when he was in China? Did we gain access to the Chinese markets? And is the Canadian sealing industry a priority to this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member may not have been listening to all of the press releases coming out of China, but the Prime Minister did sign a foreign investment promotion protection agreement with the Chinese government, which will be a great benefit to Mr. Speaker, which will be a great benefit to Canadian businesses. On the issue of seals, it's this government that has promoted the sealing industry since we formed government in 2006. We'll continue to do that, whether or not, Mr. Speaker, that happens to be with the European Union, with the Americans, with the China.
The Honourable Deputy de Montmagny.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamouraska Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, operators of a asbestos cement plant in Italy were sentenced to 16 years in prison. In Quebec, CSN Construction wants to ban asbestos. No social acceptance, no future. The member for Mégantic-L'Érable, who is Minister of Industry and the Quebec Lieutenant, continues to lamely sing the same old song. He's a disgrace to his duties and shows that Peter White is right in saying that he has neither influence nor visibility. Out of respect for his region, the minister must call for a plan in the event of a crisis in the next budget. Will he do that? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Clear on the government's position, and that has not changed.
Honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, last spring we became aware of the situation of Nasser al-Ras, a Canadian living abroad who was detained in Bahrain for participating in a political demonstration. Since learning of his case, the Minister of State responsible for consular affairs and her team have been working hard to support Mr. Ras and his family, as well as urging Bahrain to drop all charges against him. I'd like to ask the Minister of Foreign Affairs to update the House on Mr. al-Ras's situation.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for this important question. I'm very pleased to confirm today that Mr. al-Ras was found innocent of the charges against him and is free to leave Bahrain. The Minister of State and consular officials worked very hard to assist Mr. al-Ras and to press the government of Bahrain on his behalf. Through our embassy, we are now encouraging him to leave the country and return to Canada. If he is rearrested for demonstrating in Bahrain, our options to assist him will be limited. We want to thank the Bahraini government for responding to our concerns, and I want to acknowledge the great leadership of the Minister of State for Consular Affairs for her good work.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the confidentiality of journalistic sources has enabled us to uncover numerous scandals, including the sponsorship scandal. But now, lawyers for Tony Accurso want to force the journalist from the show Enquête to disclose his source, a source which made it possible to shed light on tax fraud at Louisbourg and Simon Vautry. Mr. Speaker, is the government prepared to take action in the interest of the public to legislate to protect journalist sources so that freedom of the press remains one of the fundamental values in this country?
The
Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
We take the issue very seriously, and we cannot tolerate these types of activities that are alleged. There is currently an RCMP investigation going on into this matter, so I can't comment any further.
The Honourable Member for Haute-Gaspésie, Métis-Matin, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, C-19 isn't even law, and the Conservatives are already celebrating their victory in an offensive way. It shows the families of the shooting victims that it's as if they were dancing on their tombs. In addition, the government's refused to clarify the details with respect to the total destruction of the registry, and it doesn't even seem to be waiting for royal assent to call for its immediate elimination, despite Quebec's stated intention to take legal action to preserve the information. Can the Minister of Public Safety give us assurances or the assurance that he will wait until Quebec takes legal action before taking steps to destroy the registry, or is he simply going to turn the shredder on right away regardless? The Honourable Minister.
Last night's vote marks a leap forward towards fulfilling our promise to scrap the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. As part of that commitment, of course, of getting rid of the registry, the data will also be destroyed, and that will be done as soon as legally possible.
That concludes question period for today. I understand the Honourable Member for Laurier-Saint-Marie has the traditional Thursday question.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government opposite came here with promises. Promises to change the way things were done in Ottawa. And they promised citizens election after election that they would change things, that there would be more accountability, more democracy, more transparency. However, instead, Mr. Speaker, they have organized an attack against the parliamentary traditions that are as old as centuries. The gag order that makes their elected representatives in this House silent is supposed to be an exceptional procedure only used in extreme circumstances. And now, under this government, the gag order has become just another legislative step like any other one. It's a real shame, Mr. Speaker. Now the parliamentary leader, the government, is trying to do the same with regard to the opposition. We should be listening to ordinary citizens, the many citizens who are asking for no more than for their voices to be heard through their representatives that they themselves elected. It's absurd, Mr. Speaker. It's disappointing, but even more so, it's a betrayal of the democratic promise of this country. Mr. Speaker, my democracy is hurting. My question for the government House Leader is the following. Will the government House Leader recognize that the abusive use of the gag order is a radical shift compared to the other traditions in the House and British traditions used throughout the world? The second question, can the government House Leader, or does he believe that the majority has the right to act without opposition, without debate, and by excluding different opinions on the subject? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, perhaps I didn't hear it right. I thought this was a question about the House agenda, but in advance I'll answer a couple of the questions. Firstly, with regard to the management of the House business, I will renew once again my invitation to the NDP to give us the number of speakers or the length of time they wish to see on any of the bills before this House. They have yet to ever provide me an answer on that. I've asked it in the past here and elsewhere, and I'll continue to ask. I appreciate the Liberal Party has been somewhat forthcoming in that regard, and if we see the same from the NDP, we will be able to actually come to cooperative arrangements. But barring that, it's clear that their agenda is simply to run up the score and compel the government to utilize the resources available in the standing orders in order to ensure that we actually do come to decisions and take votes in this House. Aujourd'hui,
today, we will continue with the Opposition Day. Tomorrow, we will be having a debate to take note of the standing orders before the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, as I understand. The
committee takes on a more extensive and detailed study of proposed changes to the standing orders. Following the constituency week, we will begin on Monday, February 27th with debate on Senate Reform Bill C-7.
Afternoon, we will continue debate on Bill C-24, the Canada-Panama Free Trade Act. Tuesday, February 28th will be the fourth allotted day, which I understand is to go to the Liberal Party. On
Wednesday, we will continue debate on the Canada-Panama Free Trade Act. On Thursday morning, we will continue debate on C-23, Canada-Jordan Free Trade Act.
Afternoon, we will begin debate on Bill C-28, the Financial Literacy Leader Act. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this will be a Jobs and Growth week. Jobs and growth remains our government's top priority. As we have seen with the North American Free Trade Agreement, free trade creates jobs and economic growth for Canadian families and businesses, and this is true of the two free trade bills which we have before this House, like the Canada-Jordan Free Trade Act, which I will point out that in the previous Parliament went to committee after only a few hours of debate. We would hope that we could get the same agreement from the other parties to do so here. I invite them to do that. I can also say from my own personal experience that the Canada-Panama Free Trade Agreement has been around for a long time. I recall 2.5 years ago being in Panama with the Prime Minister as negotiations concluded on this agreement. And again, I remember as Minister of International Trade on September 23, 2010, when I introduced a bill for the first time in this House to implement the Free Trade Agreement. It is about time that it did pass into law to benefit Canadians, exporters and workers. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-28 will create the position of Financial Literacy Leader to help promote financial literacy among Canadians. This is something I think all parties have expressed support for. It's something that I'm sure we should be able to come to an agreement on how to process. I proposed a motion to the House that laid out a reasonable work plan for Bill C-28. Sadly, that motion wasn't supported, but I encourage the opposition House Leader to get together with us again and try and work on a reasonable work plan. And I do look forward to seeing some progress as we continue the hard-working, orderly and productive session of Parliament we are in. Rather than trying to run up the score and compel time allocation to be used, I'd encourage the official opposition House Leader to work with all parties in this place to make progress on the bills before us. And on that note, in the spirit of cooperation and working with my colleagues across the way, I have one further addition regarding tomorrow's debate. I thank my colleagues for this suggestion, which I believe you will find unanimous consent for. And the motion is as follows,
that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the motion that this House take note of the standing orders and procedure of the House and its committees standing on the order paper be amended by adding the following: that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be instructed to study the standing orders and procedures of the House and its committees, including the proceedings on the debate pursuant to Standing Order 51, and that the House report its findings to the House no later than May 18th, 2012, and that the motion as amended shall not be subject to any further amendment, and that when debate has concluded or at the expiry of time provided for government orders on the day designated for the debate, as the case may be, the motion as amended shall be deemed adopted. Thank you.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered.
I am now prepared to give my ruling on the question of privilege raised on February 8, 2012 by the member for HoC regarding members bringing their infant children into the chamber.
This matter, as well as the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, the Chief Opposition Whip, and the member for Saanich Gulf Islands for their interventions. La question du privilège découle des...
This question of privilege arose from events that occurred on February 7th when the members for Verchères les Patriotes brought her infant son into the chamber immediately prior to the taking of a recorded division. At the time, several other members began taking photographs of mother and son, creating a disturbance in the process in the House. The member for HoC explained that it had been her impression, when she had a newborn, that members could not bring their babies into the chamber during votes. She therefore requested that the chair clarify whether there were any rules, House rules, or practices on this matter.
It will come as no surprise to the House that I do not see this as a matter of privilege. As the member for HoC herself has pointed out, the matter at hand really has to do with the need to clarify existing practices, and she has requested that I also review what steps can or should be taken to assist members with infants or young children as they juggle the challenges and obligations associated with being a parent who is also a member of the House of Commons. Il est difficile de statuer sur les environnements.
The events of Tuesday, touching as they do on very personal matters for the members concerned, are always difficult to adjudicate. As a member with 4 children under the age of 7, I must confess that I am particularly sympathetic to the challenges faced by all elected officials who strive to find a balance between the demands of the work and the needs of their families. While the events which unfolded on February 7th may seem to suggest that some of our rules and practices are rooted in traditions that no longer mesh seamlessly with modern realities, the truth is quite different. In fact, the House and the Speakership, on its behalf, has a long history of adapting its practices to meet the needs of the day. The Chair has been afforded considerable latitude to reconcile apparent contradictions between our rules and practices and contemporary values.
Happened over the years in relation to the kind of situation the House faced last Tuesday. As some members have pointed out, there have been cases in the past where members have brought very young babies into the chamber, mainly for votes, and in their wisdom, my predecessors in the chair have handled these situations by turning a blind eye, and given that the presence of the babies did not create disturbances, allowing House business to proceed uninterrupted. It is important to recall that in the case at hand, several members were flouting the rules by taking photographs in the chamber, and it was this disturbance to which the chair's attention was drawn. So let me take this opportunity to suggest to members that it would be of great assistance if members advise the chair privately in advance where they can of a particular difficulty they are facing. And I believe this would help us to avoid the kinds of disturbances that were witnessed last Tuesday, which in turn led to the events which have given rise to this ruling. When considering what kind of guidelines should be followed on an ongoing basis, it struck me that there are a few times when members might actually be unable to make alternative arrangements. It is really only during unexpected votes that members could face difficulties. Fortunately, most recorded divisions are scheduled far enough in advance that members should be able to plan accordingly. Cependant, le président s'est constaté.
However, the chair appreciates that plans sometimes fail. When that happens, members may find themselves in a difficult position. In such cases, provided there is no other type of disruption or disturbance, the Speaker's attention will likely not be drawn to the situation, and the work of the House can proceed as usual.
It would also be helpful to the chair, and I think to the whole House, even after some incident has occurred involving the chair, if members approach me directly to discuss any concerns they may have. Je crois qu'il est bon de rappeler aux députés que
I am sure we can all agree that airing concerns through the media only risks creating further problems. I should remind members that the House as an institution has a long history of improving facilities to assist members as working parents. Not all members realize that it is now almost 30 years ago that under the leadership of former Speaker Jean Sauvé, the Parliamentary Child Care Centre Children on the Hill was established, providing members and staff with young children access to workplace daycare. In addition, some time ago, the House installed changing tables in a number of washroom facilities in the centre block, as well as elsewhere. On this point, I have asked the clerk to assess whether the number of changing tables is sufficient to meet the needs of members with infants and to verify that they are appropriately located for their use.
The Chair is advised that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs is embarking on a thorough review of the standing orders. Given the composition of the current House, as the members who intervened on this matter have suggested, it may well be timely for the committee, as part of this study, to review existing practices in this regard. The Chair would welcome the collective wisdom and guidance of the Standing Committee in this admittedly nebulous area. In the meantime, the Chair will continue to be governed by the approach taken in the past by previous speakers, always mindful of my obligation to preserve order and decorum so that the House may conduct its business without disruption, knowing that I can count on the cooperation of all members in this regard. I thank all honourable members for their attention. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on an opposition motion concerning education for First Nation children.
7 minutes pour
There are 7 minutes remaining for the member for Argenteuil-Papineau Mirabel.
Mr. Speaker, the motion before us today is urgently necessary. Children have a right to culturally appropriate education. Children have a right to the same level of education as every other child. Shannon's dream should be obvious, and yet it is shamefully unrealized. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us says that First Nations children have a fundamental right to culturally relevant education. Seeing oneself reflected in your studies fosters pride and a deep sense of belonging inside a pluralistic society. The members of this House who belong to minority cultures will understand how crucial this pride and belonging is for a healthy personal development. Aboriginal peoples have every right and reason to see themselves centrally located in the history, science, maths, arts, and languages that are taught both in their schools on reserve and their schools off reserve, and in every school in Canada, no matter where it's located and who the students are, because it is the true story of our country. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the motion is about equality. The fact that we still need a motion to state that First Nations children are deserving of the same level of education funding as every Canadian child is embarrassing. However, decades of talk and patchwork, unevaluated initiatives attempting to bring the standard of education for First Nations to the same level as provincial schools have not succeeded. To quote our own Auditor General's report from 2011, Indian and Northern Affairs Canada has failed to maintain a consistent approach to education on reserves and failed to make progress in closing the educational gap. I'll reiterate that this failure is due to a lack of political will. If this government wanted to, it could prioritize Aboriginal education and commit its ministry to immediately create a First Nations Education Act that would effectively coordinate a collaborative plan that defines the responsibility of each partner in the education system and ensures that every aspect of the Act is accountable and consistent in its actualization. Mr. Speaker, in June 2008, the Prime Minister of Canada made a formal apology to the First Peoples of Canada for the residential school system. In 2010, the Prime Minister signed on to the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples. Implicit in the apology was a promise to future generations of First Nations children to succeed where we have failed in the past. Implicit in signing the UN Declaration was an obligation to take action to make good on that promise. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, I believe that in the hands of this government, the UN Declaration of Indigenous Peoples has no real weight in Canada. The fact that we are continuing to fail in redressing the damage done by the residential school system is a blight on this government and a source of shame for all Canadians. Unfortunately, it is absolutely relevant to speak of residential schools when we talk about the failings of First Nations education today, because Aboriginal peoples are still experiencing the consequences. It is shocking to learn that 3 times as many First Nations children are in state care today than there were ever sent to residential schools. The Indian Act of 1876 is an outdated and racist document which is a template for colonization, not for restitution and revitalization. We need to put it aside and give our First Nations a collaborative, comprehensive education act. Ellen Gabriel
is an advocate for education in Kanesatake. She asked me to remind this House that Statistics Canada foresees that of the 53 native languages in Canada, only 3 will survive this century. Those 3 languages are Inuktitut, Cree, and Anishinaabe. Her own language, Mohawk, is one of the Aboriginal languages present in Quebec, and it will disappear if we continue in the same vein.
He wrote to me in the House today. Dear Ms. Freeman, I am pleased to hear that the NDP will be introducing a motion to help First Nations children and their communities have the opportunity to have better quality education in their schools. While Aboriginal children and youth are the fastest growing demographic in Canada, comments from the Prime Minister of Canada and certain Aboriginal leaders regarding Aboriginal youth's contribution to society have been somewhat disturbing. They seem to relegate Aboriginal youth's contribution to mere vocational level work to strengthen Canada's economy through resource extraction or the construction industry. But Aboriginal youth should be provided with the options, to be provided with the tools to obtain their dreams. They should not be seen solely as laborers, rather we should help them exceed their own expectations. Aboriginal youth must be given the opportunity to excel academically with a strong sense of their own identity, language, and culture. To do so requires sincere political will to achieve reconciliation with Aboriginal peoples, including decolonizing methodologies and concrete support in language and culture revitalization. To wait any longer will continue the cycle of colonization, which has been the root cause of Aboriginal peoples' social, political, economical, and cultural problems. It is time to nurture the richness of Aboriginal peoples' culture, language, and identity with real action and sincere political will. It is time to respect Aboriginal peoples' right to self-determination, as expressed in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, which states in Article 13.1 that Indigenous peoples have the right to revitalize, use, develop, and transmit to future generations their histories, languages, oral traditions, philosophies, writing systems, and literatures, and to designate and retain their own names for communities, places, and persons. We can no longer allow politics to dispossess Aboriginal children and youth to their inherent rights as the Indian residential school system did for over a century, and which the Indian Act continues to do. Thank you for the passion and support in defending the rights of Aboriginal children and youth to the quality education based upon their right to their own cultures and languages. Skana, Ellen Gabriel. Je vous remercie, Monsieur.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak in this House, and I also thank my colleague who tabled this motion. I remind you of the importance of acting, not just to...
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire. The Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to have a question for my colleague across the way. She talked about building partnerships, and quite honestly, that's what actually gives strength across the country. In 2010, that we introduced about $15 million, I believe, in terms of a partnership that's ongoing between the First Nations, the federal government, and the province of British Columbia. Right. And so it is established through a steering committee, and I'm wondering if she could just share her thoughts on that partnership approach.
The Honourable Deputy Argento Papineau Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil Papineau Mirabel.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, we know that this government has not actually been working in partnership with First Nations. Think of the First Nations summits that have been happening, and we expected concrete recommendations to be put into place. My experience dealing with the Violence Against Aboriginal report that was done by the Status of Women Standing Committee was that there was no commitment from the government to actually take any concrete measures towards bringing Aboriginal peoples into Canada in an equal way. And I can't understand why this is the case and why this process of colonization and no restitution keeps happening.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The member for Beauharnois, Salaberry. I want to congratulate my colleague for her speech, which was very human, and she reminded us that because of the systems in place, the Aboriginal nation suffered from a great many problems. Many nations don't have access to their culture through their own languages, and the proof of that is, as she said, that only 3 languages will probably survive this century. The Akwesasne Mohawk Reserve is in my riding, and indeed there are a number of people working on the education system to give people a chance to have access to the culture. So how can a partnership and leadership with the government help these people through a motion like today's to really take possession again of their culture? The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel.
Promises to invest in improvements to education and training for First Nations in pursuit of the goal of educational attainment for Aboriginal people comparable to that of others in Canada. An NDP government would also remove the punitive 2% funding cap and end current funding inequalities, beginning with education and child and family services. An NDP government would forge a nation-to-nation partnership, which is necessary, and build a relationship based on mutual respect that recognizes the rights of Indigenous peoples, including the right to establish and control their educational systems in a manner appropriate to their cultural methods of teaching and learning and working with the Assembly of First Nations.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Member for Newmarket, Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Cooperation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know we're speaking about formal education here today, but we know that education takes place in many, many different venues. When I was in Wainwright 2 years ago with the Canadian Parliamentary Military Program, there was a program being offered for Aboriginal students to participate on base in Wainwright. It was being put on by the Canadian Forces. 125 Aboriginal people from across, young people from across the country in a program that was called Bold Eagle. These young people, I attended the graduation ceremony, as did members from the opposite side of the House, and we were very, very impressed with the quality of young people who were there and the things that they had learned. And I wonder if the member could comment on those kinds of partnerships that we are trying to generate throughout this country.
And the Honourable Member has 30 seconds to answer.
The reality is that, First Nations education is a responsibility of the federal government, and there's currently a significant gap in outcomes between First Nations students and non-First Nations students. Far few First Nations students complete high school, and only 41% of First Nations living on reserve who are older than 15 have a high school diploma, compared to 77% of Canadians. This isn't a complicated thing that needs to be done. What is required is a political will, the will to really cooperate and consult with First Nations and to follow that up with adequate investments, which is truly the strongest shortcoming of this government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Rosetown-Biggar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to express my support for the motion tabled by the Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Our government recognizes the importance of education and continues to work with students, families, First Nations, and other partners to improve educational outcomes for First Nations students. This government's overall goal is to ensure that First Nations students realize their potential and develop the skills they need to enter and succeed in the labour market and be part of strong communities. There is no doubt that education contributes to an individual's ability to share equally in and contribute fully to Canada's ongoing prosperity. That is why our government collaborates closely with First Nation partners across Canada to deliver tangible and lasting results and to ensure that First Nation students are well positioned for success. The relationship between First Nations and our government is based on a spirit of collaboration. The past summer, the Minister for Aboriginal and Northern Development Canada announced a joint action plan with the Assembly of First Nations that outlined education as a shared priority. Building on the joint action plan, just last month at the Crown First Nations gathering, all parties agreed to work together and improve the quality of life experienced by First Nations people. I would like to echo what the Prime Minister said during the gathering, and I quote, "There has never been a better moment to build on what we have achieved, to move forward, to reset the relationship, to learn from the past, but to focus on the future." The Joint Action Plan points the way ahead through specific joint commitments, commitments that will effectively change the rules in education, accountability, economic development, and treaty relationships, end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's words underscore the fact that our government continues to take action on a variety of fronts to effect improvements to on-reserve education. I will begin my remarks today by providing some important context around First Nations education before explaining recent initiatives. Educational outcomes of any school result from many factors: the abilities and training of individual teachers, for instance, and the availability of support materials such as textbooks. Some First Nation schools, particularly those in small, isolated communities, face other challenges. Many First Nation schools, for example, lack supports, such as student and parent councils and boards of education. It is important to note that several reports, including one by the Auditor General, conclude that structural impediments hinder progress for on-reserve education. Mr. Speaker, responsibility for educational outcomes for First Nation students is shared among several parties, including the Government of Canada. Individual First Nations and, in some cases, regional organizations are responsible for managing and delivering education programs and services in band-operated schools on reserve. The Government of Canada, through AANDC, supports First Nations and their regional organizations by funding programs and services for the elementary and secondary education of First Nation students who live on reserve. The primary funding vehicle is the elementary and secondary program. The program provides funding for students who attend band-operated schools and tuition for First Nation students who live on reserve and attend provincial, federal, or private schools. Total budget for the program in 2010-2011 was $1.5 billion. This supported approximately 117,500 First Nation students who lived on reserve and attended either band-operated schools or federal, provincial, or private schools. The breakdown was as follows: 61% attended band-operated schools, 36% attended provincial schools, and 3% attended federal or private schools. Investments from this program target a variety of purposes, including teacher salaries, instructional services, and student support services such as transportation, counseling, accommodation, and financial assistance. Funding is also used for the management of programs and services, the development of curriculum and language programs, the recruitment and retention of teachers, the engagement of parents and the community in education, and for technological and other resources and school supplies, including computers. In all, there are approximately 520 band schools across Canada. This number hints at a key factor, particularly in small communities: the liability or the inability to realize the advantages generated by economies of scale. In general, the smaller the school population, the larger the per student cost for items such as administration, building maintenance, and support services. Our government also invests significant amounts in the construction and renovation of First Nations schools. In 2010-2011, AANDC's annual total investment in the building and renovation of schools was $304 million. Between 2006, 2007, and 2009, 2010, the federal government invested approximately $924 million on school infrastructure projects. This includes the completion of 248 school projects, ongoing construction of 22 schools, 22 major renovation and additions to schools and communities across the country, and 184 other projects, which include renovations and/or additions, purchase of portable classrooms, repairs to teacher housing, construction, or design projects. For the current fiscal year, AANDC expects to invest approximately $200 million on school-related infrastructure. The funds and investments I've described suggest two conclusions. One, that this government continues to make targeted investments towards improving First Nations educational outcomes, and two, that money alone will not solve the problem. Additional actions are also needed. Given these realities, it becomes clear that the complex problems associated with on-reserve education require a multifaceted approach, one that addresses specific factors in a holistic way to inspire overall progress. This is an apt description of our government strategy to improve educational outcomes for First Nations students. There is evidence of progress. The percentage of students enrolled in First Nations schools who graduate from high school continues to increase, for instance. Our approach to working in partnership has produced results, and I am convinced that we will continue to make progress by working collaboratively. In 2008, we began to lay the foundation for structural reform in First Nation education by focusing on practical initiatives. These included the launch of 2 new programs as the building blocks of school-based initiatives common to top-performing schools. The First Nation Student Success Program helps First Nation educators on reserve plan and make improvements in the 3 priority areas of literacy, numeracy, and student retention. Participating schools develop success plans tailored to increase efforts in these 3 priority areas. To monitor progress, the schools implement a student learning assessment process based on provincial jurisdictions and establish performance measurement systems, also known as school information systems. These processes monitor success and inform instruction, help in priority setting, and assist in planning to increase student success over the long term. The program is now available to more than 90% of First Nation students attending band-operated schools in Canada, or approximately 66,000 students. Since 2008, this government has invested approximately $141 million in the First Nation Student Success Program. The second program is the Education Partnerships Program. This program promotes collaboration between First Nations, provinces, AANDC, and other partners towards improving educational outcomes of First Nation children studying in schools. The program supports the use of shared action plans where First Nation and provincial officials exchange expertise and services. Since 2008, we have invested more than $17 million in the program. Another significant development is the signing of tripartite agreements on First Nation education. Each agreement involves a province or provincial education authority, the Government of Canada, and a group of First Nations. The partners agreed to collaborate in tangible ways to improve educational outcomes for First Nation students. There are now 7 tripartite education partnerships across Canada. Since 2008, we have concluded memorandums of understanding in New Brunswick, Manitoba, Alberta, and Prince Edward Island, along with a sub-regional agreement with the Saskatoon Tribal Council. There are existing tripartite partnerships in British Columbia and Nova Scotia. Earlier this year, our government, the Province of British Columbia, and the First Nations Education Steering Committee concluded a new tripartite education framework agreement. This was another example of our commitment to working with First Nations and provinces so that First Nation students have the necessary tools to succeed. This tripartite education framework agreement is focused on strengthening education programs, services, and standards between on-reserve and provincial education systems so students can transfer between the 2 systems easily. It provides First Nation students in British Columbia with access to an education comparable to that provided by the provincial system where they attend school on or off reserve. To inspire further progress, the Government of Canada and the Assembly of First Nations established a national panel on First Nation elementary and secondary education last year. Panelists were chosen based on their knowledge of education issues, demonstrated interest in Aboriginal issues, innovative approaches, and their ability to be solutions-oriented. The panel led a national engagement process on ways to improve First Nation elementary and secondary education, including options for legislation. The panel traveled across Canada and led discussions with First Nations leaders, parents, elders, students, teachers, and provincial officials. The process represented a valuable opportunity to share perspectives and propose ways to improve First Nation education for children living on reserve. Many interested parties chose to participate via online. Submissions that were reviewed and discussed during the engagement sessions were also heard. The panel published its final report earlier this month, entitled Nurturing the Learning Spirit of First Nation Students. The report outlines key principles for reform and recommends a series of key actions. The Government of Canada is taking the time needed to review the report and will determine a course of action in due course. The panel's work is tremendously important. The engagement sessions, along with the studies completed by the Auditor General and the Standing Committee of the other place, improve our understanding of the factors that contribute to First Nations educational outcomes. This research will also inform the development and implementation of effective solutions. Given that responsibility for educating First Nation students is shared among many groups, it is imperative that all groups work together on solutions. This government, First Nations, educators, families, and students all play important roles. Mr. Speaker, the challenges associated with education in most First Nations communities are unique. It is a serious mistake to assume that the approaches used for off-reserve schools would necessarily lead to similar results on reserve. Comparisons between federal and provincial or territorial funding do not tell the whole story. There are significant variations in per-student funding depending on where a school is located, for instance. Funding comparisons need to take into account important differences between schools, such as geographic location and relative size of the school. These are both key factors AANDC and the provinces use to calculate school funding. Investments are an important part of improving the educational outcomes of First Nation students. However, investments need to be accompanied by systemic changes, including structural reforms. I believe that emphasis should be placed on comparable education outcomes. Comparable education outcomes is about supporting the delivery of quality education programs and services, meeting standards that enable First Nation students to transfer from First Nation schools to provincial schools without academic penalties and at similar levels of achievement. This can be achieved through standardized assessments, comparable curricula, teacher accreditation, and academic evaluation. Our government remains committed to working with First Nations and provinces to ensure that First Nation children, whether they go to school on reserve or a provincial school, receive the education they require for success. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this government is determined to take effective action on a number of fronts to improve First Nations educational outcomes. We all recognize that education is a building block and the best way to foster success. Improving educational outcomes would open doors to a wealth of opportunities for economic and social development. Given Canada's current demographic trends, we must ensure that First Nations people have every opportunity to participate fully in the economy and to meet the needs of their communities. It is in the interests of everyone to see First Nations educated, skilled, and employed. In recent years, our government and First Nations groups have forged a new spirit of collaboration and have delivered tangible, lasting improvements for First Nation education. Tripartite agreements have changed the way education is delivered and administered in First Nations communities across Canada. Hundreds of projects to build and renovate schools have been completed. New programs that address the specific challenges of on-reserve education are in place. These accomplishments make me confident that progress will continue. I encourage my honourable colleagues to endorse the motion before us and to support this government's efforts to improve educational outcomes for First Nations students. While we have made progress, there is still work to be done. Let's work together to realize Shannon's dream and ensure all First Nations students are part of a strong economic future for First Nations communities and Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Jean Lebert.
I thank you first off for a very well thought out and clear statement. And I would just like to touch on something. Just sort of tweaking on the word holistic that you used at one point. And coming from a community that has battled and still battles with much of the same issues that the First Nations people battle with, I wonder if you can talk a bit about the personal struggle. We hear constantly about young people who are doing very self-destructive things, such as filling bags up with paint and glue and sniffing those. And from the experience, my experience working with youth, that comes from disillusionment, comes from a sense of relevance or lack of relevance. And in the very pragmatic plan that you laid out, I'm wondering if there's anything in there that I guess touches on helping these young people find a sense of relevance. You were talking about retaining retention in schools, and I found that relevance is one of the key things that makes kids stay in school. What does this mean to me? So what kind of programs are in place that help young people get over their sense of lack of relevance so that going to school becomes a relevant thing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question. Certainly, it has been the goal of this government to work collaboratively with First Nations and other service providers when it comes to providing education on First Nations reserves. We understand that education itself contributes to an individual's ability to share equally in and contribute to Canada's ongoing prosperity. And it is in education itself that one could find some identity and a sense of self-worth. And that is why, truly, we launched in 2008 the First Nations Student Success Program. And I know I spoke to that program during my opening remarks. So again, I thank you for the question.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her comments. And I was listening, and then I had a distraction, but I know that she has been very active and very interested in the First Nations Student Success Program, and I'm wondering if she could elaborate a little bit more for myself and fellow MPs.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question. I come from Saskatchewan. We have 74 First Nations in our province, and while I do not have I have 2 First Nations in my riding, although they are businesses. One of the reserves in one of my colleagues' ridings does send their children to schools in my riding, and you are correct that this program I am very interested in. It was designed to help First Nations educators on reserve plan for and make improvements in the 3 priority areas that I mentioned in my remarks: literacy, numeracy, and student retention. It is a results-based accountability component and is supporting schools in the development and implementation of school success plans, student learning assessment and performance measurement, and student learning assessments and performance measurement systems. It is also designed to focus on the 3 areas that I mentioned, and to date, with $141 million in new investments, as I said earlier, over 90% of First Nations students attending band-operated schools are benefiting from this project. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. I'm sorry, Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I'd like to discuss the fact that it's important to prevent rather than cure. If we invest properly in education, we can prevent a lot of expenses, money that could be better used in our society. I have 2006 figures that show that the estimated costs for First Nations students who do not finish high school could be $3.2 billion over 10 years. So investing and ensuring that we have a good relationship with the First Nations would help our economy, as well as the economies of the First Nations. What does my honourable colleague think of that?
Saskatoon, Rosetown, Bigger.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. I think, Mr. Speaker, that those are the very things that I highlighted in the remarks that I made. I spoke to a number of initiatives that our government has worked in partnership with First Nations to bring forward. And when it comes to building relationships, we saw a tremendous event happen last month on January 24th with the Crown First Nations gathering. I believe our government has shown tremendous leadership, and the many initiatives that I have spoken to today, I think, demonstrate that. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pontiac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to share my time with the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Today to defend a fundamental right of every human being to education as declared in Article 26 of the UN Declaration on Human Rights and of every Indigenous person as found in the Article 14.1 of the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Mr. Speaker, education is like no other thing, and the long road for recognition of this right has been difficult. It has been long the habit of despots in history to deny the education of others. To keep anyone without an education has been a way of trying to control them. Therefore, there has always been a direct relationship between education and true democracy. An educated society is a society in which people are armed with the tool of understanding. This understanding translates into criticism of how the world is run. This criticism allows our society to advance and progress. Education also increases participation and helps defeat the forces of exclusion and marginalization. Having been brought up in a working-class family, I am well positioned to judge the effects of education on a young person. Had I not had access to free education as a child and a teenager, as well as reasonable, accessible post-secondary education as an adult, I am not sure what my life might have been like. The tools I gained through my education have been the main factors in my career. Equal conditions for all based on merit, not ability to pay, is the only way forward for any country which dares calls itself civilized. However, the fundamental lesson I learned with regards to education from the Liberal government of Paul Martin is that if this right is not constantly defended, it is not a given. It was when that government was trying to devolve itself of its responsibilities with regards to post-secondary education in the 90s that many of us on this side of the benches, including myself, had their first taste of political battle. Many of us forged our political wills in the fires of the student movement at that time. But as an elected official, I am learning this important lesson once again in a different way, in a new and deeper way, from the Algonquin First Nations of my riding. By attending their demonstrations and listening to their voices. Here's what I have learned from them about education. Lessons that all of us in this supposedly august chamber should heed very carefully, because the First Nations in my riding understand better than us the real power of education. They have taught me that education is a means to give hope and encouragement to each person to reach his or her full potential, intellectually, emotionally, socially, physically, and spiritually. That it is a lifelong journey, and that learning is not only for this generation, but for the future. And that learning is a gift from the Creator. They have also told me that education should not be taken out of its social context, and that while it is the opportunity for an individual to achieve his or her fullest potential, that potential is also important as a member of a community and as a member of a nation. I have also learned from them that education is a preparation for holistic living, a means of allowing them the free choice of where to live and work, a means of enabling their people to participate fully in their own spiritual and educational advancement, a means of enabling the individuals in their communities to learn to live good lives, meaningful, and become self-reliant, a means of having respect for themselves, one another, and for their elders, and a means of enabling Algonquin students to learn to make a good living within their traditional values. Truly, education is about the hopes and dreams of children and their families. As parents, we all want the best for our children. We want them to succeed, to have good lives, and education is an important road to that success. However, the sad reality is that even today in Canada in 2012, one of the most advanced countries in the world, this beautiful vision of education is not a right for an important part of our own population. Monsieur le Président, la réalité...
Mr. Speaker, the reality for First Nations students in this country is shameful. Did you know that on average, First Nations students receive between $2,000 and $3,000 less per person than non-Aboriginal students, and that funding increases for First Nations education are limited to 2% per year and have been since 1996? And this cap is not adjusted for inflation and even demographic growth, which together have always exceeded 2% per year. Between 1996 and 2006, funding should have been increased by 6.2% in order to keep pace with inflation and demographic growth. But what has this government done to meet this need? And previous governments? Absolutely nothing. What is it doing now? Very little. Furthermore, First Nations students are the only Canadian students who have no guarantees concerning the future funding of their education, and the federal funding for First Nations education provides nothing with regard to libraries, technological devices, sports and recreation facilities, language programs, students programming, curriculum development, school bus transportation, the benefits for employees, and data processing system for students. Is this possible? These lower levels of funding means that it's difficult for First Nations to recruit and keep qualified teachers, since these First Nations cannot provide comparable benefits and salaries to the neighboring public schools. Given the obstacles to learning, are more numerous among First Nations communities, we must expect and accept that education for Aboriginals requires further action in the area of funding and further funding. We have to look at First Nations education in socio-economic context. The socio-economic situation of First Nations often forces band councils to take funds for education to more pressing priorities such as drinking water and housing. The precarious situation of various First Nations means that something has to be done in order to ensure that subsidies for education are only used for educational programs. In my riding, the First Nations of Kitigan-Zibi and Lake Barriere are no exceptions. Kitigan-Zibi, 60% of people do not have access to drinking water in their homes from their taps. Among the Algonquins at Lac Barrière, since the government imposed a trustee, there is no investments in the primary school and no secondary school has been built. It's shameful, and furthermore, no new housing has been built in Lac Barrière since 1986. How can we expect to make education a priority when people are unable to even find appropriate housing and have access to drinking water. We are all responsible, and Canada must respond to what I think is the biggest challenge of the 22nd century, meaning a strong presence in all areas of our society for its founding peoples, the First Nations.
We must and we can do more. As a country, we owe very much to our First Nations. In his statement on National Aboriginal Day, the Prime Minister said that this government is committed to working with Aboriginal communities as well as provinces and territories to provide Aboriginal people with the education and tools they need to reach their full potential. But this government has yet to live up to that promise. They have raised hopes time and time again, but have yet to walk the talk of real investment in education for First Nations. And the First Nations People's Summit of National Chiefs has done nothing more. Nothing has been delivered. Mr. Speaker, we need bold and visionary actions. The NDP wants to forge a nation-to-nation partnership with First Nations, building a relationship based on mutual respect that recognizes the rights of Indigenous peoples to control their own education. We want to do this based on concrete actions and not empty words, and that's the reason why we would immediately remove the punitive 2% funding cap and end current funding inequalities, beginning with education and child and family services. The issue of First Nations education isn't a difficult problem to solve. It just requires political will. As Sitting Bull once said, let us put our minds together and see what kind of life we can make for our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saskatoon, Rosetown, Biggar.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I couldn't help but notice that my colleague across the way was speaking about comparable education. And we know that there are significant variations in per-student funding depending on where a school is located, as well as the relative size of the school. And so I'm wondering if he would be willing to comment on that or share a little bit more about comparable education.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for her question. And I guess the comparison that most concerns me is when we compare Aboriginal students to non-Aboriginal students. And when we look at the disparity both in funding and level education, it makes a mockery of our country, unfortunately. So we need to address that clear and difficult question. And that demands different types of actions within certain schools and within certain districts, and particularly within First Nations.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every time my colleague gets up to speak, I enjoy it very much, so I thank him again for his speech today on this important issue. We've been talking a lot in this House about First Nations reserves, but in my riding, I have no reserves, but of course I do have a large urban Aboriginal population. In Canada, half of First Nations Aboriginal people live off reserve. Part of the reason why they're living off reserve is because the conditions on reserves are so horrible that they have to move away from their traditional lands. And I was just wondering if my colleague could perhaps reflect upon a little bit about Aboriginal education off reserve, thinking about how perhaps we might be able to improve education among this now urban community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his question. It's a very important question. In fact, there are many Algonquin peoples that would have normally stayed in the First Nations in my writings that have gravitated towards particularly Ottawa-Gatineau for their education. And it just points to the fact of how difficult the conditions are in some First Nations in order to get access to quality education. But there are a number of organizations and programs in urban settings that are growing, and the Aboriginal people in urban settings are organizing themselves in order to ensure their education, both traditional and non-traditional. I think of certain organizations like the Aboriginal Friendship Centres and others that offer these types of programs, and they're to be congratulated for them.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And coming from a rural riding myself, Simcoe Grey, I can appreciate the intent of this bill. And our government has moved forward with 7 tripartite educational partnerships across Canada, whether that be in New Brunswick, Manitoba, Alberta, Prince Edward Island, many sub-agreements even in Saskatoon. And it really is about partnerships in order to aid these younger people in fully reaching their potential. I'd like to ask the member opposite his thoughts with regards to those partnerships and how those partnerships will benefit Aboriginal Canadian children.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Well, clearly any partnership that is done in respect and mutual cooperation is to be both awarded and congratulated. Having built some of those partnerships in my past life as a career, particularly in the research field, it has unfortunately been the case in the past, particularly with Aboriginal peoples, that those partnerships have not been equal. And in fact, they have been exploitative. So the only thing that I would add is I would hope that these 7 new initiatives on the government actually do take the principle of reciprocity seriously.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. I want to thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about a motion such as this one, I think it's important to talk about the concrete situation of the communities, the situation that the communities are facing, and this is why I want to talk about the reality of what is happening in my riding with regard to the Aboriginal communities. First of all, I want to apologize in advance if I mispronounce the names of the schools and communities in the Algonquin College, in Algonquin language rather. It's something that I will be working at throughout my term in order to improve my pronunciation of the Algonquin language, but I'm just beginning. First of all, the first community that I would like to talk about is the Winway community, which is in the eastern part of Témiscamingue. It's a remote community, fairly remote, and in that community there is the Ama Asawan School, which provides kindergarten up to high school, that is grade 11. The program is in Algonquin and English. So this is the only school in my riding that provides full education within the community, that is from first grade to the last year of high school. The problem that there is with this school is that the building has been deemed inadequate, so this has compromised the health to some extent of the students who were attending that school. And after that situation, they decided to rebuild. So reconstruction is underway within that community in order to rebuild that school. In Témiscamingue First Nation, the school Kiwitsin provides education up to grade 8, which means in concrete terms that the students who want to continue their education after grade 8 have to go to a different province in order to continue their studies in English and New Lisker, which is some 30 kilometers away, or else to go to Notre-Dame-du-Nord to get their education in French in order to continue, if they so wish. And when we go further north in Abitibi to Apikogan, which is a reserve that is close to Amos, the Miigwech School is a primary school only, and the program is taught in French, and Algonquin is also taught there. And then students have to, starting in secondary school, have to go to a provincial school in Amos. I want to say that Pikogan, in terms of the education at the primary level, is really a model that should be respected and encouraged. If we go elsewhere, that is to Wolf Lake, which is another community, there are very few inhabitants that live on reserve. The majority, in fact, do live off reserve. So the children have just a single school on the reserve as such and have to go to Témiscamingue, or which is another provincial school, and where teaching is done in English and in French. And when we talk about the other communities, there is Gervish Lake Kitwa, which is a very large population of 825 inhabitants. For my riding, it's a significant community. 2/3 live off reserve. So there, too, there is no school. The children will have to attend the same school in Témiscamingue, where courses are given in French and in English. This community, although it has no school, has already expressed its desire to have one. When we talk about this motion, one of the major things that we are targeting is that we want children to have the right to have a good quality education that takes into consideration their culture. The problem that we see in concrete terms in my communities is that, except for the school in Winway, for the First Nations community, not all children can complete their education right up until the last grade of high school without having to go through a provincial school, which does not teach the Algonquin culture, does not take into consideration their reality. So everybody has to go through a different school. For example, with regard to Témiscamingue First Nation, the language is English. The children then are having to choose, do they want to go further in their education? When they want to go further in their education, they have to either travel further and go into the Ontario school and live or go to school in an Anglophone community, or they have to somehow continue their training in French. It's not an obvious choice. I would like to quote. Just a moment here. I would like to quote Marguerite Gaudreau, a teacher at Miigwech School in Picogan, and Ms. Giselle Mahou. And they say that understanding the language of teaching is a difficulty, a clear difficulty. 29.4% of the primary schools and 38% of the secondary school students indicated that they didn't understand well or little the directions given by the teachers in the classrooms. So we have a situation here where the children, the Aboriginal children, are required in order to continue their education to go into a normal school, which includes all the other children's, where they don't teach the Algonquin culture, and furthermore, they are in a situation where they don't even understand what the teachers are saying and telling them to do. They don't understand the work they're being asked to do, where it's extremely difficult for them to adapt. And it's clear that there are situations like this, and these situations could lead to children dropping out of school. According to Mr. Lepage, education officer, Aboriginals, there are fewer Aboriginals to reach post-secondary and secondary school level. 40% of Aboriginals have not completed the third level in high school. So, although the data is partial, when we talk about this, the dropout rate does exist within the Aboriginal community, even at the primary school level. It's extremely worrisome. And when we think about our young children who are under 12 years of age, they're 10, they're 8, they're 9, and they're dropping out of school, well, I think there is a strong reason for concern here. In some studies, although the data is partial, that there are already 10% dropout rates in the primary school level. We're talking about elementary school age children, and we know that these rates can reach 50% when we talk about the high schools. And often in high school, this is when students have to leave their school, go from their Aboriginal communities to go to the provincial schools elsewhere. So we have to ask ourselves the question, children are dropping out exactly at a time when they have to leave their home schools within their communities where they learned the Algonquin culture and language, and they have to move into a different educational system. And I think this is a major point, a final point that I want to raise. As a nurse by training, I would say that when we talk about health factors and one of the major points that determines how healthy people are or not is poverty and their level of education. We expect there to be a correlation when you talk about lower level of education. Then it's much more difficult to obtain a well-paid job, for example. So, unfortunately, it's more likely that you will live in poverty. And that is why we should really focus significant attention on providing Aboriginal children with a good quality education.
It's critical that our children be able to breathe and have good work, a good job later, and we can't forget that these children will be there to help the community, and they will be there to help all of the people there. So they are very united people, the Algonquins. And someone who stays there is going to help all the others around them get out of the cycle of poverty. So I think it's essential for us to really do better in terms of education. And also I'd like to open the door to saying that when it's not possible to provide education from grade 1 to the end of the secondary cycle, could we at least fund the provincial schools so that they can provide cultural studies in the Algonquin tradition in their curriculum? Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. I was very interested by your comments because I know that world very well. I lived there for 5 or 6 years. And I'd like to know what, in your opinion, would be the cause of people dropping out of school in those communities. And how do you explain that almost all of the Algonquins are Anglophones in an almost entirely Francophone region? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Yes, I think that in my speech I tried to demonstrate the link between dropping out and the fact that students had to go to schools outside of their communities. There's a clear link there to me. When Native students can be together, they can help each other, and all are experiencing a similar situation. They have lived in the same culture. They can help each other. And then all of a sudden they find themselves in a small school of some 200 students, and all of a sudden they're parachuted into a huge school of 2,000 or something that doesn't understand their culture, doesn't understand their reality, doesn't support them. And they don't understand the values that are so fundamental to an Aboriginal community. So the easiest solution for them, unfortunately, is to just drop out. And as far as English is concerned, you have to understand that these students are learning a second language. It's not their mother tongue. And unfortunately, French is a difficult language for them to learn. And so very often communities opt for English, given that it is the second language. It has less subtleties in terms of the language for them.
For Prince George, Peace River.
I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for her speech. Just wanted to know if she knew about the program that the federal government has. It's called the Education Partnership Program, and that's the program that involves First Nations schooling and the provincial schools and partnerships that go on there. And to date, more than $17.5 million has been invested to develop enhance these partnerships. I wonder if she can explain if she has heard about the program and if what she thinks of that program.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would like to say that, of course, I've heard of this partnership. What I really wanted to emphasize in my speech was the concrete results that are being seen in the communities. And, of course, I've given you a sketch of what's going on currently in my riding, in my communities, what people are experiencing, and children are not able to go from grade 1 to grade 12 to a school that's in their community, and I think that's a major problem. We need to solve that. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her excellent speech. Now, I have a question. In my riding, there's Manawan, where the Atikamekw live. It's north of Joliette. And I'm told that they're not receiving any specific budget for language, culture, and all of the activities to promote their being able to keep their identity intact. So Atikamekw receives a small budget for education. But I think we really need to have funding for educating the youth. What do you think? The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. What I think about that situation is that when we stop funding, when it becomes difficult to fund, because it's difficult to fund, and we stop valuing Aboriginal culture, and students are abandoned, if I can put it that way, we create a greater risk of seeing more and more dropouts, which is what I've seen. We need to support schools so that they can really provide basic education, but also education in terms of culture and language, which is so important in Aboriginal communities. It's a major point if we want to reduce the level of dropping out, and it will be a great addition to their lives. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. I'm going to share my time with the member for Winnipeg North, who is not here but should be here shortly. I would like to thank the member for Manicouagan for having tabled this motion. This has given me the opportunity to talk about the Aboriginal people in my riding, and I'd also take this opportunity to pay homage to Eva Ottawa, Christian Awashish, and David Boivin, who are the chiefs and grand chief of the Atikamekw community, for their dynamism and their involvement in their respective communities. Eva Ottawa is in the third community in that area. Mr. Speaker, today I want to draw your attention on the Atikamekw Nation, which lives in the Mauricie and has for centuries, and in many respects is ignored by the government, the current government. This population, which is mainly living around the Gouin Reservoir and some several hundred kilometers west of La Tuque in Quebec, is experiencing growth problems that are connected not only to the increase in its population, but also by its geographic isolation, the lack of recognition for its ancestral territory, and the many economic difficulties that affect all of the community. The Atikamekw were not included in the Bay James Convention, and they are still waiting for concrete solutions from the state as far as the recognition of their original territory is concerned. Therefore, the Atikamekw do not benefit from any royalties from Hydro-Quebec for the exploitation of its territory. The same thing is true for the shameless exploitation of the forest in this area by many Canadian or Anglo-American companies since the conquest of Canada by the British Crown. Canada has enriched itself at the expense of the Atikamekw Nation, and they have not been able to have their ancestral rights recognized until before now, even though this has allowed for industrial development in Canada. Our absence of vision in the forestry sector has resulted in the closure of pulp and paper mills and softwood mills, and the Aboriginals are the first victims of our historic mistakes. I call on the government in place today, which has not been listening to the needs of the First Nations, so that solutions be created for these growth problems, be certain to mandatorily include the Atikamekw and other First Nations in the next negotiations. There should be de facto development of education in the educational, economic, and social areas for all of these nations. Every one of our actions and the subsidies that we devote through the federal state to Canadian communities should be mandatorily include a percentage to allocate to Aboriginal nations. This could be used to improve the level or the standard of living of the Atikamekw. We must absolutely raise the standards of social services for these people, because the health of this nation is really an indication of our commitment to future generations and a recognition of their historical contribution to our collective wealth. How is it possible, Mr. Speaker, that we in the 21st century have to call on the government to deal with the health and education needs of the Atikamekw? Are we to accept the social problems and the increase in criminality within these communities as unavoidable facts? A great Canadian, Sir Wilfrid Laurier, predicted that the 20th century would belong to Canada. We certainly did become, in the space of a century, one of the most democratic and prosperous nations on the planet. But we have, all is not rosy. Our silence, and when faced with the problems of the Atikamekw and other First Nations, is embarrassing. The silence of this government is also embarrassing. But beyond our historical errors, we have the ability, the economic ability, to change the course of the future. For the Atikamekw, problems in the area of education, or the needs rather, are great for education, and we need to be able to provide them with solutions that will allow them to look to the future in serenity. The first inequity in Aboriginal education system is tied to the underfinancing of infrastructure. In the South, we would never accept a state of disrepair that you see with the Atikamekw. In the community of Wemotasi, the construction of a school, which was made necessary by the increase in the school-age population, is threatened because of a lack of funding. The project keeps being put off time and again and changed. And this, excuse me. And this, considering the decrease of funding available for the building of schools in the Aboriginal environment, we need to consider updating all of the educational infrastructure for the Atikamekw so that the schools can play their role in the context, in the modern context, in a society where technological knowledge has become critical. It's the same situation for human resources that have to serve the school clientele and those who have special needs as well. Last January, the chiefs of the Atikamekw communities reminded the government through a press release of their obligations in the area of education for Aboriginal nations. The difficulties that these communities have in this area are mainly related to the economic underdevelopment that has been going on for decades. Moreover, the chronic underfunding of resources for students in the Aboriginal world demonstrates the fact that their school system is made for second-class citizens. In effect, the funding of studies off reserve in Canada cannot be compared to the funding within the reserves. Everywhere in Canada, students in the cities and towns of this country receive more for education than any Aboriginal student. The federal government absolutely must accept the principle of equal educational funding for all citizens of this country. The growth of budgets for schools in Canada is more than 6% in every community except for the Aboriginal ones. The last report produced by the Assembly of First Nations and the government on education for Aboriginals shows that there is an educational system that promotes failure rather than success. The government complains about the amounts of money invested with First Nations without realizing that the primary investment must be in education. The updating of schools and school structures needs a phenomenal amount of money to catch up, because we have to take into account the fact that it's been underfunded for almost a century. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your excellent speech. Now, we appreciate the most recent recommendations dealing with education for First Nations. However, we're also aware of the fact that there have been long periods of time during which many of these same recommendations have been made, but progress has not been made. So when the Conservatives came to power, they said that this would be a priority, and why haven't they done anything more, whereas they've had so many years to do so? The Honourable Member for St. Maurice Champlain. Well, this morning, Dr. Carolyn Bennett said that during the last mandate of the Liberal government, they finalized the Kelowna Agreement, which was an agreement that dealt with education for all Aboriginal communities, but the current government has not taken that into account. They've completely forgotten about it. It's not because they did nothing. They worked very hard on this, but the Liberals worked very hard on it, but this agreement was not taken into account, this agreement that was so important for Aboriginal communities. I believe that the member for Louis Saint Laurent has a question. Well, you can let me know, Mr. Speaker, but the member for Saint Maurice Champlain used the name of a member in the House here, and I wonder if that was correct.
Pardon me, I did not hear that, but the honourable member is correct. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
For Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as someone who's had a great deal of experience in First Nations education on both coasts of Canada, I can tell you that our government has spent $1.5 billion in education over the last year for 118,000 First Nations students. So I'm hoping the member opposite will agree the answer is not more money. The answer is making structural changes to stop the impediments to providing adequate education to First Nations from coast to coast to coast. Money isn't the answer. The answer is in working with our First Nations partners and provide a structure that will stop those impediments so we can deliver the education those students need.
Honourable Member for Saint Maurice Champlain. Well, I'm well aware. The reserve that I referred to twice, I've met with the chief twice, and when they get a budget, they get a comprehensive amount, and the Band Council has to meet all of the needs of the community with that envelope that they receive. So the amount of money that can be set aside within the budget they received is 2%. Because it's almost as though they were the municipal, provincial, and federal government all together. They have to pay out for every level of existence. So it's difficult to say that they have enough funding for education. Education counts for 2%, whereas in the rest of the country, it's 6%.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure that I'm able to provide some comments on the opposition's official motion today. It's a motion in which I would think that every member would recognize the valuable lessons that need to be learned in terms of if we do not do and take the actions necessary to be able to provide good quality education for all people in Canada, especially within focusing attention on our First Nations, Mr. Speaker, that at the end of the day what we're really doing is we're denying opportunities for future generations of children. The member made reference to it's not just the issue of money. And, you know, I agree in principle with that statement. it's not just money. It's going to take a great deal of leadership on this issue. And that's why, you'll find that there's many of my colleagues within the Liberal Party that will talk a great deal about the Kelowna Accord. Because the Kelowna Accord wasn't just an idea that someone had in the back room. The Kelowna Accord was an accumulation of hundreds and thousands, I would suggest to you, of individuals that ultimately came together to try to resolve an issue that has been outstanding for many years, Mr. Speaker. And there's a number of people that have taken great pride in the achievement of the Kelowna Accord, whether it's from First Nations to individuals that just watched it through the news, to political individuals such as myself. I know firsthand, because I've seen former Prime Minister Paul Martin speak on numerous occasions about the Kelowna Accord as something that would have gone a long way in resolving many of the issues that are there today, Mr. Speaker. And it wasn't something that was hatched overnight. This is something in which, whether it was work through Prime Minister Chrétien, to Prime Minister Paul Martin, to ministers that had that particular file, but most importantly to First Nation leadership that recognized the need to come up with some sort of a comprehensive plan to be able to deal with the issue. Because those leaders, those stakeholders recognized that, yes, money is critically important, but you need to establish and to have in place a plan that's going to make a difference. Mr. Speaker, in representing Winnipeg North, for many years I was a provincial politician in which I would drive down to work, wake up in the morning, drive down Burroughs Avenue, turn right on Salter, and drive straight up to the Manitoba Legislature. And there's a lot of sadness over the years that I've witnessed firsthand in terms of children of the community that have fallen through the cracks. And many of those cracks were put into place because of government inaction. And the need to see stronger leadership at all levels, Mr. Speaker. I'm not just talking federal, I'm also talking provincial, to a certain degree, municipal, and definitely with our chiefs and other stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. People need to recognize that the people that cannot defend themselves, the ones that need the advocacy, are the ones that are between that age group of just from being born till 15, 16 years old, as they're trying to get through and get some sort of public education, Mr. Speaker. And it has been very discouraging in many ways in terms of the numbers of dropouts that continue to happen in the province in which the portion of the province in which I represent, but I would suggest to you the entire province, Mr. Speaker. There has been wonderful gains that have been made, some great stories that could be told. I could talk, for example, about the Children of the Earth, which is a school that's actually located in Winnipeg North that recognizes the cultural needs of First Nations or of the Aboriginal people, Mr. Speaker. A number of years ago, I've had the opportunity to have a tour of that particular school, and it's amazing graduation rates of 82%. A school that provides good quality education for, I believe today, over 230 people that are residing in Winnipeg, Mr. Speaker. The initiatives that they have taken and the leadership that has been demonstrated in terms of trying to make a difference. So you could take it from there to other nonprofit groups, Mr. Speaker, that are out there that are also wanting to be able to contribute to ensuring that there are young people, that all young people are being afforded the opportunity to have good quality education, and my hat goes off to them. But I do believe that there has been a great deal of neglect in regards to the reserves. And we need to do a lot more in supporting the leadership that's there, Mr. Speaker. And that's why, I would have encouraged the government to continue on with the Kelowna Accord, because it wouldn't have resolved all of the problems, but it did get us going in the right direction, and showed that the national government truly cared and wanted to make a difference. It set the framework for us to be able to move forward. And I think that there is still phenomenal goodwill amongst many chiefs and their councils to try to say that, look, we want as much as possible to work with the government in improving the quality of education on the reserves, Mr. Speaker. And in good part, the government has turned a deaf ear to it. There hasn't been an overall comprehensive plan coming from the government in terms of trying to deal with this issue, Mr. Speaker. And I think that that's going to be at great cost. The longer the government sits back and does nothing, Mr. Speaker, I believe that they're allowing many children, hundreds if not thousands of children, to not be able to have the type of public education that's going to be able to enable them to be able to prosper and do that much better in society as a whole, Mr. Speaker. And that, I find, is quite unfortunate. If we look in whether it's the province of Manitoba or other jurisdictions, you'll find that there's quite a bit of discrepancy. In certain areas, you will find that there's a higher number of children that are participating in public education and getting relatively decent marks, Mr. Speaker, and it really does vary in terms of different provinces. But in certain areas, Mr. Speaker, there is a serious deficiency, and unless we address those deficiencies, it's going to get worse. And it doesn't necessarily mean that Ottawa has to play and be the leader. That there are many individuals within our First Nations that are prepared to demonstrate the leadership that's within the reserves and to come to the table. And when that happens, Mr. Speaker, the government has got to be more open-minded to meeting those needs. And when I say being open-minded, Mr. Speaker, it means, in good part, ensuring that the resources are going to be there. It's very difficult to be able to learn if you don't have proper facilities. It's very difficult to learn if you go to school and you're hungry throughout the day. I've heard many professionals, stakeholders say you cannot learn on an empty stomach. Yet we expect hundreds, if not thousands, of children across Canada to do just that. And as I say, that's the reason why I believe that the federal government is missing the boat by not having a more all-encompassing approach at ensuring that all children in Canada have good, quality public education. Because education often equates to opportunities, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that we have to ensure that all children have opportunities and all of their education is being challenged.
Before I go to questions and comments, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député
Honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue on national defence, the honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges on infrastructure, and
Goma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing on the environment. Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was able to listen to my honourable friend on the other side's speech about a very important subject, and I do certainly have some questions and some comments. In my riding of McLeod, Mr. Speaker, I have the privilege of representing 5 First Nations reserves, and some of them are very forward-thinking, very aggressive in their business planning and in their business models, Mr. Speaker. So there is great opportunities for them. When we talk about education, one of my First Nations has developed a welding shop. We have, through our government, funded skills training for on-reserve education, providing skills for young people to be involved in the workforce. And not only this one carpenter shop, for example, not only provides training on actual physical work and on structural building of providing buildings, but they actually provide training on the tendering processes for the necessary item for contractors. Another First Nation reserve has a welding shop on it. But the one question that I do have for my honourable colleague, can he actually tell us what budget 1 cent was allocated for the Kelowna Accord? Because I never did read that budget. So can the honourable member please tell me which budget that was in?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, the sad thing is, Mr. Speaker, the minister himself just admitted he never even read the Kelowna Accord. And if the member would have read the Kelowna Accord, if the member would have, and if he doesn't have a copy, I'm sure we could arrange to get him a copy. But one has to be concerned that the minister didn't even read the Kelowna Accord. I wonder if the Prime Minister even read the Kelowna Accord. You know, that's what happens if you get outside the glass bubble. Sometimes you make mistakes. But Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, he makes reference to the reserves that he represents. There are many children from a multitude of different reserves from Manitoba that come and live in Winnipeg North. And, as I say, there's numerous success stories. We shouldn't try to say that there's, that it's all doom and gloom. There's numerous success stories. But I think what I want to focus our attention on is because we understand the importance of quality education, that we want to make sure that all children are being provided that good quality educations.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to pick up on the point that was raised by my colleague across the floor, which is all about opportunity. Just some 120 short days ago, the province of Ontario was described in the English-speaking world, not just in Canada or the United States or North America, but in the English-speaking world, as having the best educational test scores globally. That's after considerable investment over almost 8 years by a government that is profoundly invested in education, in contradistinction to the federal government here. But I want to talk to my colleague and ask him the important question about opportunity. We're studying right now, Mr. Speaker, at Natural Resources Committee, the massive mining opportunities and resource opportunities in and around Aboriginal communities. And we're seeing that these opportunities are not going to be available for so many young Aboriginal people. If you could take a second to expand on the importance of education and actually achieving these opportunities.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you take a look, for example, at the provincial government here in Ontario, and the theme that they put on the importance of education and equating education to opportunities. And that is something in which we need to see the same sort of leadership coming from the national government in trying to deal with some of the education challenges in our remote areas onto our reserves. Because if we can make that connection, then we will have more individuals of Aboriginal ancestry that are going to be leaders in larger numbers in the many different, whether it's mining companies or other industries, tourist industries. Mr. Speaker, it's endless. It's having the leadership and knowing that the answer to many of the problems that we have today in regards to First Nation issues can be equated to education. Mr. Speaker, I would hope that the government would revisit the colonial court, and I can tell the government that the money was in fact there. They actually had billions of dollars in terms of surplus. The money was there for the colonial court.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. I'd just like to say that I'd be sharing my time with the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to have an opportunity to express my views on this motion by my excellent colleague from Manicouagan, who had the courage to table it in this House. I thank him for his dignity and moral rigour. He's doing an exceptional job. I realize sometimes that he's a force of nature. And when he's associated with my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, well, we are in the presence of a revolutionary force. What we're concerned with today is very difficult and revolting subject even. Talking about the living conditions of Aboriginals without commenting on the stupidity of many people is quite an effort. Spending a whole day considering my guilt in the slow destruction of an entire civilization, because that's what we're really talking about, it's very difficult. The treatment of Aboriginals in this country is ignoble. I'm not saying it's bad, it was ignoble. We are forced to admit that we abuse them. We're always talking about how great this country is and shouting it from the rooftops, but we're really living in apartheid. We simply accept that Aboriginal children don't have access to the same hopes as other children. We accommodate the fact that Aboriginal children receive inequality, poverty, and cultural assimilation. Would you accept that for your children? This is horrible. Aboriginal children don't have access to the same things as other children in Canada. It seems quite clear to me that they're not living in the same country we do. They're alienated in their own country. Do I have to say that I'm outraged? Well, I'm even humiliated, because the fate of Aboriginal nations is emblematic of what doesn't work in Canada. It's a shame, and I am ashamed. We've hid this from the outside world. What we've been debating today is the worst stain on Canada, and always has been. Nobody can escape that. It's congenital. As a Quebecer, I'm particularly sensitive to the remnants of colonialism in Canadian society. Quebec had to work hard to get out from under that in its history. After the conquest, the entire country was lost in the shadows of its defeat. I'm talking about the history of Quebec because there's an obvious parallel between the First Nations and Quebecers. New France, which was militarily vanquished, was supposed to disappear completely and become British. Canadians were supposed to become British subjects overnight. They were no longer Canadians all of a sudden, though. They were French Canadians. The British, though, were Canadians, full stop. Aboriginal nations, by signing land agreements, which were never respected, quickly understood that because of silence and isolation, they were thrown into the trash bin of history. The sad story of reserves and the forced assimilation of the nation's Aboriginals. It's quite clear for them. Canada was built on cheating, and it doesn't seem to be a problem we've confronted yet. Romanians have had a great upheaval in their history. They have a good expression for it. Kiss the hand that you cannot bite. Well, you'll say, well, modern Canada has nothing to do with the Ottoman Empire of the 19th century. No, but are you really sure about that? Canada was a territory conquered by force and cheating. The Indian Act is a colonial document imposed by a conqueror. We are responsible for the inequality of the First Nations. The day will come when we have to sit down with them as equals and listen to what they're trying to tell us. In the meantime, we're simply covering our ears, looking elsewhere, and confirming our guilt. That's our fault. I refuse to be an apologist for the colonial system that creates and maintains this problem like an infernal machine. What I mean with this parallel is that Quebec needed all its strength and a whole stable state apparatus and prosperous state to erect itself as a modern society. What chance do the Aboriginal nations have? They're deprived of their natural resources and reduced to political guardianship. What is the link between the Constitution and Shannon's dream? A direct link. Constitutional apartheid is why they don't have books in Aboriginal schools. You take everything away from someone and you can't seriously think about economic spin-offs as a miracle. That's enough. What would Canada be without its natural resources and human resources? Where would Quebec be without its rivers and hydro? We wouldn't have the standard of living we have now. But are those really our resources, or did we simply grab them from the Aboriginals? The Supreme Court will decide someday. But in the meantime, Aboriginal children have to continue to dream. With initiatives with Shannon's Dream, we have to remind ourselves that children don't have the same access to education, which is an inalienable right. What did you give civilization that welcomed you and let you have your own country? This question became a platitude. The answer is nothing except humiliation, poverty, contempt, and racism. When did you last hear an Aboriginal language being spoken? It took everything to have French accepted in this country. It's the 14th most spoken language in the world. What chances do Aboriginal languages have when they're spoken by so few people? The protection of Aboriginal languages should be a national priority. We have a plan. Instead, we print posters of flags and we celebrate British royalty with great pomp.
You don't need to be very smart to conclude that ultimately we don't care about the disappearance of the oldest civilization in this country. Quebecers in particular should be sensitive to the threat, the loss of the language. That's something we understand, but Aboriginal languages are old antiquities, good to bring out among the family or at the museum. The Aboriginal share within our culture is not considered when we think about culture. Where would you go to learn an Aboriginal language in Quebec? What university would you go to learn this language? There is no Aboriginal language curriculum at the post-secondary level. Not as a first language and not as a second language. Not Mohawk, Algonquin, Atimek, Innu, nothing. Aboriginal means from the same place. If not in Canada, where are they promoted? I think that we need to help the Huron Nation find its own language. Quebec has learned that lesson. Wendake is a very urban, prosperous community. The people who live there have access to institutions in Quebec City. Unfortunately, they don't have access to education in their language, which is terrible. Thanks to the extraordinary efforts of the people in Wendake, Huron language will survive. The remote reserves don't have enough books in the schools, and the schools are not healthy places to go. What do we do when Aboriginal schools don't have enough books and resources to teach the language to the students? We're talking about human rights here. It's a bit misleading when we sing that Canada is the most beautiful and the greatest country in the world. It's just empty words, empty songs. It's not encouraging to people to hang the Canada flag everywhere and thinking that this will resolve the problem. Can we really ignore our moral duty? I think so, because we become experts in it, and this has been going on for 150 years. How many times have I heard people say, the Indians have everything they need? Racism and resentment. Where is the awareness campaign that could help to counter these hateful prejudices? Where is the effort at reconciliation? There isn't any. Achieving Shannon's dream would be a step in the right direction. Not achieving the dream is sentencing ourselves forever. If we can't help them, then we can't help ourselves. Aboriginal population is growing faster than other ethnic groups. I think this is an historic justice. Aboriginals will become a majority in their own country, and we will only have been a short episode in their history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my friend, the member for Louis Saint-Laurent from Quebec, and for very well expressed feelings about the crisis and Aboriginal children across Canada, and particularly the fact that we want to achieve Shannon's dream. I have one question for my colleague. What does she believe is essential in Canadian policies to make changes to ensure that everyone here can achieve this dream? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Saanich Gulf Island for that question. And I think, like me, she understands very well the problems facing Aboriginal communities across Canada, particularly the children. And I think she does understand that it's terrible that these children have to live in the conditions that a number of children in Aboriginal communities are currently experiencing. I think there are some measures that are not so complicated. These are measures that we could take. They're very simple. First of all, to really fund the schools and help the children have access to books, to school books that they don't currently have. This is the basics, a minimum. And yet we're being told they've been given millions, the reserves have received millions, and they're telling us about these kinds of things, but they're not talking about what these people really need, and they're not given the choice to go and get what they need. So I think this would be a first step. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. I hope I am properly remembering a conversation that I had with the member who said there are about 50 major Aboriginal languages, and only 4 of those major languages that have the critical mass. That is enough people who know and practice on a daily basis that language in order to be able to maintain the practice of that language in the long run. So a vast majority of those cultures are on the verge of extinction. So I'd just like to ask my honourable colleague the following question. What are we losing when we lose dozens of languages as old as they are? Does this go beyond the financial issue, and why would we invest in this, invest in maintaining these languages? The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I want to thank my colleague for Montmagny, Ilié, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup for that question. I'm very this question is very important to me as a linguist. We've often looked at this issue. And in fact, we have to understand it's not irreversible, because when we say that language is at the critical point in terms of its being extinct or not, it can be reversed. One of the first things, and all linguists say this, one of the first measures that does help ensure that a language will survive is education. That is, the children that can go to school in their language and they can interact with their friends at school in that very language and learn it, and that makes all the difference. We've seen it in Quebec. It makes all the difference to a child who can learn French at school, and it's the same thing here. And if we give them an opportunity to have to go to elementary school in their language, this will really help them to ensure the revitalization of these Aboriginal languages. Thank you very much.
And comments. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to compliment the member across on her speech. And one of the things I think we can all agree on is that the future for First Nations has to improve. And on our side, we don't think that improvement depends necessarily on just spending more money. We already spend $1.5 billion in Canada on First Nations education for 118,000 students. There are some reserves across this country that are flourishing. And the reason they're doing better and better is because they focus on education and they focus on economic development. There's one in my riding which continuously supports its students. They invest in the public schools. They send their students to public schools. Other First Nations have schools on their reserves that are doing very well, but they put an emphasis and a focus on working with the federal government, working with the provincial government and the municipal governments together, providing the best education they can for their students and using their economic development money to fund education. I want to know if the member across can see some benefit in working together at all levels of government to support the students.
L'honorable député de Louis Saint-Laurent.
Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for that question. In fact, what we have to understand in all this is that there is a reason when we say it's not just about throwing money at these reserves and telling them, well, here you go, your problem is solved. It's not as simple as all that. What we're saying is that these people don't necessarily have the authority to decide what they're going to do with that money. They don't have the authority to give or have the schools, as we talked about, have schools provide education in that language. We have to give them the tools, not just the money. We have to give them the tools and the resources to allow them to be able to do better and ensure greater prosperity in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate with the last 6 minutes in today's debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased to get up. I want to thank the member from Louis Saint Laurent for sharing her time with me. I want to thank the member from Manicouagan for sponsoring this motion, and the member from Edmonton Strathcona for seconding it. And I got to tell you, I'm excited today with the commitment that our caucus has shown to this issue, that we brought it forward as an opposition day motion. Today, the finance critic and I met with the government finance minister, where we talked about the opposition's official opposition's priorities with respect to this budget. And in our priorities, we talked about this issue. We talked about education, First Nations communities, and how important it was that this government, for once and for all members of this House, focused their attention on trying to ensure that we do a better job, that all of us do a better job at making sure that young Aboriginals in this country have equal access to not only education, but through education to employment opportunities, to employment throughout this country. And I am encouraged by the fact that the finance minister indicated that this was a problem he understood and wanted to try to find a way to resolve, and that I understand that members opposite the government has indicated they will be supporting this motion. So I think that's some reason for optimism. I want to tell you that I'm from Nova Scotia, of course, Mr. Speaker, and I've seen some incredible progress being made by the First Nations communities in Nova Scotia. There are 13 communities in Mi'kmaq communities in Nova Scotia. 11 of them are part of what's called Mi'kmaq Kinamapnui, which is Mi'kmaq education. It's a partnership between the Mi'kmaq, the province, and the federal government that's been in place since 1994. They've been working on it. Some communities, like Eskasoni, for example, have been working on the education issue since going back to 1980. But they recognize, and this partnership recognizes how there are parties to this problem that need to work together in order to come up with the solution. And they have been making incredible progress. Whether it's on reserve or whether it's off reserve, Mr. Speaker, the partners in Nova Scotia have been addressing Aboriginal education in a way that is providing for hope, providing for better futures for those Aboriginal families and for those children. And I believe that this is the kind of solution that we need to look to in this country. I know that there are other jurisdictions in British Columbia with the Nisga'a where there have been real progress made in matters with respect to Aboriginal education. So if we're committed to doing it, if we recognize the spirit of this resolution, if we recognize that this is a problem that has been for too long ignored, that we need to not find fault, we need to find solutions. We need to deal with the problem. And it may take resources. I mean, you know, members in this caucus have identified the fact that the level of education per student for Aboriginal children is much lower than it is for other students, and that's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. So we need to reinvest to make sure that there are solutions found, but we need to sit down together. And I'm encouraged also by the fact that one of the movers and shakers in terms of Mi'kmaq education in the province of Nova Scotia, Chief Morley Gugu, is now the chief with the a regional chief with the Assembly of First Nations, and he's going to be responsible for the education file for the Assembly. And I believe, I tell you that we have reason for hope. Not only do we have the information now that's provided by the panel, not only do we understand the problem, but we here in this House need to bring our collective commitment to this problem. The federal government, and we will certainly be pushing them at every opportunity, needs to recognize that it's their turn to step up to the plate, to get out of the box, not look simply at the dollars, but recognize that there's a problem. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we talk about skills shortages, we talk about the economy, we talk about the aging population, well, we recognize the fact that the fastest growing young population in this country is coming from the Aboriginal communities. And we need to ensure that those people have an opportunity to participate as they will in culturally sensitive education programs so that they can participate in their community, they can participate in our community, in our communities, and we can build a stronger country. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this resolution.
It being 5:15 p.m., it is my duty, pursuant to orders adopted earlier today, to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of this business of supply. And recorded division is deemed deferred until Monday, February 27th, 2012, at the end of the period provided for government orders.
Honourable member from Richmond Hill is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there have been consultations, and I believe you will find unanimous consent of the House for the following motion. That this House express its deep concern for the safety of Iranian citizen Saeed Malikpour following reports of his imminent execution, that Canada hold Iran accountable for Mr. Malikpour's treatment, and that this House call on Iran to reverse its current course, meet its international human rights obligations, and release prisoners such as Saeed Malikpour and others who have failed to receive fair and transparent legal treatment.
Does the House give unanimous consent to the member to present the motion? Yes. Agreed. The members have heard the terms of the motion. Does the House agree with the motion? Yes. Agreed. The Honourable Chief Government Whip is also rising on point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 5:30.
The Chief Government Whip has asked that we see the clock as 5:30. Is there agreement? Yes. Okay. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming consideration of motion M274 regarding multiple sclerosis, standing in the name of Mr. Benoit.
Ms. Duncan? Oh, yeah. Resuming debate. The honourable member from Etobicoke North has 2 minutes remaining in her time. The honourable member.
No, I haven't.
Oh, pardon me. Excuse me.
I haven't started.
Excuse me. The honourable member from Etobicoke North has 10 minutes. The honourable member from Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak to M274, which essentially calls for information. Quite unbelievably, this information will not even begin to be collected until September 2012. That's 33 months since Canadians began traveling offshore for treatment. Even more unbelievably, this information will not be available for several more years. This is unconscionable, given that thousands of Canadians have already traveled for CCSVI treatment. The motion also calls for patients' concerns and views to be well represented and heard. It is, in fact, essential that patient views are heard, and that is why my own bill, C-280, calls for an advisory panel of medical experts in CCSVI, with an individual who has been treated for CCSVI to, among other things, advise the Minister of Health. That is, my bill calls for real representation. The reality is that this government failed to hear world-leading CCSVI experts and failed to hear Canadians living with MS. During this time, 800 Canadians died of MS, and MS patients worsened on average by 1 EDSS or disability score. It is unconscionable, and simply calling for being heard is grossly inadequate. Mr. Speaker, the questions members of Parliament must think about regarding M274 are: does this motion further advance the science of CCSVI? Does this motion do anything to ensure that proper health care is not refused to a person following treatment for CCSVI? Does this motion ensure that the Minister of Health work with the provinces and territories to ensure a comprehensive strategy for CCSVI? Mr. Speaker, the answer to all of these questions is no. The reality is this motion does nothing for patients and maintains the status quo. In January 2012, 13 CCSVI advocacy groups representing over 14,000 members wrote to the Prime Minister and Minister of Health and copied all members of Parliament saying that M274, quote, does nothing for science, for Canadians with MS, and we oppose it. Mr. Speaker, those living with MS understand how the government has played politics with their lives. They understand that in May 2010, my colleague, the Member of Parliament from St. Paul's, and I were ignored when we wrote an open letter to the Health Minister asking for clinical trials for CCSVI in a registry. They understand that Dr. Zamboni, Dr. Simka, and Dr. McDonald, the leading experts in the world on CCSVI, were ignored when they asked for clinical trials at the neurological subcommittee I founded. Those living with MS understand that a top-ranking CIHR official denied a registry in the summer of 2010 because it was outside the mandate. They understand that a top-ranking CIHR official should have known what diagnosis and treatment was being undertaken in Poland in 2010, but didn't because he had not done his homework, sadly to the patient's detriment. They understand that the government failed to invite the leading international experts in CCSVI to the August 26, 2010 meeting. They understand that those who had publicly criticized the validity of CCSVI were, however, allowed to participate in the meeting despite their bias. They understand that the government convened an expert group with no experts in the imaging and treatment of CCSVI, and that the government failed to attend international scientific conferences, failed to undertake site visits to labs and operating theaters, and blindly accepted a handful of studies. Those living with MS understand that it was a cursory review at best by top researchers, and that the government failed to review a large body of research extending back to 1839. They understand that by the time of the August meeting, 8 provinces and territories were pushing for action on CCSVI, yet behind closed doors at the meeting, there was a unanimous decision not to undertake clinical trials, despite the fact that both the presidents of the CIHR and MS Society were present and had previously been open to them and advocated for them respectively. Mr. Speaker, for over a year, the process failed Canadians with MS and failed to meet the standards of the Canadian health system. It put in place a scientific expert working group with no scientific expertise or experience in CCSVI, and which did not even declare conflicts of interest until I pushed for it, which did not even undertake a comprehensive literature review until I pushed for it, and it analyzed interim and final results from 7 Canadian and U.S. MS societies funded studies for which we already had answers. Mr. Speaker, finally in March 2011, 10 months after our initial request, the government reversed its position and announced a registry for MS. Collection of data will begin 33 months after Canadians began traveling overseas for treatment. Since when do scientists fail to collect data? As one Canadian urologist who had had the CCSVI procedure said to me, if we had collected the evidence in a registry for the last many months, would we still be calling these anecdotal stories? Mr. Speaker, up until November 25th, 2011, all we had was announcements for clinical trials in the registry. Canadians with MS across this country understand the brutal, cynical politics of that week. They understand that M274 was moved up to be debated before my bill C280, and they understand that the motion does nothing for patients and keeps the status quo. They also understand and are deeply offended by the government's announcement for Phase 1-2 trials to preempt this bill, and they understand that it will take roughly 3 years to proceed with a Phase 3 trial or a multi-center trial with large patient groups. Mr. Speaker, in stark contrast to M274, which maintains the status quo, my bill calls for action and accountability, calls on the Minister of Health to convene a conference with the provincial and territorial ministers responsible for health for the purpose of establishing a national strategy for CCSVI in order to ensure that proper health care is not refused to a person following treatment. Identify the most appropriate level of clinical trials for the treatment of CCSVI to place Canada at the forefront of international research, estimate the funding necessary for clinical trials, and to track individuals who have been treated for CCSVI, and to establish an advisory panel to be composed of experts in diagnosis and treatment. Mr. Speaker, finally, politics continues to be played with MS patients' lives. I had my bill C280 moved up to be debated before M274, as it should have been if the government had not pushed through M274 before my bill was read in the fall. Because the 13 advocacy groups were so afraid the government would once again play politics, they wrote to the Prime Minister, the Health Minister, and issued a press release to the Newswire saying, if you move M274 ahead of Bill C280, you will be playing politics with our lives. I then invited all MPs and senators from all parties to attend a breakfast on February 14th with leading doctors treating CCSVI, and I do this because this is a nonpartisan issue. It's a humanitarian issue. Those living with MS waited on tenterhooks to see what politics would be played next. The answer came on Friday, February 10th at 3:23 p.m., following the airing of MS Wars on David Suzuki's The Nature of Things. That fair and balanced documentary included an interview with Dr. Gianfranco Campolani, a vascular surgeon who has seen marked improvements in his MS symptoms since his CSVI treatment in 2007. He reported it is unethical for doctors to deny treatment to those with CCSVI. The day after the program aired, the Minister of Health announced a briefing on MS at 5:30 on the 13th to preempt my breakfast on the 14th by a mere 14 hours. Mr. Speaker, those living with MS and their families understand that this debate was never based on the science as it should have been, but rather willful blindness, medical politics, and collusion with special interest groups. As a scientist and professor of health studies, I treated the issue as I would any scientific expert. I went to the experts. I went to 7 of 9 international conferences and presented at 3. I learned the science. Why didn't the government? I therefore beseech all MPs to do the right thing, to vote for action. MS patients say, you know what the right thing is, do the right thing. Canadians with MS are waiting. They're getting sicker, and they're in some cases dying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise in this House once again and to speak to an issue that affects so many people. I also would like to thank my colleague from Vegreville-Wainwright for his motion. In its substance, the motion primarily proposes to get more information to people who are suffering from MS on the illness as well as on treatments. Among the treatments, there is obviously chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, or CCSVI, which has been in the news for some years now. Mr. Speaker, as a doctor, I have to admit that I am both intrigued by and skeptical of the theory put forward by Dr. Zamboni on CCSVI. I'm intrigued because he seems to have obtained results, and because if his research ends up being real, he will have made a significant advance in medical research. I am, however, skeptical because the research is incomplete, and also because this is not the first time that a miracle treatment has been announced for MS. The example I'm thinking of is the 1988 one, when a medical doctor from France, Dr. Le Gac, announced that the illness could be treated through very strong doses of antibiotics because the cause of it was a virus. My wish is that treatment be available as soon as possible for all those who need it, as soon as it will have been proven to be effective. A lot of hope is founded on this procedure by the people affected and by their families. They want to get better, and I understand. But as healthcare professionals, as a healthcare professional, I find it difficult to undergo a procedure if there is not a positive effect that has been demonstrated and the patient doesn't have all of the necessary information in order to make an informed decision. I want to shed the most light on this as soon as possible. Mr. Speaker, the tender for the clinical trials has finally been launched by the Canadian Health Research Institute. Finally, the Minister announced in June last year that these trials would take place. Once again, the trials won't start before May 2012, and the tender provides that the trials will last at least 3 years. When someone is in a wheelchair and that it seems possible they would heal, that is a long time, a very long time. I'm wondering about this deadline, with the delay between the announcement and of Dr. Zamboni's theory and the start of clinical trials. It's an interminable wait, Mr. Speaker. The clinical trials that have been announced are good news, but they're arriving very late for those affected. Living with multiple sclerosis is not easy. The symptoms are often unforeseeable. When a person suffers from multiple sclerosis of the cyclical variety, which is to say 85% of those people affected in Canada, this individual is living without symptoms until they have an attack. Following that, the person either heals completely or they suffer some repercussions from it. There are sequels. So when a person suffers from a progressive form of the illness, MS is a syndrome that represents a slow loss of autonomy with no hope of improvement. This is dramatic, and people with MS are in the flower of their youth. They're usually between the age of 15 and 40. These are therefore young people who are active in the workplace and with a family, or perhaps people who are dreaming of changing the world and making a contribution to our society. To find out that your body is an obstacle and will prevent you from achieving your objectives is a reality that's difficult to accept. In Saint-Hubert, there is the MS Association of the South Shore. This organization is, in fact, threatened by seeing its funding eliminated by the Metropolitan Montreal Centraide. And they offer support to people affected and have done so since 1976. The MS Association of the South Shore accompanies people suffering from MS and their families in helping them to learn to live with this illness. The association meets the needs of patients and their families either in person or by telephone, and contributes to breaking down the isolation of those who are affected through activities like meeting for coffee, conferences, or community dinners. Living with MS is very difficult, and I really want to congratulate the employees and the volunteers for their work, and I don't want to forget the board either. Thank you for your work in our community for those suffering from MS. Like many of my colleagues, I had the pleasure of meeting with extraordinary people who suffered from MS last October. They came to a meeting on behalf of the Canadian MS Society. In my writing, myself, I had the pleasure of meeting with Denis Baribeau and Hannah Salahadine, who live respectively in Trois-Rivières and Montreal. I was very impressed by their will to live and by their level of activity. Denis and Hannah made proposals to me that I feel are important and useful. One of their ideas would be to modify the EI system so that it would be possible to receive partial benefits. Currently, 80% of people who suffer from MS end up not being able to work. Also, many people suffering from MS have to miss work in order to undergo treatments or because of their attacks. EI benefits that would be more flexible would be tremendously useful to them. Also, they proposed more support for caregivers, and they also proposed making the tax credit for caregivers, which is not the case in the moment, also putting into place a national strategy for caregivers. This is a path we should explore, in my opinion. It is important to offer support to people who suffer from multiple sclerosis. This illness is already difficult enough without taking into account financial, employment, and mobility issues. We also have to ensure that we offer the best and most accurate information on the available treatments. But we also have to ensure that we are in a position to give the best treatment possible as early as possible. I know that the clinical trials, the phase 1 and 2 clinical trials for CCSVI should be beginning shortly, but we have to accelerate the trials as much as possible in order that those suffering and their families would be able to see some relief. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague across the way for her well-thought-out speech and on position on this motion. This is obviously a very contentious and emotional issue for a lot of people, but we're here tonight to talk about motion M274. And I guess I would encourage MS sufferers and their families to get involved in this debate, to get involved in the gathering of the information, to make sure that they're out telling their stories and making sure that that gets out in the public and that they're lobbying governments so that their issues are treated very seriously. And I heard my colleague across the way talked about the need for urgency and the need for acceleration, and we would certainly believe that things need to be done as quickly as possible and at the same time safely in order to deal with these issues. I'm here tonight to speak in support of motion 274, and I want to recognize somebody before I get into that, and that's a young lady in my riding who has been very courageous in this fight that's gone on the last few years. She's been, her name is Michelle Walsh, and she lives on a ranch in Beachy, Saskatchewan. She was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 1991 when she was only 18 years old and now has secondary progressive multiple sclerosis. She found herself in a situation where she was bedridden before she went to undergo this therapy in Bulgaria in July 2010, and then again in California the following January. And she has been a very outspoken supporter and advocate of CCSVI in Canada, and she's one of the ladies who's kept my office very informed about the meetings and the new information regarding MS. And I just want to recognize her and her persistence and the work and time that she's put into this issue. I want to thank my colleague from Vegreville Wainwright for putting forward this important motion tonight we're here to speak about. It's focused on providing information to Canadians living with multiple sclerosis. MS patients, their families, and caregivers must be able to make informed decisions about the management and treatment of this disease. MS is a devastating disease that impacts many Canadians, yet it's one that we are still trying to understand. And so, Madam Speaker, access to timely and accurate information is critical. Getting that information to MS patients, their families, and caregivers requires effective collaboration by many different partners. The provinces and territories are responsible for healthcare delivery. Scientific experts carry out the research and make new discoveries. Healthcare Professional Association, national voluntary organizations such as the MS Society provide support and resources and so much more. The federal government, which also plays an important role in funding research and helping to ensure that Canadians are informed and that all partners are on the same page for the benefit of MS patients nationwide. I'm proud to say that the Government of Canada has already launched some important initiatives that support the motion before us. I'll expand on these initiatives shortly, but first let me take a few moments to highlight why this is an important issue. MS is a disabling chronic disease of the central nervous system. The effects of it are significant. It affects vision, hearing, memory, balance, mobility. It remains unknown what exactly causes MS to happen. It's commonly thought that environmental, viral, genetic factors may be involved in triggering MS. And Canada has one of the highest rates of MS in the world. As many as 75,000 Canadians are currently living with this disease. Every year, millions of Canadians are affected by MS personally or as a family member, or a friend, or a neighbor. And the MS, as my colleague across pointed out, usually strikes young adults, with women 3 times more likely to be diagnosed than men. Anyone close to a person with MS knows how difficult it can be to live with this condition. MS patients and their families show tremendous courage in the face of such illness. There is no known cure for MS at this time, but we do know that there are treatments that can help slow down the progression of the disease, control symptoms, and help maintain quality of life. We know that good information and support are essential for people living with MS. Advances in science, new studies, new treatments offer hope for patients. Obviously, the most public and controversial issue is also referred to in this motion, and that is CCSVI. As you may know, in 2009, Dr. Paulo Zamboni proposed that vein blockage, a condition he labeled chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, or CCSVI, could be the cause of MS. He suggested that opening up the blocked veins in the neck of MS patients would relieve those symptoms. The liberation treatment, Zamboni procedure, the CCSVI procedure are all terms used in the media to describe this medical procedure. His procedure has had mixed results. Experts tell us that more research needs to be done on the safety and effectiveness of the Zamboni procedure, as well as to find out whether blocked veins are linked to MS at all. What this motion does is tries to bring forward the information on this and other treatments and opinions into one place. For people living with this crippling disease, new emerging information can be both confusing and exciting. Information about the Zamboni procedure is important to Canadians living with MS, and colleagues, this is in part why this motion is timely and significant. Patients and their caregivers need to have the best information available. They need to understand what is known and what questions still need to be answered through scientific research. They need to know that their governments, MS organizations, research, and doctors are working together to shed the most amount of light possible on treatment options, and they need to be able to take comfort and security in the knowledge that they are not making decisions alone, that they are doing so with the best available evidence and information. In collaboration with its many partners, the federal government is already helping Canadians living with MS to get that information through 2 key initiatives. First, the federal government is supporting the development of the Canadian MS monitoring system, and second, it has launched a clinical trial on the safety and efficacy of the CCSVI procedure. Both of these initiatives align with Motion M274. I'll speak a bit first about the monitoring system. This will make good information on treatment of Canadians living with MS available. Canada's premier health information organization, the Canadian Institute for Health Information, is leading the monitoring system development in collaboration with the provinces and the territories, the Canadian Network of MS Clinics, and the MS Society of Canada. And some provinces have already moved on some of these issues. In mid-January, the government of Saskatchewan, under Premier Brad Wall, announced plans to spend over $2 million to cover costs for patients selected to participate in a 2-year clinical trial in Albany, New York. British Columbia has set up a BC CCSVI registry in the province. It's operated by the MS clinic at the UBC Hospital in Vancouver Coastal Health. And Alberta as well has set up what's called the Alberta Multiple Sclerosis Initiative, or known as TAMC, in order to gather evidence to improve the understanding of CCSVI. So provinces are already beginning to move, and nationwide we are moving as well. The goal is to measure and monitor the evolution and treatment of MS in Canada, including patients who have undergone CCSVI. Over the long term, this system will monitor patients' outcomes and help identify the most effective therapies in the treatment of MS. It will give Canadians living with MS, healthcare professionals, researchers, policymakers, and Canadians better access to information on disease patterns and the use of treatments across Canada. Specifically, CIHI is working with partners to put in place a national system that will collect patients' clinical and demographic information from participating MS clinics, including information on the CCSVI procedure. The monitoring system will operate according to CIHI's stringent privacy protection policy. Participation is voluntary. Information from this system will be available to patients through regular reports, and for the first time, Canada will have a truly national source of data on MS that will support those living with MS as they work with their doctors to consider management and treatment options. As the only voluntary organization in Canada that supports MS research and services for people with MS and their families, the MS Society will play an important role in bringing patients' views to the table. Madam Speaker, the other key federal initiative that will provide information on MS is a national clinical trial on the CCSVI procedure. And there have been, and I think we all acknowledge this, mixed results from this process. The number of complications reported by Canadian MS patients who have undergone the CCSVI procedure abroad reinforces the importance of further research on this procedure. The procedure is not a simple one. We must ensure that it is safe and that it does and can work. For this reason, the federal government has asked the Canadian Institutes of Health Research to put the clinical trial in place. The launch of a national clinical trial was based on scientific evidence and recommendation from CIHR's Scientific Expert Working Group on CCSVI, made up of domestic and international MS experts. The clinical trial is looking at the scientific evidence on the safety and the efficacy of the CCSVI procedure. To this end, CIHR is putting the necessary measures in place to advance the clinical trial. A competitive and peer review process to select the research team will be completed by the end of March 2012. There is a sense of urgency. We know that, but we also want to make sure that we protect Canadians as we move ahead. Provinces and territories, along with the U.S. and Canadian MS societies, have shown interest in conducting this important research. The results of the clinical trial will provide information concerning the risks and benefits of CCSVI. It will also provide Canadians, health professionals, caregivers, and patients living with MS with new research evidence to better understand the condition, including this treatment option as well as other possible treatments. Madam Speaker, like many diseases, we can't prevent MS. We don't know yet what causes it, yet a significant percentage of Canadians must cope with its unpredictable lifelong impact. Canadians need to know that there's help available for them to make informed decisions. This is the spirit of the motion, and Madam Speaker, consistent with Motion 274, both initiatives I have discussed are helping to fill information gaps related to multiple sclerosis.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very honoured to stand to discuss the motion and in support of the motion of M274, enabling multiple sclerosis patients and their families to have access to information to make well-informed decisions. I want to thank the member from Vegreville, Wainwright, for bringing this forward at a very important issue. The reason, Madam Chair, that I'm very eager to talk to this tonight and in support of it is that on my own block in my own town of Burlington, and I mean it's a small block, there isn't maybe 25, 30 houses on the block. 3 women have MS on my block alone. And I think it's vitally important that we make sure that we have the appropriate information for them on all treatments, in particular this treatment that has been, the Zamboni treatment that has been well advertised, well promoted over the last number of years, and make sure that they're making the right decisions based on the actual health science that is available. And that's what this motion is talking about, and that is what this government is doing. This motion asks that we help to ensure that Canadians living with MS, along with their families and caregivers, have access to information they need to make informed decisions in the management of their condition. I would like to thank the member for bringing this forward, as the MS is touching lives, as I said, around for each and every one of us, friends and family, and we need to move on this issue. MS is a neurological disease that can affect as you know, their vision, hearing, memory, balance, and mobility. And unfortunately, Madam Speaker, there is no known cure. Current treatment is geared towards managing symptoms and slowing down the progression of the disease. An estimated 55,000 to 75,000 Canadians currently live with MS, with women more than 3 times as likely to develop the disease. Canada is faced with one of the highest rates of MS in the world. By understanding more about the disease, its progression, and its use of treatments in Canada, we can more effectively plan, care, and identify best practices for MS treatment. Many of you know or many of you have heard about the chronic cerebrospinal venous insufficiency, or CCSVI procedure, more commonly known as the Zamboni procedure, named after the Italian surgeon who proposed that blocked veins in the neck may cause MS. This procedure is a surgical technique to open those blocked veins with the objective of relieving MS symptoms. Not a cure, but relieving the symptoms. It has raised significant interest in from MS patients and patient associations. But it also has raised calls for a better understanding of the safety and efficacy through scientific research. Through information sharing and research, our knowledge and understanding of MS, its progression, and possible treatments can evolve. Good information is essential when weighing the benefits and risks of treatment options. Patients, though, through discussions with their physicians and their families, must have the ability to make informed decisions on the management of their condition. However, information is still missing, Madam Speaker. There is much we don't know about this procedure, and so much we could collectively share and learn by taking advantage of information that currently is collected in MS clinics and creating a nationwide resource. Motion M274 encourages governments, patient groups, and the medical associations to address these gaps. Madam Speaker, the motion before us today supports the need for Canadians living with MS, along with their families and caregivers, to have access to up-to-date information necessary to make informed decisions in the management of their condition. I am pleased to say that, working with our partners, the Government of Canada has announced 2 key national initiatives that will help Canadians get the information they need about MS and its treatment: the Canadian MS Monitoring System and the clinical trial on the CCVI procedure. Both are addressed in this motion before the House, and both will arm MS patients with the information they need, information about the issues of utmost importance to them, their care and treatment. Today, I would like to take an opportunity to discuss in detail on the new initiative, the Canadian MS Monitoring System, which is being driven by a strong collaborative effort. The goals of the monitoring system are consistent with Motion M274 to obtain better information about MS in Canada, including those who have undergone the CCSVI procedure. With support from the Government of Canada, the Canadian Institute of Health Information, or CIHI, is developing the system. CIHI is working in close collaboration with the Canadian Network of MS Clinics, the MS Society of Canada, and provincial and territorial governments. This unique collaboration is bringing together clinical and technical experts from across Canada, as well as patient input for the benefit of those coping with this disease. CIHI is an independent, not-for-profit corporation that provides essential and relevant information on Canada's health system and the health of Canadians. The Canadian Network of MS Clinics was established about a decade ago by health professionals to advance collaboration and information sharing on MS across the country. We are fortunate in Canada to have such a dedicated and highly trained doctors and nurses working together to support people living with MS and to help them achieve the maximum quality of life possible. The MS Society of Canada is also a key partner in this initiative, as it is the only national voluntary organization in Canada that supports both MS research and services for patients and families. The MS Society is focusing on the priorities and interests of patients in the development of the system and will ensure that the information that is collected is shared with patients, families, and their caregivers. The provinces and territories are also engaged in working with the federal government in developing the system and participating in its design. The vision driving this collaboration is of a longitudinal observational monitoring system for all of Canada. By working in partnership, we are building on the strength of multiple perspectives in developing the comprehensive national information system with the best interests of patients at top of mind. Consistent with Motion M274, advisory and technical committees have been established to guide the development of the system. Through these committees, provinces and territories, as well as people living with MS, provide valuable input and advice on the development of the system. This ensures its relevance to the needs of those who are intended to benefit from its use. Overall, the system will collect clinical, demographic, and health status information on patients from participating in MS clinics on a voluntary basis. It will operate according to a stringent privacy protection policies. Why is this important to patients? To begin with, we do not have the adequate pan-Canada information on MS rates. We do not have any coherent way of sharing how patients cope with their disabilities, that what works and what doesn't work for their quality of life. And importantly, we are not taking full advantage of what is being learned in the MS clinics across the country and care and treatment for MS. This system helps fill the gaps. Is the speaker getting it? It will also collect information on patients who have undergone the CCSVI procedure abroad. Madam Speaker, this information will help us to better understand trends in MS and the use of treatments, support the delivery of care, and monitor patient outcomes over the long term, and identify future needs and resources. As a national data center, the monitoring system will offer a broader view of MS in Canada. Is my time coming to an end, Madam Speaker? How much time do I have left? 1 minute. So, just to summarize then, I wasn't sure where I was. I saw you moving there, Madam Speaker. I wasn't sure where we were going. I think it's very important what this motion does in terms of gathering the information, using the information that's there, but it's not attached to each other, so that we're able to give proper information to the patients, to the caregivers, to the families. MS is important not only on my street, but in my community, and I've been active with that organization, the MS Society of Canada, for a number of years. I've been there. April 22nd is the Walk for MS in my community. We raise a little over $86,000 every year. I'm the I'm the MC for the day at the event. I want to encourage everyone who's watching today to get involved with your MS Society, help those who are in need. Go out to the walk, whatever you can do to make their life, improve the quality of life. The MS Society does great work in this country. The Canadian Institute of Health Research is doing great work in this area. I want everyone to get behind this cause, and I thank the member for moving this motion. Thank you.
Resuming debate. I will then ask the honourable member for Vegreville-Wainwright to speak for his right of reply if he wishes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have this last 5 minutes of the second hour of debate to make a few closing comments. My motion is meant to ensure that patients suffering with multiple sclerosis and their families and caregivers have access to information, good information, to help them make the decision on the management of their condition. I want to be clear that this motion is meant to fill a desperate need for information over the next few months and couple of years until the process that is being gone through now by Health Canada and others is complete. It's also meant to bring attention to the issue so that the process that is taking place now is sped up, and so that we can lessen the burden of cost and effort on MS patients and others who now travel outside of Canada because they can't have this liberation therapy procedure completed in Canada. M274 will establish an information portal that allows MS sufferers who are considering undergoing liberation therapy treatment outside of Canada to get anecdotal information from patients who have already had this procedure done. This would allow people who've had the treatment to provide information about the process and the results in various clinics various clinics outside of Canada because, of course, the procedure isn't available in Canada. I've had many meetings with constituents throughout my riding of Vegreville-Wainwright, individuals across the country, groups in my constituency, various other players in this whole process, and there's one, as well as, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Health, representatives from the Canadian Institute of Health Research, doctors researching MS, doctors who work with patients who have MS, and representatives of the MS Society, and many others. And I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I certainly learned a lot about this terrible disease and about this procedure, which really does offer hope. From these discussions, it's been clear that the CCSVI treatment does work for some people, that it offers hope for many more people. And, Madam Speaker, I also want to say that our Conservative government has implemented a comprehensive strategy that is being applied on an accelerated timeline to determine the potential of this procedure. Our government remains committed to working on clinical trials in Canada and continues to operate at an unprecedented rate in studying the liberation therapy treatment. An action plan was developed in 2010 in order to pinpoint areas for federal action and to ensure questions and concern raised by Canadian MS patients are addressed. This strategy includes 3 main actions carried out over the course of the past year and a half. The first, supporting research led by CIHR. Second, developing a Canadian MS monitoring system. And the third, facilitating and sharing research evidence to ensure that individuals living with MS have access to up-to-date information. What else can we do? First of all, as members of Parliament, we should, I believe, be encouraging constituents with MS to participate in the studies on liberation therapy treatment, such as the BC CCSVI Registry and the Alberta Multiple Sclerosis Initiative. If more patients participate in these programs, it may provide better treatment for patients with MS in the future. This could help provide a stopgap benefit, and the information gleaned could help speed up the approval process at the same time. Secondly, it seems very unfortunate, I believe, that this CCSVI treatment, the treatment using angioplasty or venoplasty to open the veins, or stents in some cases, it seems unfortunate that that process has actually been attached only to MS because, in fact, that process is used to open veins for other conditions as well. And I believe having it attached to MS has actually slowed the whole process down. And, you know, it's unfortunate, I think, that wasn't realized before, but maybe things still can be sped up if that connection is removed. Thirdly, we can encourage the College of Physicians and Surgeons to take another look at this procedure and be absolutely certain that the procedure, and be absolutely certain that this long, drawn-out process, Madam Speaker, can't be sped up. So I'd really encourage them to have another look at that. I thank all of my colleagues for speaking of this bill, and I want my constituents to know, Madam Speaker, that I'm not going to stop here.
Hear, hear. Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is as follows. Mr. Benoit, seconded by Mr. Lison, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should help ensure that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis, MS, and their families and caregivers have access to the information they need to make informed decisions in the management of their condition by ensuring that A, le système de surveillance de la sclérose.
The MS monitoring system currently being developed by the Canadian Institute for Health Information contains specific and useful information accessible directly to patients on the risks, benefits, and other relevant aspects relative to undergoing surgical treatment for chronic cerebral spinal venous insufficiency, CCSVI.
Agencies and programs work closely with provincial and territorial counterparts, with health professionals associations such as the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons, and with patient groups such as the MS Society of Canada on the sharing of up-to-date research-based information on the nature of CCSVI and its link to MS. And C, the government's two advisory boards dealing with MS ensure the patient's concerns and views are well represented and heard at future meetings. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
All those who oppose this motion, please say nay.
No.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Conformément à
Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 29th, 2012, immediately before the period provided for private members' business.
To Standing Order 37, the House will now proceed to the consideration of Bill C-350 under private members' business.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, accountability of offenders, standing in the name of Mr. Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon, seconded.
He moves that Bill C-350, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, accountability of offenders, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise today to speak on behalf of my private member's Bill C-350, which brings forward important offender accountability measures. This is important legislation that will encourage the accountability and responsibility of offenders with a goal of making sure that their obligations to society are addressed. Madam Speaker, it should come as no surprise to any honourable members of this House that our Conservative government firmly believes in holding offenders to account and to providing victims of crime with better support. We have said from day one that we are committed to supporting victims and to taking their concerns seriously. That is one of our highest priorities, and we have delivered on that commitment in a number of ways, particularly through legislative changes relating to pardons and parole. We have passed legislation that repeals the faint hope clause, meaning that offenders who commit murder are no longer eligible to apply for full parole prior to the parole eligibility date fixed by law. We have passed legislation that allows judges to impose consecutive parole ineligibility periods for individuals convicted of more than one first or second-degree murder. We have taken the concerns of victims of white-collar crime into account by passing legislation that imposes tougher sentences for fraud, and we have passed legislation to end accelerated parole review that applies to those who commit white-collar crimes. This past September, Madam Speaker, we were proud to introduce a Safe Streets and Communities Act, which includes measures that hold offenders accountable and supports victims. Of note, we have proposed that offenders must play a larger role in their own rehabilitation and reintegration programs, that pardons be renamed to the more appropriate term record suspensions, and that the right of victims to attend and make statements at parole hearings are enshrined in law. As you can see, Madam Speaker, we have made great progress over the past 6 years. We have listened to the concerns of victims and we have acted on them. But we are not done yet. That's why I'm proud to speak to Bill C-350, which will take another step in the right direction toward increasing offender accountability and improving restitution measures. My goal, Madam Speaker, is straightforward. In simple terms, the bill will ensure that any monetary award owed to an offender as a result of a legal action or proceeding against Her Majesty in right of Canada will first be put towards financial obligations, including child support and restitution orders. The reason for this is to teach these individuals, some of whom have never had a responsible day in their whole lives, that in society we have obligations and we're meant to meet them. Let me tell honourable members what that means in real terms. First and foremost, the bill would add wording to the purpose section of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act that refers to encouraging the accountability and responsibility of offenders and ensuring that their obligations to their fellow Canadians are addressed. The addition of these words will put an increased focus on offender accountability as a key purpose of a correctional system that actually corrects criminal behavior. It will drive our correctional system to reform these criminals into responsible and accountable citizens. Secondly, Bill C-350 proposes important changes to how debts owed to offenders are distributed. Madam Speaker, it is extremely difficult for victims and their families to understand why we would allow an offender to receive a monetary award when they themselves are struggling or are waiting for financial restitution from the offender as a result of a civil lawsuit. The proposed amendments will help rectify this issue when it involves a payment by the Crown. This is another measure to ensure that offenders will be held accountable for fulfilling legally owed debts. The bill states that any award owed from a legal judgment against the Crown will be paid on a pro rata basis in the following order of priority. The first priority is that the debt must be put towards spousal or child support orders. Madam Speaker, when we think of victims, we often think only of the individuals or families directly harmed by the offender's actions. The bill before us addresses the needs of an often overlooked group of people, those innocent individuals who are indirectly impacted by the offender's actions, such as the offender's spouse and children, the families of the offender. If an offender is the breadwinner in the family, the line of income and financial stability is suddenly gone when the offender is sent to prison. The resulting financial hardship and instability can have immediate and detrimental effects, particularly on children. An unemployed mother whose spouse is convicted and incarcerated for a crime could suddenly struggle to provide the basic necessities for her children: a warm home, food, clothing, and other essentials. It is only reasonable that debt owed to the offender by the Crown should first provide for these vulnerable individuals. The next priority is to pay any restitution for damages or injuries caused by the offenders as a result of their offence. Just as importantly, and falling in line with our focus on supporting victims, the next two priorities include payment of any victim surcharge orders and any outstanding civil judgments against the offender. Madam Speaker, victims can face years of recovery as a result of physical injury or emotional distress. This bill ensures that the recovery and financial stability of the victims of crime are taken into account before issuing the balance of a financial award to an offender. It is only after these priorities are addressed that an outstanding amount will be paid to the offender. Madam Speaker, this is a fair process. We have heard from victims of crime advocates who tell us that any steps towards improving offender accountability and victim restitution is a step in the right direction. Madam Speaker, this bill will go a long way toward increasing the accountability of offenders and ensuring that better restitution measures are in place for not only the victims, but also for the spouses and children of those offenders.
Hear, hear.
I believe that this bill is a good piece of legislation. Canadians want and deserve to feel safe in their homes and communities, and that means that offenders need to be off our streets. It also means that offenders must be held accountable for their actions. Canadians will not stand for a system that allows an offender to file spurious lawsuits or court actions and then be rewarded for this prior to them making their debts whole. With this bill, Madam Speaker, our government continues to create a system of justice and public safety that meets the high expectations of Canadians, and that takes into consideration the concerns of victims of crime. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation is simply common sense. What it says is that when an offender is incarcerated, there's a reason that he's incarcerated. Why should his family suffer, and why should the victims suffer? And this offender who is incarcerated would reap financial rewards when his victims, both of spousal victims or his children, or a direct victim of his offense, are hurting. And this is going to try to right that wrong, Madam Speaker. I urge all honourable members, Madam Speaker, to support this important legislation with amendments. We will welcome amendments on this legislation, and I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to address this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. John's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just listened to the mover of this act talk about how the government is concerned about victims of crime, and you know, it's a mantra we hear from members opposite all the time, and this is not really about this bill, because although the member spoke about it, it is about the government's attitude. You know, we don't have a problem with judgments being paid. They're paid anyway, and so I don't know how necessary this bill is, but in the meantime, if the government was, and the member and the government was so concerned about victims, why isn't he bringing a resolution forward calling for the reinstatement of the criminal injuries compensation that the Government of Canada for many, many years provided funds for, and provinces had programs, the federal government assisted those, most of them collapsed as a result of not having the funds. Why isn't he calling on his government to do that? Because victims are out there suffering from crimes and don't get the restitution that they need, because many of the offenders don't have the money. And secondly, if you were so concerned about victims of crime, why didn't you listen to the victims of gun crime when they appeared before our committee on C-19 saying that they were fearful of the loss of the kind of gun control that was in place?
I would just remind all members to direct their comments through the chair and not directly to sitting members. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is a pleasure for me to direct my comments to you, through you to the member, because, quite frankly, the member, I'm glad to hear that the member and I'm assuming that his colleagues will support this wonderful piece of legislation, because, you know, what happens so often, Madam Speaker, when an offender commits a crime, there's usually an innocent family standing by, an innocent spouse, some innocent children that really aren't involved at all, and they just had the unfortunate part to be associated with someone with criminal intent. We have a victim who is sitting there innocent, and the offender comes to possibly to their residence and breaks in and does harm to them, to their person, or to their property. And I think that it's only reasonable that we would address that. This legislation, I think, is critical. I think it's important, because I can't see someone who's offended, who's incarcerated. Obviously, if he's incarcerated, there must be a serious reason. He should take his responsibilities, Madam Speaker, and that's why I encourage my colleagues to support this piece of legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the member could provide some comment in regards to the whole concept of restorative justice. Restorative justice, where you get victims and the individuals that perpetrated the crime together to try to see if, in fact, there is something that could be done that would adequately compensate, where even the victim feels quite comfortable in terms of what the eventual outcome might be. Just the concept of restorative justice, that's really what I'm looking for. Does the member support the concept of restorative justice?
The honourable member for Stormont and South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this piece of legislation deals directly with something that has for too long has gone unattended. And by that I'm saying that we have people who are not being looked after properly. We have victims who have been hurt. We have also had people, the family of the offender who has been hurt just by being associated with them. And the bottom line in all this is that they are the innocent victims. And when we're talking about dealing with it, this is an offender. Obviously, if he's in jail, this is a serious offender. If he is serving time, he must have committed a crime rather serious, and obviously he needs rehabilitation, and he needs to accept his responsibility. And what this bill tries to do is it tries to encourage that offender to accept his responsibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member for Stormont Dundas Glengarry has introduced this bill, C-350, the purpose of which is to hold offenders accountable with a view to ensuring their obligations to society are addressed, and that includes the families of victims. This bill was already introduced on September 28th as Bill C-292. That bill sought also to hold offenders accountable in order to ensure that they would meet their obligations to society. This purpose has been added to Section 3 of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. When it was C-292, when an offender obtains a monetary award pursuant to a legal action or proceeding, the government would seize that award and distribute it equally to the beneficiaries of a restitution order, a support payment to the family, as well as to the beneficiaries of civil judgments against the offender. And if there was no one, if the offender had no obligations, no debt towards those individuals, then he would not get that monetary award. It would be distributed to victim support groups or other similar groups. And so, in fact, the bill wasn't logical because, for example, if an offender was mistreated in prison, for example, and there was a civil proceeding, he got an award, he wasn't entitled, even if he had no obligations to his own family or the other individuals mentioned. So, in fact, the bill has been greatly improved. And in Bill C-350, this obligation of distributing those amounts has been eliminated, and then the offender would get the money. So this is an improvement. So we can think, for example, of a case where an individual has been mistreated in prison, and we can also think of a driver who caused an accident leading to the death and would therefore get a monetary award from the Auto Insurance Agency of Quebec, and then the bill would allow the government to take the damages awarded and redistribute it according to the list of priorities set out in Bill C-350.
Bill C-350 was somewhat changed in comparison with the preceding version, and the accountability of offenders remains the main objective of this bill. Bill C-350, however, seems more specific in comparison with 292. First of all, this bill indicates more specifically who would receive part of that payment that received by the offender. So, for example, support payments owed to his family would be sent following restitution orders and civil judgments, as well as surcharges. So this would not be divided equally as C-292 provided for, but there would be on a pro rata basis as set out in C-350. If there is anything left, that would be paid out to the detainee. This provision is different from that existed in C-292 because of the concerns dealing with areas of jurisdiction. There are obligations set out in C-350 that are pre-existing legal obligations. So there is this issue of dealing with the priorities. However, there are provincial areas of jurisdiction to take into consideration here. So we feel that this bill has relevant provisions, such as the protection of family and victims. All members of society, therefore, have to be accountable before their obligations, and that includes offenders. The fact that a person is imprisoned does not waive one's obligations. The detainee has to meet his own family's needs in terms of spousal and child support orders. The compensation is just as important for victims because in law, according to the Ombudsman of Victims Act, someone who has suffered physical or psychological harm as a result of a crime, members of the family, legal guardians, and dependents are considered as victims when the victim has passed away, or when we're talking about a child or a person who's unable to act on their own behalf because of illness or the inability to do so. The victim's compensation regime was put into place, or set up rather, to deal with these kinds of issues, but also to deal with the harm done to these parties and to help these people recover from these experiences. You could think about medical and psychological support, to give a few examples. Restorative justice also has as an objective to avoiding the victim being re-victimized. As a result, by awarding damages, the victim does not have to go through the legal process a second time in order to seek that reparation. The process would therefore oblige them to demonstrate their suffering as a result of the crime. And victims for a long time, and as well as groups representing victims, have been asking for such dispositions for a long time to oblige detainees to have to meet those commitments in terms of family support and reparations. The Solicitor General had mentioned it in a document as far back as 1987. So we're pleased to see that this bill does identify the priorities, and that alimony payments, for example, are at the top of the list. The Ombudsman of the Victims of Criminal Acts recommends in his document that we should have more respect for victims in the Correctional System Corrections Act, and in terms of parole, we should add conditions to ensure that offenders respect the sentences handed down by the courts, particularly in terms of compensation and obligatory payments. The Government of Canada is changing paragraph 78.2 of the Correctional Systems Act and Correctional and Release Act, rather, and order that Correctional Service of Canada can authorize holding back reasonable amounts on a revenue that the detainee may receive. However, this legislation is far from perfect. The problem, in my opinion, comes from with this bill because it creates two different civil rights systems, one for prisoners and one for the rest of society. The protection of the law extends to all citizens, and that includes prisoners. There are civil rights provisions where individuals are obliged to pay down their debts, for example, when salaries are recovered with the intention of forcing a person to pay their family support payments. However, there's a big difference between that and the provisions of this bill. The government cannot really, unfortunately, intervene to enforce these kinds of orders. The government cannot really ensure that justice is served in the place of the courts. For example, in the case of support payments, the family has to turn to the civil courts and follow the normal course of justice. If not, the system of justice would fall into the be following a system of punitive justice. We can't do away with some individual rights in order to help others. We can't pay Peter to pay Paul. Another measure that's in this bill is very important, is to diminish the rehabilitation programs. This kind of program has a very good rate of success, and we have to also understand the reasons for this and the results of it. Rehabilitation is an integral part of the process of rehabilitating offenders. And it's important to help these people when they are going to go back into society. Bill C-350 is relevant. Offenders have to be accountable in terms of their financial obligations. So let us support the bill, and let's hear what the experts have to say about the validity of it. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lac Saint-Louis.
The Liberal Party will be supporting sending this bill to committee to study various aspects that have raised question marks, such as my colleague who just spoke touched on. As the member who is sponsoring this bill mentioned, it's very important that offenders be accountable, and therefore the principle that underlies the bill is a good one. Liberals, of course, have always believed in personal accountability. It is a tenet of liberalism, and of course that extends to offenders who are serving time for the crimes they've committed. It would have been interesting if the sponsor of the bill had provided some concrete examples of situations where victims have suffered because of the absence of such legislation. So it leaves us wondering to some extent whether the bill is responding to a real problem, which it may be, or whether it's more of a theoretical exercise. So it would have been good to hear some examples. It's important for anyone watching at home, though they might not be at this hour, it's very important to understand that this is not what has been referred to in the past as profits from crime legislation, such as was introduced under a previous Liberal administration. In other words, legislation to confiscate the proceeds earned by a criminal who, say, for example, writes a book about his or her crime. So this is not what we're dealing with here, and it's important that the two ideas not be confused. So I'm speaking, of course, to legislation that was introduced in 1996 by the Liberal member from Scarborough, and that bill was Bill C-205, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Copyright Act. The bill would have prohibited a criminal from profiting by selling, authorizing, or authoring a story of a crime. So that's not what we're talking about. And what's interesting about the reason I bring up that bill, Bill C-205, is that despite its good intention, despite the good principle upon which it was based, it did not complete the legislative process, in that case because of the election, but even a similar bill did not complete the legislative process because it was deemed unconstitutional when it was debated in the House. Unconstitutional because it violated some charter freedoms, but more than that, it's because the issue falls under provincial jurisdiction, because it is a matter of property, and that is generally dealt with under civil actions under provincial jurisdiction. Now, Bill C-50 does raise some comparable issues about jurisdiction. In fact, as my honourable colleague from the NDP mentioned in his speech, Bill C 50 had a predecessor, and it was Bill C-292, and that bill did not, unfortunately, make it to the stage of adoption, and precisely because of jurisdictional problems. And I'll just read, Madam Speaker, if you don't mind, I will read a quote from the committee researcher, the researcher of the committee that was presumably going to look at the bill, or was looking at the bill. I'm not sure. This was before I was appointed to this particular critics portfolio. But the committee researcher Michel Bédard said, "I have," and I quote, "I have doubts as to the federal government's power to pass provisions of this kind. It's important to understand that, according to the division of powers in Canada, property and civil rights fall within provincial jurisdiction. Under that head of power, the provinces have jurisdiction over contracts and all private law, including debt priority ranking. That includes debts owed to creditors in particular. It's important to realize that federal jurisdiction regarding debt priority ranking is limited to certain well-defined areas such as bankruptcy, tax collection, and banks. In other words, this new debt priority ranking cannot be connected back to bankruptcy law, to banks, to tax collection, or other areas of federal jurisdiction." So what he was saying is that C-292 had nothing to do with these areas where there would be a federal role. So I think that is something we're going to have to discuss at committee when the bill gets to committee. Now, I would also like to read another quote, Madam Speaker, this is in regards to excuse me, Madam Speaker. I believe that the committee researcher expressed the same reservations about C-350. So I think this is going to have to be dealt with at committee. This is going to have to be discussed. And, but that doesn't take away from the honourable members' noble motives in terms of wanting to protect victims and underscore the need for accountability, offender accountability. Now, there are some, as I say, there may be a way in which the bill is constitutional, but there are some doubts. Establishing a debt priority ranking is a power, as I said, usually given to the provincial government. Bill C-350 uses this concept and applies it to a criminal matter where the federal government does have jurisdiction under Section 91(27) of the Constitution Act of 1867. However, the constitutionality of this maneuver is open to debate. Section 2A, using Crown funds to repay spousal and child support debt, is a tricky issue. While it's true that the government does have jurisdiction over marriage, it may depend on how a judge interprets this provision. For example, a court could interpret the provision to apply only to all legally married couples. Furthermore, as stated above, the federal government can legislate in the area of marriage and divorce. However, there are certain parts of marriage and divorce law that have been delegated to the provincial courts. The nuances of such a relationship require further study. Section 2B and C of the Act of Bill C-350 use the criminal code provisions of restitution orders in order to establish a debt priority for victims, third parties, as well as victims' surcharges. Restitution is defined as equity aimed at restoring a person to whom a duty was owed to the position in which he or she would have been had the duty not been breached. It does through a variety of remedies, including compensation. It could be argued that restitution orders and requiring an offender to pay financial compensation to a victim or third party, in that regard, the federal government is legislating in a provincial area. However, the constitutionality of restitution orders as a federal power was upheld most recently in Regina versus Zelensky, 1978. But Bill C-350 goes much further than Zelensky in that it elevates restitution orders in the debt priority ranking. Bill C-350 establishes that payment to parties outlined in the bill receive priority over any other debts or fees incurred as a result of the offence. Currently, restitution orders are placed on the same level of priority as other provincial fees levied during the criminal court process, like administrative fees and fines. There's an interesting aspect that, how much time do I have left now? Less than a minute. There's another interesting aspect, and that is what happens if the offender is innocent and, after doing his or her time in prison, wins a court case whereby their innocence is proved. Are there measures to maybe reverse the situation to take care of that eventuality? But this will all be studied in committee, and I look forward to doing that.
Resuming debate, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak today in support of Bill C-350, which addresses crucial changes to the Corrections and Conditional Release Act as it relates to the accountability of offenders. I would like to thank the member from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry for his hard work on behalf of victims of crime. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to briefly review what this bill is all about. Bill C-350 is about putting more focus on offender accountability and restitution. It will do this through two key changes. First, it will amend the wording in the purpose section of the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, which currently refers only to custody and supervision and rehabilitation and reintegration. The new wording will clarify that one of the purposes of the federal corrections system is, and I quote, encouraging the accountability and responsibility of offenders with a view to ensuring that their obligations to society are addressed, unquote. Secondly, the bill will set out the priorities for debt repayment in cases when an offender is owed a monetary award as a result of a legal action against the Crown. What this means, in essence, is that an offender will first have to satisfy outstanding debts before collecting any awards. The debt owed to the offender would be paid on a prorated basis and in the following order of priority: to amounts owing pursuant to a spousal or child support order, a legal restitution order, any victim surcharge order, and any individual with a civil judgment against the offender. It is only after all of these priorities are addressed that any outstanding amount from the monetary award would be paid to the offender. While our government supports the rights of offenders to be treated humanely, we also believe that offenders must be held accountable for the debts that they owe. Learning how to do this is an important part of their rehabilitation. This legislation would ensure that Crown debts are distributed with these obligations in mind, and ensure that priority is given to victims and the spouses and children of these offenders. Madam Speaker, at its core, this bill is really about supporting victims and holding offenders accountable for their legal obligations. That's why our government is pleased to support this legislation with some minor amendments. When the bill reaches committee stage, we recommend amending the bill to add clarity in terms of the role of Correctional Services of Canada in the administration and operation of these provisions. Our government is wholly committed to supporting victims and ensuring that the justice system takes the consideration of victims to heart, and I'm proud of our impressive track record. For example, Madam Speaker, we've committed $52 million to enhance the federal victim strategy to better meet the needs of victims. We've created and provided ongoing support to the Office of the Federal Ombudsman for Victims of Crime as an independent resource for victims. And we've provided support to the National Office for Victims at Public Safety Canada to give victims a greater voice in the Corrections and Conditional Release Program and to help them access the services that they need. Madam Speaker, these are only a few examples of how our government has dedicated itself to supporting victims of crime. Just as importantly, we remain committed to making sure that offenders are held accountable. Because more needs to be done, Madam Speaker, our government included offender accountability measures as part of our Safe Streets and Communities Act that we introduced in September 2011. Bill C-10 contains measures that will help to enhance offender responsibility and accountability while strengthening the management of offenders during their incarceration and parole. It will also give victims access to more information about the offender that has harmed them and modernize disciplinary sanctions for offenders. Under that proposed legislation, we would amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to emphasize the need for offenders to conduct themselves in a way that demonstrates respect for other people and for property. As well, the proposed changes would require all offenders to obey all penitentiary rules and conditions governing their release, while also actively participating in the setting and achieving of objectives in their correctional plan, including behavior, program participation, and meeting their court-ordered obligations, such as restitution to victims. This is a direct tie to the legislation that we are discussing today. Another element of offender accountability found in our Safe Streets and Communities Act is amendments to modernize the system of discipline in federal penitentiaries by addressing disrespectful, intimidating, and assaultive behavior by inmates, including the throwing of bodily substances. The Safe Streets and Communities Act also delivers on the issue of victim support. Victims have limited information about an offender's life in prison. They don't know whether offenders are taking part in rehabilitation programs, if they're absent from the institution temporarily, or if they're being transferred to a minimum security facility. Yet victims deserve to have access to as much information as they reasonably can about the offender. And Bill C-10 would enshrine in law their ability to take part in parole hearings and to be kept better informed about the behavior and management of offenders. Clearly, Madam Speaker, the measures proposed under the Safe Streets and Communities Act will work in tandem with Bill C-350, the legislation that we are discussing today. Just as clear, Madam Speaker, is the message that we are hearing from victims and advocacy groups across this country. They are asking us to move swiftly to strengthen the rights of victims. They are asking us to make changes to our laws to improve the accountability of offenders. And they are asking us to create mechanisms that support victims of crime. Madam Speaker, I spoke earlier of our own ongoing financial support of programs like the National Office for Victims and the Federal Victim Strategy. While we've made progress, much work still remains to be done. In the 2011 speech from the throne, we reiterated our intention to move swiftly ahead with efforts that support victims, that give our law officers better tools, and that support crime prevention programs. That's what we told Canadians that we would do, and that is exactly what we intend to do. So today, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to support this bill with our proposed amendments, and I call on all honourable members to ensure its speedy passage. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to speak to this bill moved by the member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry. But I'm rather ambivalent about it because, although we agree with the object that prisoners ought to be accountable, and we agree, in fact, with the recommendation of the recommendations of the Ombudsman for victims, who talked about some of these issues and suggested that the Corrections and Conditional Release Act be amended to ensure that offenders fulfill their court-ordered sentences, including restitution and victim fine surcharges, and also suggested that there be authorization for the Correctional Service of Canada to deduct from an offender's earnings while in prison reasonable amounts for the restitution or victim fine surcharge orders. Some of this can be done by regulation. In fact, there's no need to change the Act to do that at all. And I'm curious that the member didn't address that. But, I do want to talk about, again, the government's talk about victims here. Who, I asked the member, who are we talking about here? We're talking about somebody who has successfully sued Her Majesty the Queen on the basis that there was something committed against them, and I think it specifically refers, in this case, to any debt owed to an offender as a result of a monetary award made by a court, tribunal, or agency proceeding against Her Majesty the Queen or any agent employed by Her Majesty the Queen in the course of performance of his or her duties. So who are we talking about? We're talking about a prisoner who's been abused by some agent of Her Majesty the Queen who then successfully sues Her Majesty the Queen and is entitled to a monetary award. Now, I don't know how many people there are like that. Perhaps the member can address that in his closing remarks. Are we talking about 2? Are we talking about 10? Are we talking about hundreds of people? Is there really any purpose for this bill? Is there anything really to be gained by this? Because this only deals with people who sue Her Majesty the Queen. Now, the member referred to spurious lawsuits. Well, I had to say, if it was a spurious lawsuit against Her Majesty the Queen, it wouldn't be successful. It would be thrown out of court. So I don't know what the evil is here that's being corrected, but I do agree. I do agree with certain aspects of what the member said, in that, yes, if an offender has obligations to his family that are supported by a court order in the case of spousal support or child support or the other items that are listed there, that they would get the money before the offender would. But I think that that's already provided for by the law, not the federal law, the law of the provinces that were referred to by the member for Lac Saint Louis, and as noted by the parliamentary officers who advise on legislation. So I think there's some problems with it. The notion is not a bad one, and I don't know whether it can be amended in committee or not to allow for deductions from offenders' pay to cover court restitution orders, or to cover the other ones that are mentioned here, whether it be spousal support or the business dealing with the victim fine surcharges, for example, or restitution orders. These are things that surely should be able to be handled by a different sort of amendment that authorizes deductions of those items from payments due to an offender. So, I mean, I think he's on the right track when it comes to trying to find a way to ensure that offenders who are receiving money while in prison can have deductions made to look after these matters. But to build it around what he's done here and saying this is for people who successfully sue the Crown for some action taken against them by an officer of the Crown in the performance of his duty. So that obviously means somebody committed something against this prisoner who himself might be considered a victim of a civil tort. So it's a bit misguided in that sense, but there may be something that can be done with it. We're not saying that this is a bill that doesn't deserve further consideration in committee, but I think we have to listen carefully to what experts might tell us, legal expert might tell us about jurisdiction. Because I know in my province there's a Judgment Enforcement Act that deals with the issue of priorities and as to who gets what money from a court judgment. It may be that this legislation could override that. That's something that needs to be further examined. But, you know, there's a bit of a mix-up in terms of what the member has suggested. I'd like to know, in terms of his own research, why this bill is necessary. Are there hundreds and thousands or many people who are incarcerated receiving monetary awards from claims against Her Majesty the Queen? How many are we talking about here? Is this a problem that needs to be solved in this way, or are we better off looking at the Corrections Service Act and making sure that the provisions in Section 76 to 78 who make sure that these payments may be deducted? Because there is a provision, 78.2, says where an offender receives a payment or an income from a prescribed source, the Corrections Service may make deductions from that payment in accordance with regulations made under paragraph 96.2 or any commissioner's directive. And that seems to me to be the place where we ought to be looking, because that's the provision of the code of the Act that allows for deductions to be made from any prisoner's income. So I've listened to the member. I don't agree with his fact that his statement that the government is all concerned about victims, as if they were, they would have listened to the victims that testified before the Public Safety Committee on Bill C-19 and asked for, were concerned about the wholesale lack of protection that's being left when Bill C-19 passes through the Senate, if it does, because of all the other measures that were taken away along with the so-called long gun registry. They didn't listen to them. They didn't listen to the victims of the Polytechnique who testified, the survivor of the Polytechnique and their families, and they don't seem to be any interested in reinstating support for the criminal injuries compensation boards across Canada, some of which have shut down due to lack of federal support. So victims are going without the kind of compensation that was available previously during the 90s. In fact, I represented a large number of victims of sexual abuse at a particular orphanage in St. John's, and we went to the Criminal Injuries Compensation Board on a regular basis to get support for counseling, to get support for what was available under the Criminal Injuries Compensation Act there. That act no longer exists. There are no criminal injuries compensations in my province anymore because of lack of funding and lack of federal support. But we don't hear anybody over there say, let's get back on track with criminal injuries compensation. And maybe I'm putting something in your ears over there. Maybe you should ask your Minister of Finance. Maybe you should ask your Minister of Justice. Why aren't we supporting criminal injuries compensation in Canada, which used to be the case by previous governments? Instead, we talk about what we're doing we don't talk about what we're doing for victims. We talk about what we're doing to offenders. And the biggest worry I have is that many of the things that they're doing to offenders within Bill C-10, for example, is in fact going to lead to more hardened criminals, less rehabilitation, and more crime as a result, because a person who is not rehabilitated when he or she is in prison is going to come out and be more likely to offend and lead to more victimhood. So they've got the wrong end of the stick here when it comes to the approach that they're taking. But I think we're going to support this bill at second reading, let it go to committee, see if there's something can be done with it that fits the jurisdiction and the Constitution, and that can provide for deductions being made from prisoners' incomes to meet some of the objectives that the member suggests.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to talk about Bill C-350, a private member's bill introduced by the member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry regarding the accountability of offenders. This is an important topic. Canada has on the order of about 40,000 prisoners presently, which represents a very small share of our population, although it sounds like a large number, less than 1% of our population. About 15,000 of this number are in federal custody, while the remainder are in provincial penal systems. Our incarceration rate is in line with, or slightly lower than, actually, incarceration rates for many of Canada's peer countries. With an exception, it is far less than a third of the rate of incarceration in the United States. Madam Speaker, in addition, the crime rate in Canada is actually decreasing, including the severity index for violent crimes. Even so, it seems that this government intends to greatly expand our prison system here. Under this government's planned changes, the Parliamentary Budget Officer last year estimated that the cost of running our prisons could grow to $9.5 billion annually in 2015 to 2016, and that's up from $4.4 billion in 2010. That's more than double. And that could require the construction of up to a dozen new prisons. And Mr. Page found the numbers could be twice as high in the provincial system as well. I can only see our prison population ballooning even higher than the Parliamentary Budget Officer's estimates with the legislation introduced recently by the government like Bill C-10. We could see any number of people convicted and sent to jail for 5 years for just circumventing digital locks to listen to their purchased CDs onto their iPods or copying their DVDs onto their laptops, for example. And who knows how many people might be sent to jail when their cell phone locations are scanned by the authorities and they happen to be at the wrong place at the wrong time going home from work through an area where a protest breaks out. Madam Speaker, with these and other changes from our Conservative government, including mandatory minimum sentences, I expect to see our prison population in this country growing and growing under this government. This raises questions. How are taxpayers expected to pay for so many Canadians in jail when the federal government is running a steep and rapidly growing deficit and our provinces are struggling financially as well? Surely this government is aware that we would have a hard time paying for mega prisons and mega prison populations while trying to balance their books. Does the Prime Minister intend to burden we taxpayers, our constituents and provinces with so many prison costs that he'll just throw up his hands in a few years and say, we can't possibly afford it anymore, and say that the prison system needs to be privatized? This would fit in lockstep with his overall philosophy of allegedly creating smaller governments and privatization. But, Madam Speaker, it could have catastrophic consequences for Canadian society. If incarceration itself becomes a profit center, when the Conservatives privatize the jails, it will be in many corporations' best interest to send more people to jail for longer and keep them there. That means that our goals as a society will have changed from rehabilitation and good outcomes for our citizens to one of maximizing the incarceration rate. A growth industry, Madam Speaker. A well-funded private prisons lobby could emerge to keep pressure up for ever harsher laws. They could lobby to ensure that many more people cease to be productive members of society, no longer paying taxes, but instead left rotting in prisons or being criminalized even further there. To me, Madam Speaker, this is a disturbing picture of Canada's future if we continue down this government's path. And we can see how badly that road has worked out for the United States of America. In the early 80s, privatization of prisons took off in the U.S. with the war on drugs and harsher sentencing. States could no longer afford to run their prison systems, and so companies started taking over more and more prison services and eventually entire prisons. Incarceration skyrocketed, doubling every decade from less than 500,000 in 1980 to over 2 million by the year 2000. Our neighbors to the south have now by far the highest incarceration rate in the entire world. They have the largest prison population on earth. With less than 5% of the world's overall population, they have almost a quarter of the world's adult prison population. We've all heard about extraordinary incarceration rates of African Americans there and other visible minorities in the U.S. and entire generations thrown in jail. Madam Speaker, are we going to replicate that system here in Canada, that failed system? I cannot begin today to detail here the tragic social costs that come when incarceration becomes a profit-making enterprise. Sadly, this was all for nothing. USA statistics show that cost savings promised to the taxpayers by privatized prisons simply have not materialized. It's no wonder that U.S. states are now backpedaling on privatized prisons. California, Texas. But for Canada, this is now all too much a very real possibility given the crime agenda advanced by members on the other side of the House. Statistics Canada found that 93% of Canadians, 93%, are satisfied with our personal safety, so most don't live in fear of crime or criminals. But it is perhaps some politicians they should start worrying about as being costly to their welfare. So, Madam Speaker, this private member's bill takes on a new importance in light of all of this. If we're to have so many more people in prison, then we need to make sure that families and others surrounding them don't pay more of a price than they need to. The aim of this bill is to make sure those incarcerated people are held to account for their actions financially and with respect to victims and families. And that is a laudable goal, Madam Speaker. As my previous colleagues have discussed, it mandates that family members and victims to whom the offender owes money get compensated first from any financial gains awarded to that offender by a court settlement. I support an underlying presumption of this bill that the principle of accountability and learning accountability is important for the rehabilitation process of all inmates. I and my colleagues on this side of the House believe it's important to rehabilitate offenders, not harden them and offer criminal graduate degrees. Part of that rehabilitation is meeting obligations to others. It is taking responsibility for debts owed. Madam Speaker, I also see a welcome item in this legislation, and that is child support. Children of offenders should not be punished for their parents' crimes. All too often they are. They often fall through the cracks. Children whose parents have been incarcerated face unique difficulties. Aside from the sudden separation from their caregivers, sometimes their only caregiver, these children have to deal with fear, depression, anger, guilt. They're often moved around from caregiver to caregiver. They're at higher risk of failure in school and of delinquency. And without their parent, they're often left in poor circumstances financially as well. So I'm glad to see that C-350 counts child support as a priority for repayment of debts. I know, Madam Speaker, that this version of the legislation has been tweaked from a previous iteration to take into account not just child support, but also respect for the jurisdiction of provinces as well. I'm very happy this seems to signal an openness to improvements so that this bill may pass with broad support from all parties. This gives me hope that we can improve things for Canadians if and when this bill passes that other place. So, I know from personal experience that all too few private members' bills actually end up becoming law. I wish the member luck with his legislation. To sum up, Madam Speaker, this bill has merit in that it seeks to help victims and families, and I support this private member's bill going to committee for further consideration. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. At this point, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. Debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 30th, and on a number of occasions since that time, I asked a specific question of this government. What is their plan B with regard to the F-35s? And once again, the government turned a deaf ear. For months now, we have learned on a daily basis of new problems and misfunctions with the F-35. Furthermore, these technical problems are not surprising, perhaps, if we consider the fact that we authorized the production and building of those planes well before having tried flights and technical trials. These trials are essential in order to make various adjustments on the planes, some minor, some major. It is also essential in order to ensure that a plane that is in service might have to go back to the factory because of the problems. Imagine if there is a recall of all the F-35s within NATO, and imagine what a security threat that would be. And the partner countries and purchasers are one by one withdrawing. Australia, Italy, the United Kingdom, Turkey, and even the United States are dropping down their purchases. Other countries have suspended their decisions since it would be irresponsible to purchase the planes since they don't know the final costs and they're delay after delay. If we take into consideration the budgetary estimates, if we only take the purchase price of the plane itself, the Government of Canada estimates at $75 million per plane the initial cost. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has estimate between 148 to 163 million. Elsewhere, they've talked about 150 million. These figures were calculated before the recent withdrawal of various countries. So solely for the purchase of the F-35s, we're talking about $3.5 billion in cost overruns, and that's $3.5 to $5.5 billion. Madam Speaker, money doesn't grow on trees, unfortunately. It's clear that in order to pay for the F-35s, either there are going to be cuts elsewhere in other services in order to be able to pay for these planes, or else we're going to buy fewer planes. We won't be able to pay for them. But the problem is that if we decide to cut elsewhere and if we decide to buy fewer planes, the armed forces have come to the committee several times to say that below 65 fighter jets, it will be extremely difficult to continue their operations and have an operational fleet of aircraft. So the option then remains of cutting elsewhere. So where are we going to cut? So we keep turning in circles here. We have to say that every time that a new country withdraws, the cost is increased again and again, as well as the cost overruns. Last week, a study revealed the extent to which the F-35s were not adapted to the needs of the Canadian forces today. A specialist in defense came to tell us at committee that Canada's first defense strategy is not sustainable and achievable in the long term. The consequences of this lack of judgment by the government and its chronic underestimations will put our troops in danger in the near future. We have to review the government strategy before it's too late. In other words, before we have our backs to the wall and we're forced to make a quick, we need to make an enlightened decision when will we have a plan B. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable colleague for BTV Temiskaming. We're working on this issue in the committee, and obviously we're listening to different testimony, and it remains an important file for the Canadian Armed Forces and for Canada in terms of defence, because the missions that that we send our aviators on and asking them to go in the CF-18s and eventually in the new fighter jets remains extremely important for this country. It's not an abstract notion that is protecting our sovereignty, our Arctic sovereignty. It's not abstract to be able to have the capacity to fly over our Canadian soil and the maritime territory. It's the largest in the world. So for Canada as a reliable ally within NATO, for Canada with its traditions, its military traditions, and particularly its aviation traditions, we need to pick the right plane, the right equipment for our pilots who are among the best in the world, and we've seen this again last year during the campaign in Libya. It remains important for everyone, for all Canadians. But let's talk about the real facts. Our CF-18s are coming to the end of their useful life as a safe aircraft for our pilots. 30 years is a long time, and they will remain in use and will be able to prolong their life for another couple of years, but we understand full well that we really have to make the decision on new planes, and quite quickly. That is why already for some time, not yesterday, not last year, and not before the last not just before the last election, but 4 elections ago, if I'm counting properly, and if I remember correctly what has happened politically speaking in this country at the end of the 1990s, there was another government, a Liberal government, which put forward for the first time the project of not moving forward with a unilateral project, but rather to join in with other countries, other partners, our allies within NATO, in order to build a new generation fighter jet with modern capabilities that would meet the challenges of the 21st century. And we have been working on this for a decade. And we have accomplished something because the number of partners interested in this project and committed to the project has not decreased, it has increased. And we have my colleague, my honorable colleague opposite, keeps forgetting that countries like Japan have not only continued to participate in the project, but have increased their order. It's true that other countries will delay when they get some planes and have a longer timeline, including the Americans. However, this remains a strong team with the honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Madam Speaker, the government has said, and I quote, is closely following the development of the F-35s, but despite the fact that they're closely following the development of the F-35s, we've seen problems such as too short runways, communication systems that don't work in the northern part of Canada, flight autonomy that is not as large, and then the planes that we're trying to replace, which is the CF-18s. The F-35s fly slower and for less time. They're not compatible with our in-flight refueling system. I believe that the replacement of the F-35s is too important. I think as a responsible country, we can't miss the boat here. We can't improvise. So a plan B is essential. If we don't need it because everything is fine, that's great. However, when we will need it, it will be there. And it's essential for this government to have a plan, and it doesn't. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence. Madam Speaker, the F-35s, which are already flying, there are 24 of them that are flying in the sky successfully in the United States, it's true. However, we have the possibility to go and observe them, to see them. They are showing new levels of technologies. They've reached new technological heights, and that's what counts in aviation, being in line with 21st century's communications with our allies, with our 10 allies within the program, and eventually with all of the allies in NATO. This is important, as well as the capacity to operate together with the other allied partners. That also is very important, and the F-35s will give us the possibility. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about the issue of infrastructure, particularly the gas tax this evening. It is difficult for me to understand the government's position. My question originally dealt with the issue of the indexation of the gas tax, and I think that the government did not understand my question as originally posed, so I would like to explain the context in which I asked that question, Madam Speaker. Each time that a Canadian puts gas in his or her car, they pay 10 cents per litre to the federal government. So 10 cents a litre. This is a tax imposed by this government and past governments. Of those 10 cents, 5 cents is given to the municipalities by the federal government. So far, so good. When the government said that it supported making this tax permanent, those 5 cents were made permanent. All that we're asking within the NDP is to give 1 more cent to the municipalities in order for them to be able to achieve infrastructure projects. That would be $500 million for our communities per year. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we're talking about taxpayer funds. Since January, I have been traveling around my riding and speaking with the mayors. And I am aware that I often heard the same answer when I asked what their needs were, and it was that there was a lack of sustainable funding for infrastructure projects. In Rivière-Bordette, they have problems with crossings. The same thing in in Newton. Elsewhere, they need to implement another section of Highway 20, and they need money to ensure that they can ensure commercial traffic along these highways, including Highway 20. The government promised them $330 million for projects, and this has not been done. Madam Speaker, what concerns me is that the government is treating infrastructure projects as an electoral tool. How else can we explain the failure of this government to return this tax back to the people after they talked about or criticized the coal tax? They are hypocritical when they keep the gas tax for their own purposes, such as mega prisms, the Queen's Jubilee, the War of 1812 celebrations, or renaming Canadian boats during the elections. And when elections campaigns are underway, it's always infrastructure, all their marketing activities, signs, press conferences. These are wasted funds. It's also a dangerous precedent. Are we to believe that each new government will ensure that they use advertising to get elected? I would say do your job, be transparent, and there will be no need for that kind of marketing. Last question, and I would ask for a specific answer. No improvisation as usual. Why did you vote against our motion to give 1 additional cent?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport and Infrastructure.
The Honourable Member across calls on us to increase the gas tax in order to pass more money to municipal politicians. That is a matter of disagreement. We on this side of the House believe in leaving more money in the pockets of the hardworking taxpayers who earned it, rather than taxing them more and more at every stop. Now, he's trying to deny what he was saying earlier. He said that he wants us to transfer more of gas tax revenue to the municipalities. The reality is that that money has to come from somewhere. And if you're going to increase a transfer of gas tax money, and there's no extra dollars hiding under anybody's pillow, the only way to pay for it is through an increase in the gas tax. And that is precisely what the NDP is proposing. Now, they're doing this in an environment where municipalities have enjoyed an explosion in federal transfers over the last decade and a half. It wasn't very long ago that the federal government did not fund any municipal or provincial infrastructure. Starting about a decade and a half ago, that changed, and that the increases have been spectacular. The annual transfer of federal funding for provincial and municipal infrastructure reached $9 billion, an all-time high last year. This is an incredible amount of money for taxpayers to be spending on municipal and provincial infrastructure at a federal level. The good news is that we have achieved results in exchange for the dollars spent. I'm looking here at a graph demonstrating the average age of a core piece of infrastructure in Canada. And that average age was 17 years
a decade ago. Today, it's 14.5. We have now reached our infrastructure is now its most youthful it has been since the 1980s. This fact is the result of a massive buildup of new infrastructure and a renewal across the communities in this country of their infrastructure assets. This is an objective way of measuring the quality and the renewal of the infrastructure that the Canadian people use. And I'm pleased to report to the House that that this objective measurement points to improvements for that infrastructure, its degree of renewal across the country. So we are getting results for the Canadian people. Now, the NDP will always want us to spend more money. I would remind them that if it's true, government can give you everything you want, but it will have to take everything you have in order to pay for it.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Montrealers wouldn't really notice this new infrastructure that this member across the way talks about. Furthermore, he twisted my words out of context again in implying that we're desiring a tax increase of the gas tax. I will say it again, this time in the other official language. Of every liter that someone fills up with gas, the federal government takes 10 cents out of the pocket of taxpayers and only gives back 5. This member talks repeatedly that we want to take money out of the taxpayer's pocket. Actually, we want to give it back. And you see, they play both sides of the coin. They denounce taxes and then secretly like the revenue that those taxes bring in. And because of this cynical political play, they lose an opportunity to be smart leaders on the economy. I like many of the members across the way personally, as people, but as policymakers, I find them incredibly lazy and complacent. If the government explained to Canadians honestly how the gas tax works, how it contributes to healthy infrastructure repair, maintenance and creation, they would have an opportunity to renew our infrastructure.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Chair, what the honourable member does not state in his question is that it is true that only a portion of the gas tax that people pay at the pumps is remitted to the municipalities for infrastructure, but the additional portion is also used as part of general revenues to fund direct projects that the federal government engages in. And the reality is that those dollars are accounted for. Every penny that people pay in gas tax is already dedicated to projects across this country. If the honourable member wants to therefore increase the amount of gas tax transfer to the municipalities, he will have to raise the gas tax itself. Money does not grow on trees, and government cannot give you anything without first taking it away. The honourable member and his party are proposing a tax increase, and we just disagree.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Madam Speaker, on November 4th, I asked the Minister of the Environment why the government seemed to be shutting off funding for the Lake Superior Binational Program and received a dismissive answer. The Minister's answer called into question the information I had received from Lake Superior Binational Forum members, while leaving some faint hope that the funding would appear at the 11th hour. We have since learned that funding has indeed dried up for Binational Forum, which is an important component of the Binational Program, a program designed to restore degraded areas and protect Lake Superior as a unique headwater from pollution and urbanization. For those who are not familiar with this body, the Binational Forum is as grassroots as it gets. It brings the stakeholder communities from Lake Superior together to ensure the work done by the Binational Program and ultimately the International Joint Commission reflects the experiences, needs, abilities, and opinions of basin communities. It has been served by volunteers, many of whom have served for the full 20 years the forum has been in existence. Indeed, my colleague, the member for Thunder Bay Superior North, who's here with me here today, was the co-founder and first Canadian co-chair of the forum. The work of the forum has been lauded by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the International Joint Commission, and even in Environment Canada's 2011 report on the lake-wide management plan. The decision to cut funding has destroyed the ability of the forum to function. If Canadian participants want to continue attending the meetings, they will have to pay out of their own pockets. With no Canadian participation, the vehicle designed to support the binational program cannot perform its functions. What dismays many members who were part of the original proposal is that they, along with many others, have contributed thousands of hours of personal time, and this government did not see fit or even find it necessary to consult, notify, or even thank them. There was no communication at all, just silence, and ultimately a letter confirming the disappearance of the Canadian funding, which was in response to Mr. Glenn Dale's email. Why has this government unilaterally walked away from long-standing funding for the coordination of the Canadian component of the Lake Superior Binational Forum? Has the government informed other parties, including the United States Environmental Protection Agency, of this decision? Where is this government's sense of decency and consideration and commitment to protecting Lake Superior? And why have we reached the point that longtime volunteers are lauded one year and cut loose the next without even being made aware of the decision until well after the fact? Do I have any more time, Madam Speaker? Well, you know, I think that it's interesting because we certainly have to look at what the project was actually meant for, why the forum was put in place, and it's a demonstration project for zero discharge of persistent toxic substances and sustainable ecosystem management, and has played a crucial role. And I just want to reiterate, here's the letter from that Mr. Dale got from the Minister, and it says, having completed this review process, I regret to inform you that my department is unable to provide funding for the coordination of the Canadian, get this, the Canadian component of the Lake Superior Binational Forum this year. What impact will that have on the Canadian component? That's what I want to know. So I'm hoping that the parliamentary secretary will be able to answer the questions that I've just asked. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for her question. Our government is firmly committed to the environmental stewardship of the Great Lakes, like Lake Huron in my riding of Simcoe Grey, and continues to work with our U.S. partners in order to achieve shared objectives towards the protection and restoration of the Great Lakes. Each year, Environment Canada receives a tremendous number of excellent proposals, seeking support for a range of activities which contribute to the protection of environmental quality. As stewards of taxpayers' money, we institute a rigorous process to evaluate these proposals and to ensure that our funds were allocated to the highest quality proposals supporting our top priorities. The Lake Superior Binational Forum did not receive funding this fiscal year in that review process. However, work on Lake Superior continues through a number of initiatives, including the Binational Lake-Wide Management Plan, which is cooperatively restoring and protecting the ecosystem of the Great Lakes. As well, Madam Speaker, on January the 23rd of this year, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Environment joined the member for York Simcoe to announce an additional $215,000 to restore the shoreline at Elmhurst Beach, part of the government's initiative under the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund.